One university in the United States conducted a study in Africa, and they said that we have over 100 years to catch up with the rest of the world.
We realized that our public school teachers needed huge upskilling. The main question is, could it be done by just starting from the basics?
The birth of this program was to support the teachers in their journey to embrace these new technologies that are coming into the classroom. The HPID program runs for a full academic year. We actually asked them to take on a project which they would like to prototype and solve a community problem.
This program seeks to help teachers build new concepts, have different skills in teaching their students. Let your innovation be something very simple that seeks to address a problem in your school. That will help every student you have.
We are teachers, we have our own intellect. So what they did for the whole of 1 year is they opened our minds to the possibilities.
Teachers recognize that they can be change makers in their classroom. When you have the framework, you can do anything.
Every time we read a book, we change. We feel more deeply and think more boldly. Scholastic believes every act of reading has the power to spark positive change and progress. It makes us think more, be more, and do more.
Hi, I'm Amira. Let's go find stories that are just right for you.
Meet Amira, an award-winning intelligent reading coach that provides just right reading practice for every student. Developed at Carnegie Mellon with the science of reading at its core. Hailed by Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2021. And receiving widespread recognition as the future of EdTech.
We have fallen in love with Amira at Brubaker. Our kids love her. Our parents love her. At Brubaker, we're all about doing what's best and right for kids, and Amira helps us to satisfy that.
Every child can be a motivated, masterful reader with Amira.
Do you still remember buying diskettes? Spending a lot of money on textbooks and workbooks that took a long time to be updated? Chloe was born to handle this connected and challenging world. Designed to be an active, intuitive, an interactive platform in a complete learning environment. Because the world has changed and will continue to change, Chloe is here to support education. Shall we do it together? Chloe, put the learning in place.
Camilo José Cela University aims to prepare professionals for an increasingly technological and, above all, more human and sustainable future. Our model is based, in addition to the transmission of knowledge, on the development of student skills and competencies which enhance their personal learning and their active role in society, science, and culture. To achieve this objective, we work on 4 strategic pillars: entrepreneurship, digitalization, social commitment, and well-being. This model charts the course of our university. At Camilo José Cela University, we are committed to educating the best students for the world. That is why we have started a pioneering movement towards a higher education that impacts in what you know, in what you do, and who you are.
See, now we live in this technological age where I forgot to unmute myself, and we have a rule back in our organization saying that whoever forgets has to pay a penalty. And so there is no penalty. I'm the boss. But nonetheless, I apologize for that. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vikas Pota. I'm the founder and chief executive of T4. You know that we've been having these conferences for teachers for quite some time now, since the pandemic started. We started with the simple goal of helping teachers navigate the new normal when it came to the pandemic. And last year in April, we hosted our first Teacher Tech Summit, which you are very aware of because so many of you joined. And you've joined us again today. And I'm really grateful to all of you for your support and your kindness and making sure that you take the time to actually register, participate. And I can just see from my email inbox that the humongous amount of interest that there is. We want to make these events accessible to as many people. And that's why we have language translation. That's why we put this on our social media platforms. That's why we make it so that it's free of cost for everyone. And what we do in order to make sure that we're able to do these events is we get sponsors. And I want to make sure that I thank them at the outset. And they include the likes of Surasa, the Lemon Foundation, Chloe, D2L, Spiffio, the SEK Education Group, HP, Amira Learning, the EdTech Hub, Cambridge Partnership for Education, and Scholastic. Please know that you have our gratitude for supporting everything that we do. We know that we're all mission aligned in that we want to make sure that we provide help and support to teachers and schools all the way around the world. You know, what has happened over the last 2 years or 3 years, however you count it, is that I believe the world has changed. And especially when it comes to the use of technology in education, there is no denying the fact that the pandemic has forced us and jolted us into this era. And we have to do everything possible to make sure that our colleagues, our comrades, our fraternity is able to use these tools to the best effect. Because what we're looking for is to make sure that every learner is able to fulfill their potential. And we know that no education system can outperform the quality of its teachers. And that's why we place such a massive emphasis on teachers in particular. So thank you all for joining. Again, I repeat, my name is Vikas. It's a pleasure and a delight to be here with you today. And what we're going to do across this 2 days is have just incredible, enriching, professional development content for teachers the world over. And so we have some incredible speakers, we have some incredible content, we have some incredible formats, and we have an incredible amount of registrations that have of teachers from around the world. And so I'm really delighted that you could all be here with us today. So as it would be remiss of me not to tell you that, of course, we live in this age where social media rules. And so I want to make sure that everyone understands that the hashtag for the next 2 days is Teacher Tech Summit. It's on all of our branding, all of our marketing. And so if you are on whichever platform you use, doesn't really matter. We have to make sure that we use Teacher Tech Summit. And of course, I'd love to continue this dialogue all year round. You can follow me on Twitter. Actually, my kids laugh at me and joke at me, saying that actually, Dad, you don't have anyone following you. So all help, much appreciated. Thank you all so much for following me on Twitter. Many of you actually are connected with me on LinkedIn. You're more than welcome to join me there as well. These are the two main platforms that I use. So please make sure that you connect with me and say hi. We would like to continue this dialogue. Now, StreamYard is a wonderful tool that we use to stream this into our social media groups. And, there's a lot of commenting that happens. And we want to make sure that we provide opportunity for all of you to have this commenting come up. But before you do that, if you're watching this on Facebook, you need to go to streamyard.com/Facebook and give permission to show your photo. Otherwise, and your name actually. Otherwise, it just says unnamed person says, high five, Vikas. And whilst I appreciate it, I'd rather say thank you to you as well and recognize you. So the URL you have to go to is streamyard.com/Facebook and give permission to show your photo and your name. That's quite important. Now, it's my favorite bit. I'm going to ask you all, where are you watching from? So why don't we start commenting and see where we are? So we have, for example, Shrinikan from Azerbaijan. Hello, welcome. It's great to see you here. We have Amel from Tunisia. I have another friend who's called Amel Karbul from Tunisia. So she's pretty famous there. Please, thank you for joining us. My friend Karen Dudley. Karen, thank you so much from South Africa. The Western Cape Education Department has been such a great partner to us. And we know that you're a leader there, senior leader there. And so I'm really grateful to you for your advocacy for the Teacher Tech Summit. We then have, who else is here? Jane Mann is one of our moderators later on, and she's a sponsor of this event. Hello from Cambridge Partnership for Education. So pleased to be part of this exciting summit, which is fantastic. Yo Lin An from Sabah in Malaysia. Thank you so much for joining us as well. And of course, how can I be remiss in not mentioning all my friends in the Philippines? It must be so late there. What time is it in the Philippines? I think you're 8 hours ahead of me. So it must be dinner time over there. It's 8 p.m., which is fantastic. And I know that there's so many of you that are joining from the Philippines. We have the EdTech Hub, and the EdTech Hub is a financial partner, sponsor of this event, and someone that we are fully aligned with. And they say, indeed, no education system can outshine the quality and role of teachers. Thank you so much for reposing your confidence in teachers at EdTech Hub. Jocelyn is saying, good evening, Po, watching from the Philippines. Thank you so much. Really grateful to you for that. Mabel is saying, hello from the UAE, a place that I know pretty well, and thank you so much for joining. We have Jocelyn from Philippines, Laguna in Philippines. I'd love to come to all these places one time when you tell us exactly where you're from. We'd love to see that. And on and on it goes. Please do continue telling us where you're from, because I think it's really powerful to share and show that this is a global conversation. This is not just about me sitting at home in London, talking about all these different things. And because this is a real life example of why global community makes a lot of sense. It says in Georgia, it's 4:10 p.m. So you're 4 hours ahead of me. Niz, I think you're in the Philippines. You're saying it's 8 p.m. in the Philippines. Thank you so much for sharing that. Branka is in Serbia. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm really, really grateful to all of you for doing this. And so without further ado, what I want to do is I want to, none of these shows, none of these summits could be possible without a co-pilot. A co-pilot is quite important because as much as I have energy for these things, you actually need someone who's intelligent, who is reliable, who's dependable. And frankly, if my internet goes down, I need someone there. And so I'm really glad that today I have with me my friend, Falawe Omikunle from Teach for Nigeria, the chief executive of Teach for Nigeria. And Falawe, tell us where you're participating from.
Vikas, I'm participating from Lagos. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon, everyone from Lagos, Nigeria. Gosh, that was such an energetic opening.
Well,
how are you feeling?
When you have so much energy around you of all these teachers, I mean, what can you do? But apart from just rise to the occasion, I've had the entire team's been very busy for the last, few months. And this week has been, in the run up to this event, is quite tiring. But look at this, look at the energy that you see on our
I know. I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days. I tell you, the activities, the program, lined up is just so packed. I'm really, really looking forward to it. I can't wait.
Fantastic. So it strikes me that we have to abide by a tradition that we have put in place over the years, Falawe. And that is, when I used to go to physical conferences, you would often meet celebrities, meet very influential people, and you say, hey, I'd love to have a photo with you. And so, unfortunately, in the digital world, that becomes really difficult, right? And so what we have pioneered, I would say, is the virtual selfie moment. And so what I want everyone to do is take out their phones, put their cameras on, put them back to front, so that we can see them. So here is mine, like I can take a photo, and I'll flip it round. And what I want to do is on your social media feeds, this is the phrase that I want you to use, because I think it is the theme of our Teacher Tech Summit. You can say, Vikas Pota, if you're on Twitter, says, let's use technology in the service of learning and not the other way around. # Teacher Tech Summit. So let's take a photo. Let's see how this works. So here we go. This is me taking my photo. You see my messy desk. So this is what I'm doing. This is my studio. And there you go. And now let's tweet this out. Let's Facebook it. Let's put it across all our social media channels, because you're going to have some incredible speakers that you're going to want to show that you met. And I know they're very keen to meet you as well. Like our next speakers, actually, who are pretty powerful, pretty influential. And I'm really pleased that they are joining us as our co-hosts. So please welcome today, again, when we started this conference, we wanted to get incredible co-hosts who share or mission aligned, but come from different sectors. And so I'm really pleased that Jaime Saavedra, who is the Global Director of Education at the World Bank, joins us today. Jaime, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit for 2022.
Hello, Vikas. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you. We can see you. Did you take a selfie?
I tried, and I think it worked. It worked. Let's see. I'll let you know. I'll let you know in a few minutes if it worked. But because I'm extremely happy to be here. This is my favorite conference. I'm extremely happy that we have a fantastic opportunity to hear about experiences of teachers throughout the world, particularly in this super complex juncture that we are living, and in which teachers during the last 2 years have really showed that they are at the center of the quality of our school systems. I mean, there's no change and there's no improvement without teachers. So that's actually, I should say that technology is important, but that's actually, as I've always been mentioning to you, technology is absolutely critical to leverage the work of teachers. So that's why I think it's critical that we bring those two T's together of teacher tech in order to continue making progress.
Well, fantastic, Jaime. Thank you so much for saying that. And so when we reached out, and we've collaborated for many years now, the idea behind the World Bank co-hosting this event was that, you obviously appeal to governments, you work with public systems, you work with public leaders and researchers. We want them to be part of this discussion. And I think, the whole effort behind this is to bridge the gap and bridge the dialogue between teachers and schools, policymakers, researchers. And to that end, now I want to invite Amit Patel from Owl Ventures to join us. Amit, welcome. Welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit.
No, thank you, Vikas. Thank you for inviting us to be a part of this. Similar to Jaime, we're delighted to be co-hosting the Teacher Tech Summit alongside the T4 Education team, as well as the World Bank. For those of you not familiar with Owl Ventures, we're the largest venture capital firm in the world focused on the EdTech sector. And we're particularly excited about being a part of the Teacher Tech Summit because we see tremendous value in bringing together educators, EdTech companies, government officials, researchers, parents, students, and other key constituents in the EdTech community to kind of share their expertise and experiences with one another. And this type of convening is critical to ensure that innovative and efficacious solutions are being created in partnership with teachers and schools. Furthermore, the fact, Vikas, as you said, that this is a discussion that's going to bring together a global community and participants across hundreds of countries will make this discussion, I think, extremely robust and valuable. And in the words of your team, only through this type of kind of convening and collaboration are we going to be able to advance the collective missions to improve the quality of education for learners everywhere. And so I know I'm looking forward to many of the sessions over the next few days. There's a number of topics that I'm eager to learn more about, from test prep sector in India to digital transformation of schools in Europe to scaling quality education in Latin America, foundational literacy and numeracy in Africa. I feel like I'm going to get to virtually circumnavigate the world and dive deeper into some of the most exciting areas of the education sector. And so I just want to thank everyone for being here today, and I think it's everyone's participation that makes this summit so powerful.
So I'm being asked. So Falawe, before we go, I'm being asked because you handsome gentlemen have arrived. People want to take a selfie with you. So can you please sit up and smile and in fact, I too am going to take a selfie for my mother. So here we go. Everyone can have a look and say hi. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. Falawe, over to you.
Thank you. And welcome again, Amir and Amit. I'm really delighted to have, some of the most powerful men in education on my screen across the world. And, I think two things that you've already pointed at. Amir, you mentioned that technology is critical to leverage the work of teachers, and I couldn't agree more. And also, Amit, you shared that only through the type of convening and through this type of gathering are we really going to make progress towards quality education across the world. And Vikas, I think, a question for you is, what is even the genesis of this event? Like, why, the Teacher Tech Summit?
Well, simply, Falawe, I think we have to do everything possible to help teachers incorporate technology into their practice, given all the seismic changes that have taken place. But more importantly, we have to remember, and Jaime reminds us actually, about the learning loss, if we can call it that has taken place. We have to commit ourselves to making sure we just don't try to achieve SDG number 4, which is still a million miles away, but we have to just accelerate. And I just believe that technology is part of that conversation. But I'm very clear, and I'd be pleased to actually hear Amit say this, where I believe that technology should be in the service of learning, which is what I said. And so whilst we talk about, and we always get shown shiny products, tools, gadgets, robots, actually you have to think in terms of, well, look at the challenges that the teacher has in a classroom and how can technology help them alleviate some of those things. And that's what the potential is. We have to think about doing things differently. And I think technology will allow us to do that. But again, I reiterate, is to support teachers and support schools, because there is this narrative that exists out there, which I'm glad that more and more people are turning away from, which is that saying that we can have this tech-enabled classroom, tech-enabled learning that can happen without teachers there. That is just nonsense and a bogus argument. And that's why we set this up so we can help teachers, actually take that next step.
Thank you very much, Vikas. And you mentioned it a few times there, the point around accelerating learning. And I'll come to you, Amir, because I'd really like to understand the role that teachers would need to play in accelerating learning, but also the role that technology will play in this whole process. Over to you, Amir.
So as Vikas was hinting at, we have a huge challenge regarding learning. And actually, we have a challenge even for the pandemic, but now it's even more important. We were living a learning crisis before. Now that is now deeper. The challenge that we have today is much larger, right? In terms of making sure that all our kids who are in a school learn, That's a huge challenge for all of us. But no progress can be made without teachers. One of the lessons of this pandemic is that education is fundamentally a social phenomenon. That the student-teacher interaction will remain at the heart of learning. And in this moment, many school systems are returning to school particularly many parts of the global south. And in that return to school, teachers have the pivotal role, first of assessing what's the learning loss that Vikas was mentioning. I mean, what has been the impact, not only from an academic perspective, but also from an emotional perspective, the impact of these school closures on our students. And then teachers will have the very complicated role today of adapt their teaching to the level of the students. The students are obviously not where they should be, right? And we'll need to recover and we need to accelerate, right? If we want to give the students the challenge that they deserve and that they need now. And this is going to be difficult because the students have had very divergent experiences during these school closures. And teachers, on one hand, will have to continue being friends, mentors, role models, all in a context where children are dealing with the stress caused by the pandemic, school closures, and the economic downturns. And technology can help in this endeavor, not by bypassing teachers, but by augmenting teachings, right? I mean, in some cases, there's the possibility of using adaptive self-guided learning programs that can help identify students' learning level and adapt exercises to match that level. But in other cases, that won't be available. In other cases, technology will be there in order to support teachers' professional development, right? And to support teachers in the tasks that they have to do in the classroom. And technology can help us maybe to provide teachers' professional development support today at scale, because that's a huge challenge. It's not that we need to support one teacher. Education system needs to support all their teachers today using high tech, low tech, whatever is available to engage, motivate, and support teachers. So I mean, this is the moment, right, in which we need to be extremely creative, and this is the moment in which we'll need to hit that right balance. Recognize that education is about the human interaction, recognizing that the technology can be a very powerful, but then thinking in the future. But sometimes I said the future is not in 10 years. The future is next month, right? The future now is next month, in which we need to hit that right balance between the human factor and technology. That the art of hitting that balance, I mean, that's what will allow us, right, to make a change in the life of kids that requires so much support today, right? The challenge is gigantic today, and that's something that really all the countries and all governments and all societies and all teachers have to recognize, that we are in a very, very particular, special, and complicated juncture, that our kids have gone through a very huge shock, and we need to really recover this generation. So it's a gigantic shock for teachers, but we really need to make a difference today in the life of kids.
Powerful, powerful. Amir, thank you so much. And you said something that really struck me. Like, this is the time. The time is now to strike that balance. It's now. And I just want to come to you, Amit, because that time to strike the balance between the human interaction and technology. I mean, do the EdTech companies understand this? Like, do techpreneurs, do they understand this? And, Hamid said something about the opinion of teachers and also teachers not being bypassed, and also how we're only going to make progress if we fully engage the teachers. And I'm just wondering, if this is something that EdTech companies are aware of, and how can teachers get involved, and how can EdTech companies get involved in this? Over to you, Amit.
Yeah, so we fundamentally believe that educators and teachers need to be a part of the process and need to be kind of integral members of helping create these kind of education technology solutions to, kind of the point that Jaime made about the fact that education is about the human interaction, right? If each of us think about like the most meaningful moments in each of our educational journeys, right? It was that moment that teacher or educator had that impact on you. And a lot of these EdTech solutions that are getting created, it's like, how do you actually create more of those opportunities for those meaningful interactions to happen between teachers and students, right? Whether you're talking about where I'm based in the US, where Vikas is based in the UK, or where you're based in Nigeria, right? We are facing a massive teacher shortage, right? This is something that is something that's being felt around the world. And so anything and everything that we can do to help teachers, reach as many students as possible, I think is extremely important. And Jaime kind of highlighted a lot of ways that technology is being used to kind of work with teachers, whether it's through professional development, whether it's through personalized learning, whether it's through data and analytics. But all of it, once again, has to be done in the spirit of still working with the teacher as the conduit through which kind of the learning is actually happening, and not trying to circumvent the teacher or put in some type of robot in that place or anything like that. And so from that perspective, we're very much aligned, and that's something that, with not only the entrepreneurs that we work with, but just the broader ecosystem, I think has recognized, and something that we say is very important from the very early stages of company, right? Like, are you doing user surveys? Are you going out there kind of speaking with educators and kind of getting real feedback from real classrooms in how you're developing your product? And that becomes even more important as you kind of start to scale as a company, and something that we put a lot of effort in with our portfolio companies to make sure that they are continuing to get that feedback from educators from the front lines, so that folks can kind of continuously improve the product that they're actually offering to students as well as educators.
Thank you so much, Amit. And I just hope that as many EdTech companies are listening and also just watching and having access to all of this material, so that they're emulating, this type of, experience that you're having with teachers. And, hopefully we can scale that as far and wide as possible. I have, my last question.
For Laureate, just let me add, and I want to add one thing, building on what Amit was saying, that this is the moment in which each minute in the classroom is absolutely essential. We need to make sure that we have the highest quality and effective instruction process. And that instruction is about that empowering that interaction between the teacher and student. That's always important. But today is, 5 times more important, because the students have gone through so much, so complicated circumstances during the last 2 years, and there's so much that to recover. That interaction is so important today, and technology could be critical to make that interaction more impactful.
Thank you so much, Amir. Thank you, Amit, and thank you, Vikas. Thank you. Over to you, Vikas.
Thank you so much. And in preparation for this summit last year, we actually put in place a survey that actually both Amit's Owl Ventures and Jaime and the World Bank were supportive of and helped us design, that resulted in 20,000 teachers from around the world participating in a seminal piece of research that talked about and actually expressed what teachers felt about the use of technology during the pandemic in particular. And so again, today, we start that process again. We want to make this an annual survey that takes place of teachers from around the world on their use of technology. And you should go to T4 Education, and there's a tab that says T4 Insights. Insights is our research division. And if you scroll to the bottom of that screen, there's a tag that says, take part in this survey. We would love for you to do so, because your voice matters. And actually those in powerful places, in ministries of education, in institutions like the World Bank, the OECD, UNESCO's, UNICEF's of this world, want to hear directly from you. And that's why it's important that you engage with our survey. And we will be sending this out, obviously, by email afterwards. But if you want to start on the process, you can go to our website, go to T4 Insights, and there's a link at the bottom of that page that says, take part in our survey. So please do that. I would be most grateful to you. Jaime, Amit, thank you so much for agreeing to co-host this event with us. We are really grateful.
Thanks so much, because
your voices matter, and us coming together matters greatly. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so, Fulawe, we're now blessed. We are blessed that we have the next segment of the Teacher Tech Summit. And so, from the first, where you heard from Amit and Jaime, what did you take away from it?
My biggest takeaway really is that we cannot bypass teachers. Teachers are at the core of fully leveraging technology, to accelerate learning. And I think that came out very strongly from both speakers. I also really liked the fact that I was encouraged, by the fact that, Amit did say that not only his own organization, but then many more companies in the tech ecosystem are equally concerned about like the real data, feedback, just the engagement with teachers to inform, the design of the technology solutions that are being produced. So I really like that. And yeah, thank you. It was such a good start to the day one of the conference.
So my bugbear with all conferences on education is that you seldom have teachers speaking and teachers participating. They're often sat in the audience or they're online. And given the name of this conference, the Teacher Tech Summit, we want to make sure that we wanted to actually firstly honor an incredible education leader from around the world. But we also wanted to use the opportunity for them to actually hear from them about their experiences. Because if teacher voice is important, there's no point you and I, Laureate, talking and pontificating about education. And so today, what we've done is that we've instituted a new format for the Teacher Tech Summit that we will carry on every year, where it's all, someone was asking me, what is this new format? I call it's the Lifetime Achievement Slot. And we call it that, and we've given it a grand name for a reason, because we believe that teachers should be celebrated, should be honored, and actually heard. And so today I'm really pleased that we have the Teacher Tech Summit Laureate's address that's coming up next. And we have selected Karen Giles, principal of Barham Primary School. Now, Karen and I have known each other for some time. It is no fluke that she has been selected. But what I want to tell you about Karen is the reason that we have we had this discussion, and I felt that it was important to get her voice in this discussion, was because of her background. So Karen Giles is embedding excellence in her 19th year of headship at Barham Primary School in London. It's a Titan school. There are 930 pupils, 150 staff. It's multilingual, multicultural, multi-faith primary school in London in United Kingdom. She has been teaching and leading learning in urban primary schools for over 3 decades. She's also the interim executive head teacher of the Stonebridge School. Karen is a fellow of the Chartered College of Teaching. She recently served as chair of the Inspire Partnership Academy Trust Board. She has worked for her local authority as a school effectiveness lead professional. Her work with Challenge Partners was initially as a leadership coach for the Greater London Assembly Getting Ahead London program for aspiring leaders, and then as a leadership development broker. Karen has been a leadership coach with the Future Leaders Trust, Ambition School Leadership, and they're a director for the London Leadership Strategy. She was an Ofsted team inspector. Karen received the London Regional National Teacher Award for Enterprise and Innovation in 2009. She has experience of study visits to schools locally, nationally, and internationally, and experience of interviewing teachers across the world for recruitment to the UK. Karen has facilitated national college leadership development programs, and she currently facilitates professional development most recently in Argentina and Brazil. Next Step Leadership on behalf of the London Leadership Strategy and the Department for Education's funded training for diverse leaders, as well as inaugural Women's NPQH. So please welcome my friend and our laureate for this year, Karen Giles. Now, it would help if she was here, actually. She was backstage, but she's disappeared. So I'm waiting for her to come back. But in that meantime, Karen, Falawe, when you hear such a profile of, an individual like that, and you being the CEO of Teach for Nigeria, what comes across your mind?
Vic, it's like, what I'm most excited about at this conference, right, is bringing people like Karen. Like, it's not one of those conferences where we literally just have, theorists, and we have people who haven't experienced, how, like, the intersection between technology and teaching and learning and all of that, so I just like that we're bringing people who have experience, with the world of technology that we're talking about, like the real stories, the real impact, talking about the relationship with the different stakeholders, and then her accomplishment, like for somebody who has accomplished all that she has, I definitely think that she has a lot to share with us, throughout the experience that she must have had. So I'm looking forward to that. And when I think about our fellows and I think about alumni, definitely this is the kind of profile that I'm hoping that one day, we could read up on them too.
Thank you so much, Falawe. And so please welcome, without further ado, Karen Giles, this year's Teacher Tech Summit laureate. Karen, welcome. We can hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. Good from London, sunny London, as you can see. So thank you for the honour of delivering this laureate's address to open the world's largest summit for teachers, ambassadors.
So it looks like Karen is having some technical difficulties, and we will come back to her. But again, I come back to our conference today. We have 2 days worth of programming, and I should also use this opportunity not just to thank our speakers, not just to thank our sponsors, but also think about the governments that have actually thrown their weight behind this event. I want to thank the Director General of Education in Mendoza Province, the Teachers Registration Council in Nigeria. We have the government of Chile. We have the Western Cape Education Department. We have the DepEd in the Philippines. And what we have is this incredible opportunity, and also the Sao Paulo state government. We also have the national government of Palestine, the national government of Jordan, who are all partners in this endeavor. And I want to thank them all for doing so. We also, as a result of our work, have been working with a range of partners from around the world who are committed to innovation. And they are 18 in number, and their logos are here. And I'd encourage you to take a snapshot of this, and I'll show it later on as well. But these are some of the most prolific organizations in education around the world who are committed to the subject of innovation. And so that's why we bring them, and we've all come together to make sure this year's Teacher Tech Summit runs fantastically well. Now, again, like I've said to you in the past, we have a hashtag, the Teacher Tech Summit, and I'm hoping that what we can do is make sure that this conversation is carried on social media channels so that we can succeed. Now, again, the Teacher Tech Summit has had an overwhelmingly positive response. I want to do a small thing about having a guesstimate. Let's play this game. Let's listen to, in terms of how many teachers do you think finally have registered for these 2 days? Let's talk about that for a second. How many teachers do you think have registered for the Teacher Tech Summit, over the last month or so, that are destined to come to this event? And again, it's a humongous number. And so please go ahead and comment. And also, you may want to also try to guesstimate how many countries they're from. And so we have Kath Bernard, who's saying 32,000. Well, yes, okay. We have Kate, who is a country ambassador, saying 30,000. Well, those are phenomenal numbers, right? The EdTech Hub is saying 8,000. Come on, EdTech Hub. We can do better than that. That's just my family. We have Clifford. Clifford is saying 25,000. Then we have other guesstimates coming in that I haven't talked about yet. We have Crystal saying 25,000. We have Dara saying 40,000. We have Afreen, Bushra talking at 35,000. And believe it or not, if there was a prize that we could give, I would say to you that Afreen is probably the closest that we have so far. And so I'm pleased today that what we have is an incredible turnout that's going to happen over the next 2 days. As of an hour ago, my friends, we had 136,000. That's a lie, not 136. 36,000 teachers who had registered for this event. It would be amazing if it was 136, but it's 36,000. And they come from 153 countries. I want to thank each and every single one of these 36,000 teachers that are here over the next 2 days for reposing their confidence in what we're doing. Now, in terms of our conference, we are now going to start making progress. And I know Karen is struggling to actually do this. And I'm going to bring on Falawe to give us her thoughts as to, what happened during the pandemic. And when she thinks about a context like Nigeria and the importance of Nigeria, actually, how does she see things happening?
Thank you so much, Vikas. Wow, 35,000. Great turnout. Vikas, no. Thank you so much for that question. I think just some weeks ago, I was at an education summit somewhere in Nigeria in Edo State. And I remember at that summit, we were having this conversation about, again, it was about harnessing technology, to really accelerate teaching and learning. And I remember that it just seemed like we had forgotten a lot of the innovations and a lot of the things, that was happening during the pandemic, and I was saying, I said, we will be losing an opportunity and we will be making a disservice to the future of our country if we do not take a chance and find that balance and leverage the opportunity that the COVID pandemic presented to us. It was an opportunity for us to revamp our curriculum. It was an opportunity for us to understand that teaching and learning needed to not only take place in school, but I don't know that we fully leverage and maximize that, Vikas. We can get back to that. I think Karen is back on now, so I will let her try. Can you hear us, Karen?
Karen, say something. We can hear you. Say something. She can't hear us, probably.
Oh, I see.
This is a moment. We can hear you.
We can hear you, Karen.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I can still hear somebody else. That's the only reason why I haven't started again.
Please, we request you to deliver this year's Laureate's address.
Okay, I shall do that now. So, again, I want to thank you for the honor of delivering this Laureate's address and opening the world's largest summit for teachers, ambassadors, catalyst partners and social impact alliances, where last year over 43,000 of our community in more than 100 countries networked, disseminated and collaborated to extend our global impact. Our ambition and mission is to build a community of schools. I want to start by thanking each and every one of you for the work you do in schools worldwide, for your tireless dedication, the late nights, early starts, the resources you create and buy from your own resources, going above and beyond, your patience and love for our children, respecting their rights and our responsibilities to provide a good education.
So it looks like she's having technical difficulties. You'll find another slot to bring her on. These things happen. When I did wake up this morning, I said a prayer for good connectivity and internet, and it's not being heard. And so I hope all of us should hold hands and pray to the Almighty for good internet, because that is what our kids, in particular, over the last 2-3 years, have also been doing, and we are experiencing the same today. It shouldn't be a surprise to us. But without further ado, I do also want to now introduce our next panel. And as we started the conference, what we wanted to do was, Falawe, look at different thematics around the world when it comes to the use of innovation and different kind of meta themes that exist. We know that, for example, in India, there's a massive discussion to do with test prep that happens. And so today, I'm really pleased that we can have that discussion. And I'm pleased to invite Azad Uman, who is the co-founder of Global School Leaders, which focuses on school leadership training and development across the world. Azad, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit.
Thank you, Vikas. I didn't expect to be delivering the keynote address at this, but I think it is quite apt that Karen is having technical difficulties, because as we found through our work around the world, while so much has been invested in EdTech, there are some real challenges that exist, even in a country like the UK, which one would expect to have good internet access. So you can imagine what that's like for teachers who've been trying to use technology for the last couple of years to keep their children engaged.
Well, Azad, I wish you luck for the next panel. I'm going to go off the screen, and please introduce your panelists, and please moderate the discussion.
Wonderful. Thanks, Vikas. So welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so inspiring today to be here with thousands of teachers from around the world. Obviously, we know that the last couple of years have been super challenging for teachers. who've been trying to hold children's interest, to hold parents' interest, to hold their communities together, really. And to hear their voices on this global stage through this forum is so important. And I want to start by extending a huge congratulations to the T4 team for the work that they've done to bring this summit together. My name is Azad Uman, as Vikas mentioned, and I'm the co-founder of Global School Leaders. We work to support strong school leadership in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, with a particular focus on school leaders that serve marginalized communities. I'm delighted to be in conversation today with two India-based colleagues, Vandana Goyal, who's the executive trustee of the Avanti Fellows, and Raghav Podar, who's the chairman of Podar Education. As Vikas mentioned, we'll be discussing test prep in India today. So welcome, Vandana and Raghav. Before we get to Vandana and Raghav, I'd like to just provide some brief context to the discussion and then turn it over to them, because they clearly have much deeper experience in the education sector in India than I do. So just to focus on test prep for a second, it's one of the fastest growing segments in the EdTech space, which, as we have all seen in the last couple of years, has really become such a big part of education, probably the biggest shift in education that we've seen over the last couple of decades. When we look around the world to see that countries have, when we look around the world, we see that countries have invested a lot in primary education in their over the last few years, but the investment in higher education has lagged. And as a result, what I believe has happened is that there's tremendous pressure on students to compete for the scarce resource of higher education. And this is why the test prep industry itself is burgeoning, both in India, but truly around the world as well. With the introduction of online test prep solutions and the proliferation of internet across many smaller towns in India and rural areas, the availability of test prep support promises to open up access and opportunities for students that previously may not have been able to compete alongside more privileged students. So this is why it's so important for us to be discussing this, because it affects all teachers' lives and the way they think about preparing their students for the world ahead. Our first panelist, Vandana, who's an old friend of mine, is the managing trustee of Avanti Fellows, which is an award-winning nonprofit based in India, focused on putting low-income students on a path to a professional success through competitive test preparation and a focus on high-quality STEM education in secondary government schools. She was also formerly the CEO of the Akanksha Foundation, which is based in Mumbai, where she ran one of the largest networks of public-private partnership schools in India. So Vandana, welcome. And we'd love for you to share a little bit more about your work with the Avanti Fellows and how you are using tech in your test prep work. Welcome, Vandana.
Thanks, Azad, and hi, Raghav. So I mean, I think I'm just trying to think of, who's listening right now. And I think there's a lot of teachers out there and educators who are in our classrooms every day. My journey with education started as a teacher, and my understanding of education and equity has really evolved over the years. So I never thought I would be working for a test prep NGO. But the more that I do this work, I think when we think about kids from marginalized communities, poor communities, we tend to think about equality, right? Like, let's give a little bit to everybody and it'll be a little bit better than what they got before. And I think what's really, touched me about Avanti's work, because what I see is, people who, care very deeply about children, and have deep understanding of classrooms, and want to create equity for the kids who are highly motivated and academically quite gifted. And when you think about equity in a different way, you realize that equity also means giving kids what they need at the level that they need it. And there are a lot of children out there in rural areas and from poor families, from marginalized communities, who just don't have access to this, right? So if you think about a normal coaching institute, most people have heard, at least India-based people have heard of Kota, which is like a coaching manufacturing unit. But it costs money. It costs at least $1,500 to $2,000 at minimum a year. for 1 year of coaching. And most kids are, doing 2, 3, 4 years of coaching to get into the nation's best colleges. So it's just financially completely prohibitive, right, to think about that. And the way Avanti started is because our co-founders actually went to IITs, probably not just the countries, but some of the world's most competitive institutions for engineering. And they saw that, the kids here are not representative of India, right? They're middle class, upper middle class students who had access to all of those privileges. And so how do we create equity in this kind of space? Because it's a reality, right? That the kids who are in the best institutions in the country and the world are going to go on to lead our companies. They're going to go on to lead our governments. They're going to make decisions that impact all of us. And so the more diverse the representation at leadership levels is, the better our world will be, right? Because you're going to be making decisions, from your own perspective and your own personal experiences, along with what your education has given you. And so it's challenging because you think about, who we're leaving out. A lot of times we think about that, and that's certainly a tension that we face every day at Avanti, right? The kids who don't have access, or the kids who are really motivated but may not be academically achieving at those levels. And I think those are questions, honestly, that we're still trying to answer. But I would say that, serving kids at this level is actually, for society, really, really critical if we want to start to see from a values perspective things, decisions being made from a different lens. So just stop there.
Wonderful. Thanks, Vandana. And I think you've hit upon some important themes around equality of access and opportunities opening up that are super important. We did a survey last year of around 11,000 educators around the world, which was mostly focused on school leaders. But what we found was that that 60% of the 11,000 educators who responded to that survey mentioned that more than 50% of their children did not have internet access. So I think these issues that you're bringing up are very real in terms of access. So we'll come back to you in a minute. But I did want to bring Raghav into the conversation. Let me just introduce him quickly. Raghav Podar is the chairman of Podar Education, which runs 130 plus schools across India and other countries. He makes a strong distinction between educationist-run schools and businessman-led schools. Having studied the education systems of Finland, Singapore, UK, and Australia, he's been invested heavily into upgrading the quality of schooling in India. So Raghav, would love for you to share a little bit more with us about Podar Education, your schools, and particularly given the topic of conversation today, how you view the rise of test prep services among your students. Welcome, Raghav.
Thank you so much, Azad, and my pleasure to be here. And namaste to all the people watching the T4 lovely event. Let me start with what namaste means. It means namaste. I bow down to your existence, or to the divinity inside you. To the wonderful educators, especially watching, we have a saying that I like to say at every platform that I can, is called Guru Deva Bhava, which means that in India, we say our gurus, our teachers are next to God. So to your question, Azad, our experience is a microcosm of the trend in India as a whole. I mean, there are a few students who excel at taking these exams through the test preps, but that is not even 10% of the entire population, of the entire applicants. The remaining 90% of kids aren't wired that way. They were never meant to be cooked in an academic pressure cooker. So too many of these commercialized test prep agencies, online or otherwise, are more in the business of selling dreams and are significantly detrimental to the futures of children and their families. I'm talking about the commercialized test prep agencies and not the ones like Avanti or even some government initiatives which are trying to bring that equity into, to make it more inclusive. But to put it in perspective, let's take a look at the medical or the NEET numbers. As per the stats of India, there are just 6 medical seats for every 1 lakh population in India. That's 6 medical seats for 100,000 population in India. Now, if that isn't staggering enough, and one might argue that, India has a huge population, so the denominator is always going to be really high. Well, then another stat that this point further makes is that We can further qualify this is that for every seat available, there are 19.2 applicants. So for every seat available, 19.2 applicants. That means that the other 94% of students are not going to get in anyways. Now, this is a national average that I'm talking about. Of course, the situation is far worse in some states, especially those in the Northeast. India as a country imports about 10 to 12 billion dollars every year. That's about 1 lakh crore rupees, 10 to 12 billion dollars by students going to study abroad. And most of this is to US, UK, Canada, Australia. But that, of course, is only families who can afford that kind of a foreign education. For all the rest, the commercialized test prep companies, whether online, in Kota, or frankly anywhere in the country now, sell these highly woven stories to parents that, if you really want to succeed in life, if you want your child to become a success, you have to get through this coaching class. And failure to do so would amount to making them have a grave mistake. And what kind of parent would that make you be? So they really prey into the vulnerabilities, the insecurities of parents. And unfortunately, it's not a very happy scenario because, as I said, 94% of those kids they know are not going to get in. They have these batches which start as batch A, batch B, batch C, which go beyond batch Z. So there are more than 26 batches. And the way they distribute these children is on the basis of that batch A are the brightest kids, and the batch B are the second most brightest kids, etc. And they know that by the time the kids come to batch C, they don't have even, 1 in a million chance to get into that test prep, but that's their revenue. That's a revenue source. There are certain test prep agencies who've started getting these kids at as early as the 5th and 6th grade. So they'll have 6 years of then coaching. That's, I think, inhuman almost, and it's taking away livelihoods, lifelong savings of families, and it's quite a sad scenario. Parents are made to care so much about what marks their child gets in an exam, but they forget to bother whether the child will leave a mark with their life.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Lesson 101 for the Teacher Tech Summit, unmute yourself. But thanks, Raghav. Appreciate those comments. And I think it's very, I think the combination of your remarks has really set the stage for, I wish we had a longer time to speak about this, but both the fact that not everyone is being included, and then even among those who are being included, there is so much stratification and differentiation that's happening. So, Vandana, I wanted to bring the conversation back to you now. Even though one may take a slightly, one may assume that the Avanti Fellows is a more enlightened product than some of the commercial test prep services because you're a nonprofit and you have an explicit focus on students from disadvantaged communities. What I wanted to ask you was, given this scenario, how does a test prep organization think about balancing both this desire to increase access for students to get into these institutions with the larger theme of wanting students to have a more balanced life, to have opportunities to do whatever, and it doesn't have to be medical or engineering or any of the things that the test prep industry focuses on. How do you as an organization think about that?
Yeah, it's such an important question. I first of all, I just echo everything Raghav said. So I think that this conversation is much more nuanced, right? Like than a superficial kind of understanding of it. And I think that the pressure is immense. There are certainly not enough seats in good colleges for everybody, which is a higher education, massive issue in higher education, right? And what jobs are waiting for them afterwards. We were just at a school that we work in Hassan in Karnataka, which is a small district in Karnataka, and we work in a residential school there. And we were addressing the students, and there about 40 to 50% of the students want to be doctors, and mainly girls. And so we asked them, do you have a personal kind of passion or reason why you want to be a doctor? And And I think the honest, answer there was, their parents want them to be doctors, or, it's a pathway to, a better life, right? More money in particular. And this is coming from a community where most of the parents are daily wage laborers and earn less than 1 lakh rupees, like $1,500 a year, right? And so they're coming from, and our services are free. And so we don't, face the commercial kind of tension of, are we charging, kids who can't afford it? But you do think about, are we enabling, right, like the pressures that already exist? And what about, and kids who aren't suited for those professions, right, or who academically we know won't make it, but are still great kids, motivated kids, bright kids, right? And one is, I think, in the work that we're doing. So we're partnering with the state of Delhi, and next year we plan to open up a totally open access, free coaching program, online coaching program for both the JEE engineering as well as medical, which is the NEET exam here in India. And the government has said, let any child who wants to attend that. But I think the bigger push there is that, understanding that, maybe 1-2% of that, cohort is going to actually clear one of those exams and get into one of these colleges. And so what happens to the rest of them? And so there is where we're actually developing, outside of the JEE and NEET, what are the exams? What are the milestones that we can prepare these students for? That actually have a viable pathway to employability, and actually have a pathway even to just fulfillment, right? And purpose, which is what we were asking these kids, right, in this classroom, like, where is your purpose and what drives you? And what we've seen, and I think this is what's really relevant for this audience, is that the role of the teacher as a mentor and as a coach to those kids is always really important. So what we've seen in our large scale coaching programs, right, where we broadcast over YouTube or we have very large cohorts, is that the one way kind of tutorial just doesn't work. Our most effective online coaching and teaching happens when there's some opportunity for a two-way engagement with the students. And that really shows you that kids still need that personal interaction with a mentor, with a guide, with a teacher. They want to be able to ask questions. They want to be able to interact with their peers. And we want to be able to guide them. And, when we have in-person programs in schools, that's what our teachers do. They serve largely as mentors and as coaches. They say, maybe this isn't for you. Let me talk to your parents, right? And, we had one, small anecdotal example of, our staff coaching a student out of engineering, encouraging them to do hotel management, crossing a huge obstacle to convince their parents to allow them to do that. And a year later, their parent coming back and saying, you did the right thing for my child. And that even meant from an income perspective, right? Like, they were earning well, they were happy, and they were doing well. And how do you do that through technology? How do you do that at scale, right? That is really the question that we're faced with, not just about access, but actually how do you create the quality of that interaction at scale using technology? I think that's the question that is kind of in front of us. And as teachers, we were forced to learn how to do some of that, through COVID. But now, if we really want to open up access, as technical access increases, right, to devices, to internet, as that expands, we want to get to the same quality issues using technology of what is the pedagogical, approach that really kind of speaks to students and engages them, right? And makes them feel like someone cares about them, just the same way as if we were sitting in a classroom. So,
yeah. Thanks, Vandana. And I think that's a really good point that I wanted to just ask Raghav to weigh in on, because Raghav, you obviously run a large chain of schools in India. Your students, as I'm sure many of the teachers who are in this conference are seeing increased levels of mental health challenges, social emotional challenges from not being able to access. In schools in Mumbai and in most of India were closed for almost 2 years. So they're suffering from this lack of the peer interaction, lack of personal interaction that Vandana was saying is so important. And what I wanted to ask you was, so as you run a school, you're really dealing with two separate things. One is that you have, on the one hand, students who you in fact believe need a wider view on the world, who are able to incorporate some of the ideas around social emotional learning and things like that in the education. On the other hand, they're in an industry which is pushing people into a very competitive environment, which is essentially meant at one end, at the higher education end, as a sorting mechanism for society. And what I wanted to ask you was, as somebody who runs schools, how do you think of balancing this tension, and how does that play out in your schools?
Sure, and that's a great point, because I advocate exactly that from the rooftops, that children and parents should not make the exam the be all end all of their lives. There's so much more to their life, even if they don't crack these exams. In fact, Sundar Pichai, in his interview at the IIT Kharagpur, even he evinces that getting into a top college is definitely not a necessary prerequisite or a passport to success in life. Now, Kota, which is the hub of test prep in India in many ways, has some of the highest depression rates among students. The news is filled with numbers of suicides and of students. And at what cost? At what cost is this hyper-competitive rat race to crack an exam? And this was all well before the last 2 years of the pandemic, which has exacerbated the situation. You mentioned about social emotional learning and mental health and well-being, all that. Azad, these words don't even exist in a large majority of the hyper test prep takers dictionary. They don't exist because if you have that kind of an atmosphere, the culture that's built by these test prep agencies is so cutthroat that there is no room for such so-called weaknesses. They're just not allowed to be having time to think about stuff like, listen, I mean, you're running at a speed of 20 on the treadmill and somebody else is running at 21. So if you want to take a break to have some water, you're just going to get left behind. That's the kind of culture that has been set up by these test prep agencies, and also because the supply demand difference is so high. And anyway, since when did the purpose of education shift from learning, maximizing a student's inherent potential, getting them to excel at what they are best in, to achieving the highest score on what is basically, for a large part, a memory retention and regurgitation test? I don't know. I think we really need to recalibrate where education is moving. I think we have an anachronistic education system. We need to bring it up to par with what the real requirements of the 21st century students are going to be. And I think there's no better time than now. It is, of course, good to have that inclusivity and diversity and to have a lot more children participate in it. But I think it's also important to realize and change the mindset that that is your only option, or that is an option that if it doesn't happen, then you're almost going to be left by the wayside and your life will be over, or you won't have a successful life. That's just not true.
Yeah. Thanks, Raghav. Unfortunately, as Fulawe has come into the room, hi, Fulawe.
Hi, Azad. I've really enjoyed this conversation. And before you go, first of all, well done to both of you, Raghav and Vandana, for the incredible work that you're doing at Avanti and Poda. But I really just want to, just one thing. What really is the role of technology in test prep? And very briefly to you both.
So for us, it's been democratizing access, just being able to work with kids in rural communities, poor children who don't have access, to be able to attend our test prep classes and to, even think about, pursuing a pathway that wasn't open for them.
Thank you so much. And Raghav?
I agree what Vandana is saying. It makes sense. Yes, the technology has allowed to democratize it a lot. But that being said, of course, there's a lot more that we need to do with internet penetration in the rural India. There's a state, in fact, Vandana mentioned about Karnataka. The Karnataka education minister has actually said that they are going to have test prep freely given by the government, which is a great sign. I don't know about the quality levels and all of that, but it's still a step in the right direction. I think technology can do a lot more.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Azad, as well, for moderating this this panel so excellently. And I think it's a perfect way to segue into our next conversation. You know, my biggest takeaway, was one of the comments that was made by Vandana around the fact that we really need to figure out how to scale the human interaction between teachers and students. And I think, this next panel discussion on student engagement in Middle East and North Africa is the perfect conversation to go into. And I'd like to introduce the moderator for this panel discussion, and her name is Jane Mann. Jane Mann is the Managing Director of the Cambridge Partnership for Education, which works with government and international development organizations to support education reform programs supported by the Collective Knowledge and Global Network of the University of Cambridge. Jane has worked in the education sector for over 25 years, implementing and managing programs to support international and national curricula, working with governments, NGOs, donor agencies, and education organizations to design effective materials and infrastructures. Jane has also worked outside the education sector, consulting and training on regulatory frameworks, trade publishing strategy, communications, and process redesign. The Cambridge founder of the Learning Passport Partnership with Microsoft and UNICEF, Jane is a member of the Center for the Study of Global Human Movement, University of Cambridge, and a BESA Executive Council member. A very warm welcome to you, Jane, and over to you to moderate your panel.
Thank you so much, Falawi. I'm so excited to be here. I'm standing in for MENA, who sadly can't make it today, but I'm really grateful for the opportunity, as I've been really looking forward to this discussion. There's a Japanese proverb which roughly translates as, better than 1,000 days of diligent study is one day with a great teacher. And I know that I'm speaking to many of those great teachers right now who know all about those golden moments that happen when your students are really engaged. I think it was really powerful to hear from Jaime and Amit earlier, stressing the importance of every high quality experience in the classroom. But what about when there are obstacles to those golden moments through things like remote learning or other challenges to engagement? I'm hoping that today our panelists can help to shine a light on some of the promising practices and innovations that have already shown results in improving engagement with students in the MENA region. So our first panelist is certainly no stranger to innovation, and it's a theme that's woven through an extensive career in the sector. Munira Jamjoom is a co-founder and CEO of ANAB, which is an online professional development platform for teachers. She's also co-founder of the education advisory firm MCAN Education. And Munira has worked as an advisor and senior researcher for education commissions, think tanks, and among other positions, is an advisory board member of the Queen Rania Teacher Academy. Munira is also a fellow at the Owner-President Management Program at Harvard Business School. So welcome, Munira.
Thank you, Jane. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you in a minute. I'll just introduce our second panelist, who can definitely speak from the heart about the daily quest for those golden moments and the power that they bring. Abhilasha Singh is the principal of Shining Star International School in Abu Dhabi. And as school principal, she's driving change and setting a growth mindset among staff and students alike through a visionary plan. She's trained in international inspection and is also country ambassador for T4 Education. Abhilasha has been recognized as an MIE expert by Microsoft Education, and she's also a UAE ambassador and lead facilitator for the Climate Action Project 2020. So welcome, Abhilasha.
Thank you so much, Jane. Thanks
so
a lot.
Now I've got you both here. Munira, I wondered if you could kick us off with some opening remarks about student engagement in this region. I think you're on mute, Munira.
It's great to be here at the Teacher Tech Conference. It's very exciting to see these large numbers of teachers congregating and speaking with other teachers and experts, and having really the World Bank and investors being in the innovation sector, education innovation sector, support this as well, EdTech investors. So it's really a unique event in the way that it's structured. To begin to talk about student engagement in the region, I think we need to remember what happened pre-COVID. And the challenges that happened pre-COVID. And if we're talking specifically about MENA, I think that our challenge was a double whammy. In the sense that pre-pandemic, we already had very significant challenges in the region. The latest World Bank report says that the MENA region struggles with a 63% poverty learning rate, which is the second highest of regions globally. So that was already a challenge pre-pandemic, meaning a child that is age 10 cannot proficiently read a book that is age appropriate. We already had a 3-year learning gap pre-pandemic. And that was something that we had to grapple with post-COVID. We already, as MENA countries, are in the third quartile when it comes to performance in math and science in TIMSS exams. The third lowest quartile. In early childhood enrollment, where only 27% of kids are enrolled in early childhood programs compared to 80% in OECD. So we already had a major issue to deal with. And suddenly we have COVID that has brought upon other challenges as well, such as access to technology, showing us really where we have defaults in teacher education and teacher capacity building, where parents really need to understand their children more, where we're starting to see the learning gaps appear post-pandemic. So I think there is a lot that we have to work on addressing pre-pandemic issues in a new way post-pandemic.
Yeah, some critical points there around, learning poverty and issues with early childhood already existing. And you're right, COVID's just compounded all of that. So I've got a specific question for you around student engagement in the region and how you feel the pandemic has affected those levels of student engagement and what some of the key challenges are that you've seen.
So we've definitely seen many challenges with student engagement across different countries. And I mean, every country responded to it differently, depending on, I would say as well, the prolonged weeks of actual full out of school or remote learning. So for example, in Saudi Arabia specifically, we had about 2 years of full remote learning, which significantly affected student engagement. Some of the challenges we've seen are our inability to accurately measure learning loss. We are assuming that in MENA countries, it's about a year and a half of learning loss. Teachers are still really trying to understand the amount of learning loss and how to address that individually for each child. And I would say that's one of the major challenges that we've seen. Another challenge that we've seen in schools and with students as they started to return back to school last semester is the mental health issues and issues really with socializing with their peers. So a lot of the kids who were not back to school, it's really their first time in school. And it's first time seeing kids, especially in the early years. So we've seen issues with mental health. We've seen issues with their ability to properly interact with other students and to maybe gradually go back to the social setting of the school once again, and to differentiate between the virtual setting and the actual physical setting in school and how to interact differently in these settings. So that's something we've seen predominantly in the early childhood. We've seen a lot of parental stress. I would say parental stress and parental education. So parents who were not previously involved in their child's education know what type of learner their kid is, which I think that's a positive element. But we've seen that learning happen gradually, I would say, in the past 2 years. Parental stress was very clear in the workforce. I mean, I've seen it with my team. I've seen it in other companies for working mothers. It was very difficult, especially for having kids 2 years out of school. So they really had to reshuffle their work schedules, their lives around that. We've also seen major challenges with teacher capability and their ability to engage students online. And to be honest, it's not an expectation that we expected teachers to know. I mean, we don't expect teachers to know how to engage students on Zoom. It's already difficult, for example, to engage in a virtual conference. So how do we engage 5-year-olds or 6-year-olds on 23 kids in large Zoom room? So we've seen those challenges. It was a learning curve. However, I do see the silver lining in this. Post-pandemic, we see a lot of teachers focusing on the concept of student engagement. So because student engagement was very important to them during pandemic and working online, it's becoming a key concept now as they go back to the classrooms. If they were not thinking about it before in the physical setting of the classroom, today they're thinking about it more, and they're leveraging the technologies they used during the lockdown phase.
It's great to have a silver lining there, Manira. Thank you. And I'm sure a lot of the themes that you've been talking about are ones that are very, very familiar to Abalasha, being actually, in that education environment. And certainly the parental stress, as the mother of 3 school-age boys, I absolutely identify with that theme as well. So Abalasha, do you want to share some thoughts with us around this theme?
Hi, Jane. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to T4 for inviting me for this panel discussion. It is my proud privilege to be here. And thank you, Munira, for providing such deep insights and statistics into how the student engagement is affected in the MENA region. Being a school principal, shifting gears when the school went into lockdown, and then training the teachers and parents to the entire online platform, all that we've all have our stories to share, and we've had different experiences. But one of the common things, one of the common thread that all of us, I think, are woven through with is how students were affected during this online period. And like Munira has mentioned about the mental health being affected, for us, we also were very concerned about the students' social emotional learning, because the school, the classroom, which acts as a mini society for the children, and how the children learn the social skills of interaction, those really have taken a very big sort of a brunt of the situation, and our experiences when we ghost walk to the classrooms in observations, even though the teachers sent the students into breakout rooms, we found that the children were still chatting through the chat box rather than having a conversation. So Munira is very right in saying that children have really lost that the skill of interaction, the skill of communication, and this is going to be a big challenge when the children come back now to the schools. We are starting the new academic year in April, and we have been given directives from ADEC that the schools are now going to be 100% in person. So today itself, I had a meeting with my teachers, and I was telling them to plan welcome activities, because some of the students would be coming to the school first time in 2 years. How their reaction is going to be, and how are we going to make them feel comfortable around new faces in their classrooms, new teachers, new classmates, and so on. So when I, as a principal, want to talk about student engagement in MENA region, I focus on my school, and I know that for us, in being in Abu Dhabi, being in UAE, first and foremost, our children suffer the problem of plenty. All of us suffer the problem of plenty. We are spoiled for choices. And, this generation, in fact, I call them the clickerati generation, because everything is available to them at a click of a button. So for us to make them, I'm so sorry, my cats are around in support of this session today. They're listening. They're all around me. I'm so sorry for this. So to help the children understand that we are the part of the haves, and we must do our bit to support the have-nots. And being very aware of the fact that the students that we have, the ones who are extroverts, who are the jumping jacks, I call them, in the classroom, they always have their hands up to answer the questions, and they're sitting on the edge of the seat. But what happens to the quieter ones? They become quieter. The quiet ones have become quieter. And these are the students who have fallen through the cracks. And if the teacher is not skilled and equipped and doesn't have a heart, these children will fall and will not be able to catch them. So these are the ones that we have to be more aware of, and to engage them, and to be there for them, to ensure that the learning gaps are met. And the learning gaps are met for all the students, but more so for these ones, those who have not, who've been absolutely quiet throughout the online program. So coming back to what I was talking about, the student engagement, about the social emotional learning, we decided, I mean, for us, it was a great awareness that this is where we want to work with our students, to make them aware that they, first of all, need to understand that they are part of the have-nots, and therefore then to try something which will make them be more interactive, more aware, and be more there, present in the school and school activities. So I would like to talk more about it, but I'm sure you have a question around that.
No. I'd love to hear more about it. That was what I was going to ask you about, actually, about some examples of some innovations that have been really successful in improving that student engagement, but not just examples of the great successes, but also some of the challenges and obstacles that you had to overcome to get these things working.
So thank you so much, Jane, for that. When the first year, everybody was very excited about this new online learning, and everybody was also upskilling themselves. The principals had a plan, teachers were also very motivated, we have to make it happen, and everybody was engaging in self-learning as well. And in doing so, we did provide what we could in our own ways for our students, and ensure that the parents were trained. We had a regular contact session. In fact, the first year, every week I was meeting the parents to listen to them and to iron out the creases on a weekly basis. Every day, at the end of the day, I met for a debrief with my teachers to listen to any problems they had, and so on. We managed that, and we managed the first few months of online learning. And by the second term, when the students were coming back to school, the main challenge was of managing the hybrid environment. It was very difficult to teach the students online and manage the few that were there in the classroom. And the challenges during this time were immense, because the parents were watching. So now they were aware, and they were catching each and every mistake if the teacher was making any, and we had to listen to that. So then again, parent contact sessions to ease that out. And then talking to teachers, the teachers would come, like the science teachers. How do you do experiments with the students? I mean, that have to be done in the lab. You can't just make them a theory or lesson on that. So then the teachers have used virtual labs, and that way the CBSE, that is our Indian curriculum board, it provides us with resources, and teachers had their own researchers as well. So there were virtual labs, and I was talking to the SST teacher, and how would you manage the maps, which cannot be done, they have to be done on paper. There's a hard copy map work that is required. So then the teachers have used ArcGIS and Canva and maps online to help the students practice map work, which is a very important skill. And similarly, many other EdTech tools. So these were some few things that everybody was doing around the world. Now, the biggest challenge that we faced with our students were their disinterest. By the second year, I started feeling it, the 2021 first term, the disenchantment that was coming across, where we would call out to the students, it was cameras off. And teachers would really get exasperated that how do you get answers out of the students? How do you make them interact in this online environment? And here, then that's where, when we started and we came together as a group and ideated on what do we do? So that's where we thought of initiating gratitude as a pedagogy, and a lot of research went into that. And that's where the social emotional learning and mental health and well-being of our students, so that all that idea came together, and we initiated this concept of gratitude is our attitude. So every day morning assembly with a gratitude message, and in the school the students made a gratitude wall where they would post daily gratitude messages on as a leaf, and say a thank you message for whoever they wanted to thank. And some classes had gratitude jars where they would drop in a gratitude message, and at the end of they would open and they would read it. So these again, these were very simple. It really was beautiful.
Yeah.
And the school looks also very beautiful with the gratitude tree and the gratitude wall, you know.
I
And
can
then
imagine.
and then out of this, then when the team got together, I would love to speak about this today because this requires recognition. We call it the Fasahat F4 model. So we have a teacher, Fasahat Iqbal. She teaches grade 1, and she was the first one to have a pilot in her classroom of the gratitude as a pedagogy. And she came with the F4 model, and we call it the Fasahat F4 model, which is which focuses which is based on the focus, fetch, figure, and then focal point in the work. So that sort of helped us to then plan. So first and foremost, we had to focus objectives on gratitude, and then figure out ways to figure out activities to implement, and then fetch out topics around resilience and
Yeah.
gratitude. And then focal point was the content, organizing the content around which the activities would be organized or would be conducted. So this was very successful. So the pilot program in grade 1.
Great example, Abhilasha, and I can imagine now gratitude trees being planted in classrooms all over the world. So that's fantastic. I wanted to come back to Menira actually on quite a straightforward question, Menira, but I'm sure it does not have a straightforward answer, which is a question around: do you think that technology improves or diminishes student engagement in a classroom? I know there are so many facets to this, but I'd really like to get your thoughts on it.
So, I mean, the research says different things, but from experience and from being a teacher previously, it's not about the technology. Technology will always be an enabler. It's about good learning design and good teaching. So what we were hearing today about the school, about the Farhat method, about the F4, it's all about really good teaching and using technology as an enabler to support student learning. Today, good teaching is good learning design. If teachers didn't have that skill pre-pandemic, every teacher post-pandemic must know how to do proper learning design that meets personalized student learning. So it's even more difficult. So you need to know what technology works for each student. How is each parent of each student interacting with that technology that the student is learning at home? So teachers become instructional designers in a way. And I think that takes good teaching to another level. So does it improve student engagement? Definitely it can improve student engagement, given that the generation we are working with is a digital generation, they're digital natives, they love being online. It can improve student engagement, but it can also reduce it, depending on how we use the technology in the classroom, the number of hours the student is on screen. I think it improves student engagement if students are also aware of internet safety and have a good sense of digital intelligence, how many hours they can be on screen, when they can leave, understanding themselves more. So we always want our students to be self-aware. We need to have our students aware of how they are interacting with that technology, and is it adding to them or really I would say, exhausting them in the learning experience. So that feedback loop, we need to hear from students as well. So I use this technology today in the classroom. Did you like it? Did it improve learning? Are you using it with your parents at home? So it definitely can, but it requires a different kind of skills from our teachers.
That's such a good point. It really is, Menira, about the fact that we need to consider each student's needs and what will work for them. And I'm so sorry, but we've run out of time. There are so many more questions that I would love to ask you both, but thank you. And Abhilasha, look forward to that day in April when your children can come back and see that gratitude tree. And thank you, Menira. I think you've both really taught us that this is about great teaching with technology as the enabler, but more importantly, creativity at its heart. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Munira.
And we also thank Jane, a huge round of applause for stepping in at the last minute and taking part in this.
The pleasure was all mine. Seriously, thank you so much.
We are very grateful, and please know that you have our gratitude. Abhilasha, you've done so much for T4. Thank you so much. Munira, you are going to do so much for T4, so thank you so much in advance. And Jane, we look forward to our collaboration as well. Thank you all very much. So, friends, one of the things that I'm very excited about actually is, as I said to you, that when we started this endeavor, we wanted to make sure that we built a broad and wide coalition of friends from around the world who are like us, very, very interested in the area of the use of technology in education. And it was natural to reach out to friends from government, non-government, quasi-government, NGOs that actually have stepped forward and actually played a fantastic role in what we do. And I want to bring one by one each one of our partners, in terms of the ones that we've asked to speak today, forward, so that we can also hear from them. For the first interview that I want to conduct, it's with again, the country of the Philippines has done so much to contribute towards our success. Generally speaking, since our inception, I haven't found a place where teachers just wholeheartedly just absolutely sign up to things, participate in things. And I want to thank the Department for Education in the Philippines in particular. And today we have Director Abraham Abanil, who's here with us today. Director Abraham, we can't see you. Yes, you're there. Director Abraham, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. Director Abraham, thank you so much for everything you've done for the Teacher Tech Summit, and we really cherish this partnership. Can you tell us a little bit about what the interest for DepEd in the Philippines has been in partnering on this event?
Well, we're very interested in hearing from other countries what you've been doing in terms of using technology, especially during these very difficult times of delivering learning, even in the pandemic. So these are things which we would really love to hear about, and of course, share also our own experiences that we have done in our own government.
So, given your own portfolio, your own department in the Department for Education over there, what advice or what encouragement would you give all the teachers in the world that are watching this today from your experiences?
Well, I think if there's one thing that's really, really important for teachers, it's really to be able to accept changes, to keep on having an open mind in learning how new ways of doing teaching, new ways of delivering learning to our different learners.
Fantastic. And the leadership of the Department for Education, with the Secretary of Education, the Undersecretaries of Education, tell us about the process of working in such a large system of education that exists in the Philippines, and how you equip your teachers to face the challenges.
Well, one of the important things that we did during this pandemic was that we released three forms of learning management. One is for purely for assessment, another for professional for teacher training, and the third for conducting virtual classes with our students. In terms of areas where we have really a tremendous amount of success, it was in the teacher training aspect. We were able to conduct trainings in a span of 2 weeks. When we deployed our training courses, usually we deploy around 15 different courses in digital technology, and the last round that we did, it was attended by around 700,000 teachers, and many of these were attending different courses. So in total, we actually were able to issue around 10 million certificates using that particular format. Prior to the pandemic, we went around using face-to-face training sessions, and we were able to train only 90,000. But during the pandemic, when we had to adopt technology in conducting teacher training, we were able to reach 700,000, practically 80% of our teaching workforce, and they were attending multiple courses. And the other thing that we did was that in each of our courses, they were required to take tests and to pass this test before they would be issued a certificate. So we're pretty confident that this training programs were quite effective.
Well, Director Abraham, thank you so much for everything you've done to contribute towards this Teacher Tech Summit. We're really grateful to you. You'll have seen the comments from friends in the Philippines who are posting and saying, high five, Director Abraham, well done in representing. And we're really glad you're part of this global conversation. Thank you once again. And please convey our best wishes and regards to the Secretary of Education in the Philippines and Undersecretary Pasqua as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Vikas.
Thank you so much. Friends, we now actually go to another part of the world, and that is Argentina. And so Argentina is, sometimes you think, well, that's so far, but then the Philippines is also very far. And so I want to show you that, the diversity of partnerships that we have been building for this event actually spans east, west, north, south. And in Argentina, we have a partner in the Mendoza province of Argentina. And the Minister, Jose Tomas, who's here with us today with a translator. Minister, thank you so much for joining us.
Bueno, buenos días. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. La verdad que es un placer estar con ustedes compartiendo hoy acá y pensando un poco, ¿no?, el futuro de la educación post pandemia.
So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this session where we're thinking of post-pandemic education.
And so, Minister, what words of encouragement do you have for the teachers from around the world who are here at this summit?
Bueno, creo que hemos pasado una pandemia en la que hemos aprendido mucho, en la que sin lugar a dudas la educación va a cambiar, la educación está en un punto de inflexión, pero en el que tenemos mucha información para mejorar, en donde la tecnología ha entrado a las aulas y hemos aprendido mucho en estos años, y si logramos canalizar esos aprendizajes, sin duda vamos a mejorar la forma de enseñar y que los chicos aprendan.
We've learned so much through this pandemic that we had to go through, and education is the key to make important changes that were necessary even before that. And information on their learning processes is and has been so useful in the last 2 years to make better use of technology to carry out those changes.
Minister, who is your hero or heroine during the pandemic in the use of technology?
Los docentes. Acá en la Argentina, de un día para otro, miles de docentes que no habían usado la tecnología la empezaron a usar. Y son héroes porque mientras muchos pensaban cómo se cuidaban del COVID, cómo no se contagiaban, ellos realmente pensaban cómo hacían para que los chicos aprendan. Y lo que aprendieron los docentes y lo que lograron que los chicos aprendan cuando tuvieron conectividad y cuando tuvieron dispositivos, realmente es muy loable. Y hemos podido, acá en Mendoza particularmente, mostrar muchas buenas prácticas y muchos docentes que fueron héroes con distintas actividades y manteniendo el contacto con cada uno de sus estudiantes.
No doubt, teachers. Thousands of teachers that have never used technology before saw themselves in this different situation. And while many others were just worried about taking care of themselves, teachers were worried about the welfare of their children. In what they did through good practice in the use of technology, but especially taking into account how important it was to be in contact with children despite difficulties and the drawbacks of that situation. For me, that makes them real heroes.
And tell us, Minister, in terms of investing in teacher professional development, what are your plans as Mendoza?
Bueno, en la pandemia fueron desordenados, pero fueron muchos los planes de formación docente. Hoy, pensando ya en el futuro, esto hay que consolidarlo, tenemos 2 o 3 líneas distintas. Obviamente pensamos en la formación inicial docente, cómo incorporar tecnología, pero por ahí quiero contar, el más destacado es un programa que se llama EdTech, donde formamos a docentes en el aula con sus estudiantes, desde la generación de contenido hasta cómo dar la clase, cómo evaluarla, en donde los chicos, cuando les llegan sus dispositivos, son aulas que tienen un dispositivo por chico, tienen conectividad y tienen formación docente, todo en paralelo. Creo que ese es un proyecto que está creciendo a medida que van llegando los dispositivos a las escuelas, y me parece que es el modelo de trabajo, porque no solo aprenden y se forman, sino que se forman trabajando, pero con sus pares, ¿no? Con otros docentes de otras escuelas que están en igualdad de situación.
As from the beginning of pandemics, we had different training programs that came to a particular order as we understood how things proceeded. But I would like to make special emphasis on a program that we call EdTech, that incorporates devices for teachers, students, and teacher training in the process of using devices for improving teaching and learning strategies. So we think it's a model that combines everything that is needed for technology to be the tool we mean it to be. It combines the training of teachers in simultaneous with the practice in the classroom, and also reflective practice as teachers who are working together and making use of the devices can interact with each other and make the most of it. We think this is a model worth repeating.
Thank you so much, Minister. I have one final question before I bring my friend from Africa to speak. As we speak about the Southern Hemisphere. Minister, why is it important for teachers in Mendoza to participate in this conference? Because you were the first state in Argentina or in the world that said that you wanted to partner with us. Why is that?
Iba a arrancar en inglés. Creo que es importante porque estamos en un punto de inflexión en el uso de la tecnología. Es muy importante ver lo que ocurre en otros lugares del mundo, cómo se adaptaron, qué están haciendo, ver que no estamos solos, que esto ha sido difícil para todos, pero que también es una oportunidad para todos. Y es un tema en el que realmente los docentes quieren participar, están atentos, piden, digamos. Creo que es muy, muy bueno esto que lográs, Vicas, digamos, en términos de juntar al mundo, en analizar qué nos pasó, analizar qué estamos haciendo y analizar cómo seguimos. Y particularmente la tecnología es algo que en otros rubros y en otras actividades ya ha logrado pasar, digamos, esa primera etapa, y en la educación todavía no. Por eso creo que es importante ver las diferencias en cada uno de los sistemas, pero sobre todo para encontrar coincidencias y el rumbo a seguir.
Well, I think this opportunity brings to surface a turning point that we're going through, that we are not alone in problems we are facing as educational systems. There is an opportunity to exchange, to learn, to grow, and bringing the world together for this analysis, post-pandemic analysis in terms of what the classroom should be, the technology classroom should be. Technology has crossed borders in all areas, and it's important and absolutely necessary that education follows that tendency to cross borders and to share experiences, because we're all together in this. Not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of educational challenges that we are about to face.
Well, Minister, I thank you for your partnership for the Teacher Tech Summit, and hope we will continue for next year. And we will have even more teachers from Mendoza who will participate. Thank you all so much for doing so.
Muchísimas gracias a usted también, y vamos a seguir participando, por supuesto. Y esperemos que sea muy rico para nuestros docentes este espacio que nos brinda. Muchas gracias.
Thank you all, and of course we are eager to keep on participating and joining with our team of teachers.
Thank you so much, Minister. So now just to demonstrate again, we've gone from east, we've gone to west, now we're going to go to the Southern Hemisphere. Please welcome my friend, Albert, who is the Executive Secretary of the Association of Development of Education in Africa. Albert, you represent the Ministerial Platform for Africa, there's a comment that I've left on the screen over here that says, "Teacher are the superheroes, technology is our weapon." What do you have to say about that, sir? You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Thank you, Vikas. First of all, let me congratulate you and all the partners for having such a great event. I think we all have experience in our life with teachers and the role that they have played in making who we are today. It's so important. Now, responding to your question, I think there are two important things that we are learning here. Technology and teaching, they go together. One cannot work without the other. I think that's what we are learning here. And more specifically, in the context of Africa, and following some of the interventions that I've been following today, we are in a moment where we need to rethink how this couple, teacher technology, can be actually improved to make sure that we are able to meet some of the challenges and the issues that the education system and learning in particular is facing. Yes, technology is a weapon, but it depends on what you mean by weapon. It can actually cure, but it can also kill. So which side are we on? We would like to use technology as a weapon to help address education issues that we are facing today. And I remember during one of the sessions today, I think it was the global director of the World Bank who was actually alluding to this. The moment we are in after 2 years of the COVID-19, where learning losses are huge, we see technology as a way of trying to actually jump into new way of teaching. You remember the situation we were in where COVID came up, schools had to close, and it was difficult to continue learning during that time. So we have seen the power of technology. The question is, how best can we actually adapt technology to make sure that we equip our teachers with the tool that they can use to reach out to as many learners as possible, and in a way that is quality oriented. So to me, that's really what I'm learning from this particular summit.
Albert, what message do you have for EdTech innovators, those that actually develop technology and these kinds of things for the context of Africa and the large continent of Africa?
That's true. Of course, one thing, as we talk to companies, we are talking about the market. It's a huge market. But the question is, how best can you actually address this particular market that on one side is facing several challenges associated with infrastructure, including connectivity, computing power, but at the same time, the lack of capacity to be able to mainstream technology in education in particular. That's really one side. The other side is the potential to actually use Africa to leapfrog from what others have taken so long to make. This is really a field of great opportunity for innovation. And it's also an opportunity because most of the people we are talking to are really rather younger. So why don't we put technology in their hands so that they can be able to innovate, including in EdTech? We see great opportunities coming up, but they are still very low compared to the needs of the continent. So anyone who's coming to invest in Africa, he needs to understand this is long-term investment, but it's actually possible to make it sustainable. And the way to make it sustainable is through partnership. Let's embrace partnership with the key stakeholders. The government has a role to play in this regard, but we also need to see teachers, learners, everyone understand the need to embrace the technology area we are in, and we make the best to improve our education. I see this is really a great time for this.
Well, thank you, Albert. And tell us, in terms of when we spoke, you leapt up and said, yes, I want to partner for this event. Tell us why. What is your motivation?
You see, because we have been supporting countries around this time of COVID-19. We have been assessing the impact of COVID-19 in the education system in Africa. What we learned out of this was that Africa, like any other continent, was not equipped to address the challenges and issues associated with COVID. And one thing that came out of that assessment was that country needs to be equipped with norms, standards, and strategies in addressing technology in education. So what I see as this opportunity, this is an opportunity to open up our minds, open up our eyes, looking at what is going on elsewhere, learning from others, and also networking. Again, as I said, I see this as an opportunity to raise partnership. Is to see this as a network that can actually grow over time. We as educators, as policymakers, let's embrace this time to make sure that if tomorrow there is another crisis like the COVID, we are already equipped to continue delivering education, no matter where the kids, the learners will be. So this is what was very interesting to us as we joined this important event.
Well, Albert, please know that I'm very grateful to ADEA and all the ministries of education of Africa for joining hands with us for the Teacher Tech Summit. We look forward to the next opportunity next year where we'll start building, and my team won't like me saying so, but from Monday morning, we're back on the bandwagon and thinking, well, how do we make this better so that more teachers can benefit across the world? So, Albert, thank you so much. Do you have any parting words?
Sorry?
Do you have any parting words?
No, my parting words is say, look, this is a milestone. We still have a long way to go, but together we can achieve much. So that's what the message I'm bringing here. Thank you so much for giving us such a great opportunity.
Thank you so much, Albert. I'm really grateful to you and your partnership.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And so, friends, like, when we come to this part of the Teacher Tech Summit, I just want to remind you, I've looked at a lot of the comments that are being put into all the social media platforms. There's a question regarding certification, and so what happens to your certificates for attendance? Rest assured that at the end of this event, so tomorrow night, there'll be an email that comes to you, which is a feedback survey. Upon completion of that feedback survey, you'll be able to claim your attendance certificate. So don't worry, don't stress, they will come. We know that these are important. And I know that from previous experience, these are often used for job promotions, salary increases, but more than anything else, take a pride of place that you've undertaken high quality professional development. So I'm really grateful to you for asking. And so, without further ado, we're at this stage where we've been going for about, a couple of hours now. And I want to, again, go back to our partners and thank them again. We have these sponsors who without whom that this event could not take place. And I just wanted to mark them out once again and say thank you for everything that they do to contribute towards this success. And I also want to show you this very, very quick clip or sponsor reel so that it also allows us to stretch our legs. So we'll be back in 2 minutes.
One university in the United States conducted a study in Africa, and they said that we have over 100 years to catch up with the rest of the world.
We realized that our public school teachers needed huge upskilling. The main question is, could it be done by just starting from the basics?
The birth of this program was to support the teachers in their journey to embrace these new technologies that are coming into the classroom. The HPID program runs for a full academic year. We actually asked them to take on a project which they would like to prototype and solve a community problem.
This program seeks to help teachers build new concepts, have different skills in teaching their students. Let your innovation be something very simple but seeks to address a problem in your school. That will help every student you have.
We are teachers, we have our own intellect. So what they did for the whole of 1 year is they opened our minds to the possibilities.
Teachers recognize that they can be change makers in their classroom. When you have the framework, you can do anything.
every time we read a book, we change. We feel more deeply and think more boldly. Scholastic believes every act of reading has the power to spark positive change and progress. It makes us think more, be more, and do more.
Friends, you know, when we look at this Teacher Tech Summit, there's so much content that we have here today that we want to make sure that we get the time to do everything. But I do want to remind you of a few things that I think are important for you to take note of. So the first is that we have this global Turning to Technology survey that we are embarking on as of today, and we'd like as many teachers as possible to take it. And so you'll find it on the T4 website when you go to t4.education, and there's an insights section, and you go to the insights section and it's there. And so if you scroll down, you'll see take part in our annual survey, Turn into Technology survey. It's important. Your voices are important. And this is our tool and our opportunity to actually have policymakers and decision makers actually listen to what we need, but not just in the policy world, but also in the technology world. Just yesterday, I was at an event in London with all the big technology companies you can think of. They're very interested in what teachers have to say, but they don't necessarily get that in a structured way. So which is why we're asking you to take part in a survey that we can present to them and present to the world what your preferences are, what your opinions are, what your experiences are, because I think that leads to greater product development in the technology sector to support learning. So friends, please do take part in that. You know, what we also wanted to do at the Teacher Tech Summit, and it's a matter of great pride that we've been able to attract such a high quality of speakers to this event. Yes, some have been from politics. So you've just had the Minister of Education for a large province in Argentina join us. You've had the Department for Education in the Philippines join us. You've had the Ministerial Platform for Africa, you know, their executive secretary join us. But we also want to involve, you know, the private sector. We want to involve companies who are so, I think, are quite interested in the development of skills and the development of education around the world. And so that's why I am enormously honored that today we have the chairman and chief executive of one of the world's largest companies in the world, the Manpower Group, join us, and that is Jonas Prising. Jonas is also the chairman of the board for JA Worldwide, which is one of our partners. And yesterday they had an immersive learning demo that so many thousands of you participated in, so that you can take benefit from their work. And that's why I'm really keen on these partnerships where, you know, there's so much that we can all learn when we join hands together. And today what we have is an opportunity to listen to one of the most prolific business leaders in the world on the subject of what the students of tomorrow need to know about what the skills of today that companies are looking for are. But I'm also pleased that we've had the ability to actually reach out to eminent journalists to moderate these panels. So I'm pleased that Bethan Staden, who is a reporter at the Financial Times covering education, is moderating this fireside chat with Jonas Prising. She's especially interested in the relationship between learning, work, and quality of life, university finances, and corporate interests in education. And she also covers public policy and economics. Before joining the Financial Times, she was a reporter at Sky News in the UK and did some freelance work in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bethan Staden.
Hello and welcome to this session of the Teacher Tech Summit. My name's Bethan Staten. I'm a public policy and education reporter at the Financial Times. And I'm speaking today to Jonas Prising, the chairman and CEO of Manpower Group and chair of the JA Worldwide Board of Governors. We're going to be talking about what today's students need to know about tomorrow's world of work. So welcome, Jonas.
Thank you, Bethan. I'm delighted to join you for our conversations today.
Great to meet you. And it feels like a really pertinent conversation to be having where, you know, teachers will be thinking about work environment that they're preparing their students for, one that's really unpredictable, where tech is opening doors and closing them, jobs are vulnerable to automation. No one really knows perhaps what skills are going to be needed in the future. So to begin with, what kind of skills do you think teachers should be having in mind when they're preparing students for tomorrow's world of work? Is it possible to know what's coming around the corner?
It's a great question, and it is very difficult to know exactly what skills are going to be needed in terms of what we would call hard skills, so capabilities, because organizations have a limited visibility to what skills they'll be needing 5 to 7 years out. They're very good at letting educators know what is needed within the next 6 months to 12 months. But it's a rapidly evolving market. It's a rapidly evolving world. And of course, you're reading a lot in the papers about, the skills shortages that are the highest. It's also important to note that just because the skills shortages are highest in one area, it doesn't mean that it represents the vast majority of jobs and the required skills in a particular labor market. So from an educational perspective, I think the good news for educators is that the kind of innate desire to learn, so active learning and curiosity skills, so the ability to learn, apply, and adapt, being able to collaborate and engage in teamwork, apply critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, reasoning, and problem solving. These are all skills that are going to be immensely useful, regardless of what skills ultimately an individual develops, so that he or she is going to be suitable for the labor market. And that, I think, is something that the school systems, the educational systems, and educators are going to be able to impart to their students, and that will help them be successful when they enter into the workforce.
Yeah, I think that's really true, and also sort of raises some interesting questions about what education looks like when we're thinking about workforce preparation. All those things that you mentioned, kind of problem solving, teamwork, and so on. How do you think they should best be taught? And when teachers are thinking about, preparing students in that way, should they just be thinking about the workforce, or is it kind of what comes next in other areas of students' lives and other areas of education? How is there a balance between the two, do you think?
Far be it from me, to tell educators how they're going to be teaching. And I'm also very mindful of, my wife is a teacher and my daughter is a teacher. And, so I have at least a little bit of insight in both the opportunities and the challenges that educators are facing when engaging with students. And the good news, I think, in terms of the evolution of the labor markets is, if you are entering into the workforce today, you're probably going to be working for about 60 years due to the increase in lifespan and things like that. And there is no one single job that you'll be able to stay in for 60 years. So learning to learn and imparting that desire to acquire new knowledge is going to be necessary for all individuals. And for what I can tell, at least when I talk to my wife and to my daughter, there are many different ways that teachers are engaging kids, be it in project work, teamwork around a project, presentations, how they acquire the knowledge today. It's less rote learning, and it is more what are the sources of information that I need to go and find, so that I can present my analysis and we can present this project to the class and to the teacher. All those are real life skills, which is the way work functions in real life. So I think on the one hand, I think there are many good tools that are already being practiced in schools that will help prepare young people for the future. I do think, however, that there is a distinction to be made in terms of a successful outcome of a student's time and graduation. So success is not graduation. Success ultimately is going to be employment. And that's important when we think about 78 million young people not in employment or in training, that we also have a connectivity between, work life and education, and creating that tissue so that it's not a dramatic change when you're moving from one to the other. Of course, it's going to be a big evolution, but I think that connectivity between enterprises and organizations and educational system must improve, because it helps students transition from a student life into a working life.
So, I mean, how do you think businesses can be more involved in education? Are there any really good examples of those kinds of connections and businesses working with the community and with teachers to build up skills for young people that you can think of?
Well, I think there are many examples of organizations participating and wanting to come into the educational systems and schools to talk about their jobs. In particular, what's important to note, and this is actually in favor of that evolution, is that as you look at the post-pandemic, if I may call it that now, or at least in the waning phases, I hope, of the pandemic, you can see that in all labor markets, there's a shortage of people for the organizations, and employers are struggling to find the talent that they need. That means to secure their survival, they're doing everything they can to ensure that they're attractive to job seekers, and that they spread information about their opportunities deeper and deeper into the talent pool, which means they start to engage into schools. In particular, you see this happening with manufacturers that want to explain, what it is that they do, and that manufacturing isn't dirty and dangerous anymore, but it's a high-tech, highly automated environment that requires skills that are attractive not only within manufacturing but in other places. You can see examples of this with employers really all over the world. You can see employers engaging in reskilling and upskilling their own workforce in an attempt to retain them for longer so that they don't have workers leaving. So, and organizations are increasingly interested in engaging with their future workforce as early as possible. And I think that's a trend we've seen over the last 5 years, and we believe it's going to accelerate post-pandemic as well.
Do you think the sort of tight labor market is what's really pushing that at the moment, or are there other causes which are driving that engagement too?
I think it is both the tight labor market due to demographic trends and an aging population, organizations being well aware of, that the flow into the labor market is slowing in most of the developed world, but also increasingly in the developing world. And it is a function of the changing skill sets of the workforce, where technology and globalization are driving a rapid evolution, and they know they need to be able to offer to the individuals the opportunity to acquire new skills. And they are proactively seeking new talent pools so that they can secure the supply of labor. So I really think it's two drivers that are making this change, which on the whole facilitates this further integration and communication between educational institutions and future employers.
And what do you think it means for more traditional, so to speak, education providers like universities, colleges, and then schools and teachers as well, when businesses start to get into this space?
Well, I think it is a positive evolution in that it is easier for those institutions to contextualize the learning and give it a purpose in terms of, you are learning this so that you can apply these skills in the labor market. And I think increasingly, at least if I look at educational institutions here in the States, but also elsewhere in Europe, as parents, we are very interested in our children getting a great education and a great degree at whatever level. But ultimately, we would like those skills that have been acquired through the degree to result in employment. And you can really start to see how educational institutions are starting to publicize how many of their graduates or how many of their diploma holders are moving from the school into employment within an X time frame. So I think that on both sides, these forces are driving both of the institutions as well as the organizations closer together, which frankly is going to be very beneficial over time for students as they exit from an educational environment into an employment situation.
What about efforts like scholarships, for example, or other approaches for corporations to meet their workforce needs by perhaps working more directly with universities? Do you think we're going to see more of that in the future?
I think we're going to see more of that as well. As we talked about earlier, companies going into and helping and wanting to attract talent pools means they'd love to have students work on specific projects that may have a real life application for them, but there's also a way of approaching it. Internships, apprenticeships, all of these are ways for organizations to get closer to the individuals that they hope to attract in the future. Now, I would also say that part of this is also dependent on the culture, both the educational institutional culture, which may see as its hallmark and success factor the graduation itself, as well as the organizations that want to attract the individuals and making sure that they do so in forms that are truly, respecting the fact that these young people are coming in to do some work and should be adequately compensated for that work, of course. So there are still things that need to be sorted out in terms of the mechanisms. But by and large, I think there's something that employers welcome, and I think it's something that educational institutions increasingly welcome as well.
I think that sort of taps into a big kind of almost philosophical question about the purpose of education, and a kind of concern that schools would just become employment factories, so to speak, training up the workforce and preparing people for future jobs without kind of keeping front and center the other purposes of education. How do we stop that kind of happening while maintaining a view to prepare young people for work as well?
I've been philosophically, I don't think there's anything wrong in saying that education and acquiring skills ultimately has the objective of making young people employable so that they can lead successful and prosperous lives, in the future. I think as I look into labor markets, those that are not in employment, clearly want to become employed, and anything we can do as a society, and first and foremost to our educational institutions at all levels, to prepare young people for a successful future is critical. That is the ultimate mission and objective. But what is equally true is that we know the greatest predictor of success for anybody in any field or profession is that they are passionate about the subjects that they learn and about the things that they do. So no one is indicating or thinking that this would be a drive to force people to study certain things that they don't like and don't want to do. And that, something that they're passionate about is the greatest predictor of success, because what you like, you are more likely to become good at. And if you're good at it, you're more likely to be employable. So I really don't think that there is much of a contradiction. I think it's a little bit of a theoretical construct of opposition, which I'm not sure is actually replicated in real life to the same degree.
Yeah, I think especially when you're talking about skills like, for example, teamwork and creative thinking and so on, these are the skills that can be really grasped through creative education and different approaches to learning. Can you think of any examples of times that businesses in particular have worked with schools and with teachers to create kind of different opportunities for training of those soft skills, perhaps, or more transferable lifetime skills that teachers would perhaps look to for inspiration?
Well, we've used, in our own case here at Manpower Group, we've invited both high school kids as well as students in 2-year colleges and in 4-year colleges into our organization to work on projects that, together with the educational institution, we've defined. And the students work on this project together as a team. It happens to be students that come from different educational institutions and different colleges, both 4-year and 2-year colleges in this case. And ultimately, this results in a presentation to our leadership. It's a 2-month course, and it requires them both to meet people that they didn't know before, work on a subject that they don't know anything about, so they need to do research. They then have to apply their creative thinking and innovative thinking to reimagine how this issue could be solved. They are surrounded by experts in the area that are there to help them with market expertise and competitive external expertise. But really, the whole upshot is that they have to take something from virtually zero and create something and then present it in a way and in competition with other teams that are doing the same kind of project, so that they are ultimately awarded a prize, which is then the go live of the project that they've proposed would be beneficial to the organization. And that's just an example in our company, but I know that many companies are engaging this in a good way. And I also know that it's sometimes difficult to have the visibility to how this could happen. And that's where JA is a fantastic conduit from a high school perspective, for instance, where students compete in setting up an entrepreneurial company. So they start a company, they appoint management, they appoint executives, they all have their various roles, and they have a business idea. And that's a competition that happens at a local level, at a regional level, then at a national level, subsequently at the European, and then finally at a global level, where these teams of young entrepreneurs come together and really try to showcase what it is that they think would be a good business idea. And that is the kind of engagement that I think is fun for students and really useful for them as well in terms of getting exposure to the world of work.
And what kind of feedback do you get from employers about this kind of thing? Do they recognize this as a sort of really legitimate and helpful way to plug some of the skill shortages they're seeing?
I think they do, and I think they increasingly will, because the trends and the labor shortages that you see today are less cyclical and more structural in nature. And that's a fancy way of saying that between birth rates that are slowing down, skill sets that are changing, so a workforce that isn't growing to the same degree that it has in the past, employers, and especially post-pandemic, employers can feel what it's like when they don't have access to the talent they need to execute their business strategies. So they're becoming much more attuned to what is required for them to become attractive employers, how they can engage the next and the young generation of workers into their organization. It is part of why you're seeing the evolution around stakeholder capitalism. So the idea that an organization should not only satisfy its shareholder needs, but also look at all stakeholders, and that is part of how you attract and retain talent that's coming into the workforce as an important component, especially for the younger generation.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that I really notice when I speak to young people is a big interest in careers as a way to make a difference, right? People want work which has a purpose, which leads somewhere, and is a way of kind of changing and improving the world. Do you think that employers are kind of meeting that, and in what way can they meet those expectations and needs of young workers better?
Well, I think that is one of the lasting legacies will be one of the lasting legacies of this pandemic. Organizations realizing that beyond providing a salary and employment, there are other benefits such as increased levels of flexibility to balance life and work, but also creating a greater understanding of this. When you work here, we are also going to be contribute to the improvement of your local community, the world at large. This is our purpose. And I think that is now very well understood by many employers as a requirement to be very explicit in what it is that they provide. I think you can also see this in the sea change of reskilling and upskilling and training initiatives within organizations. When we surveyed organizations 5 or 6 years ago and asked them how many of them, were very engaged in training their workforce to help them acquire new skills, 20% of employers said, no, this is a strategic imperative for us. Same survey just last year, we saw that 80% of employers are aware of this and are engaged in significant reskilling and upskilling initiatives. And what you see from that is they are aware of the shortages that are coming. They want to retain their workforce. They cannot promise employment for life because things are going to change rapidly. But what they can promise is that when you join this organization, you're going to be acquiring new skills that will make you more marketable within our organization, but also more marketable outside of the organization. And that, Bethan, brings us really back to the discussion we had at the very beginning, imparting this desire and curiosity to learn. So learnability, we think, is one of the greatest predictors of future career progression. So individuals that enter the workforce with a desire and an ability to acquire new skills as they go along will be an extremely important feature of their success in any organization. And that is, of course, something that educational institutions are really well qualified to impart, frankly, much better than organizations themselves.
And so what does that mean, do you think, for some of the more conventional structures of learning, university, college? Will we still need a degree to do certain jobs in the future? Or are we just going to be able to go to work, learn on the job and move on to the next thing? What do you think that's going to look like?
Well, whenever we discuss lots of different topics in life, we tend to go from one end of the spectrum all the way to the other. And I think the answer to the question is yes, and. You will see this evolution. There is a very good place for 4-year university degrees. There's a great opportunity for skilled trades with a 2-year diploma. There's a great opportunity for apprenticeships. And there's a great opportunity for stackable certificates that, you can imagine individuals getting a certification, going out to work, adding another certification, and then over 5 or 6 years of working and training and studying, you've acquired a diploma or a degree of some kind. So I think as we have seen in the labor markets, that started as employment is at the time, 55, 60-hour week, 60-hour a week employment. That is employment. Today we have full-time employment, part-time employment, gig work, temporary employment, all project employment, independent contractors. You have a whole array of different ways of engaging with the labor market. Exactly the same thing will happen within educational institutions, and there are different pathways for people to acquire the skill sets that they need to be successful. It's not just one way, and it's not just one degree that guarantees success. There'll be many different choices, which I think is a very positive evolution as well.
Absolutely. And finally, when we're looking at the foundation of that, as you say, being a curiosity for learning and a readiness to sort of take on new educational opportunities, what's the kind of biggest challenge or opportunity for teachers there when they're laying the groundwork for that sort of lifelong curiosity?
Well, I think the positive side of this evolution, as we've discussed, is there's less of a need to be knowledgeable about any specific skill set that you're aiming to prepare a student for. So, people with aptitude around STEM skills will have lots of opportunities and they can pursue their passion. And if you nurture the passion to learn and have them go deeper into this, they will come out of this in a very positive, with a very positive outlook in terms of their future opportunities. And at the same time, if you're very passionate about history, nurturing a desire to learn more about the evolution of any particular era or any particular country, that also helps you prepare it. So I think there are many different ways that teachers can do this. And of course, all of us have experiences of teachers that made a difference. And that really, spurred interest into a particular topic. And, in my case, I had an amazing history teacher. And before I had the opportunity to be taught by this amazing educator around history, I thought of history as the world's most boring subject. And he made this come to life in Hastings 1066. And from there on, it went. And in life now, I am very interested in history. But more importantly, it taught me the passion and the wonderful satisfaction of learning new things about a topic I was passionate about and interested in. And that passion translates also into other subjects and into other parts of your life once you've felt this satisfaction and the wonderful results of having a fantastic educated teacher give you the opportunity to learn something that you didn't know, that you actually wanted to know a lot about. And that is what I think teachers do. This is their contribution to making the world a much, much better place. And teachers are really the linchpin for the future success of all of our young people.
Absolutely. And I think, as we've said, that's crucial for the world of work, but also way beyond that as well. I think that I'm sure there's plenty of teachers watching us who will hopefully be a bit inspired by that. Thanks so much, Jonas. Any further remarks, or shall I hand over?
Well, thank you very much, Beth. And I've loved and enjoyed the conversations. And to all of the teachers watching this conversations, thank you. Thank you for everything that you've done for me, my kids, my wife, my family, and for all of the children and youth that you are educating across the world. It is an immensely valuable service to mankind, to the future prosperity of our world. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of, I'm sure, lots of other parents as well.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Wow, what an insightful and truly educative panel discussion. That was just so good, that fireside conversation. Thank you so much, Bethan, and thank you, Jonas, for your contribution to the T4 Summit. Thank you so very much. It's been such an insightful, almost 3 hours. Like, we've just been going back to back, having such brilliant and rich conversations. And I can't believe we're halfway into this. And I'm also really looking forward to tomorrow. I'm particularly looking forward to, the teachers, the selected teachers that we have from all over the world who are going to be running master classes and just really sharing how they've been able to successfully incorporate technology into their teaching. And they're coming from all over the world. I'm looking forward to that, because I'm just seeing how all of the conversations we're having today, yes, has been, directed at teachers, employers, businesses, techpreneurs, but I'm particularly looking forward to the masterclasses tomorrow as well. So stay tuned. I'm going to now introduce our next panel. And our next panel is going to be looking at digital transformation of schools in Europe. And we'll have Dan Worth moderating that panel, and I'll be bringing on Dan very, very briefly. But I would read Dan's citation right away. And Dan Worth is the senior editor at TESS, covering analysis and insight on key educational trends and developments, both in England and within the international schools market. He also hosts the Test International podcast. Prior to writing about education, he was a technology journalist for 9 years. Welcome, Dan, and good afternoon. Welcome. And
Hi there.
to you.
Thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for that introduction. I'm Dan Worth, Senior Editor at TES, as you've heard. And yeah, welcome to the session on digital transformation in schools in Europe. I think just setting the scene briefly, we're all well aware of how the pandemic has underlined the need for schools to have a quality digital infrastructure in order to ensure that their education delivery is future-proofed and can meet the challenges of the future, not least ensuring that teaching and learning can adapt to new innovations and ways of working and how that might then lead into the future, as we just heard about. And certainly talking to many international schools in Europe and indeed around the rest of the world, I'm aware this is high on the agenda for them. We just seen the UK government this week announce new technology standards that it's issuing to schools. And we know that at a policy level in the European Commission with its Digital Education Action Plan, they're also looking to develop high-performing digital education ecosystem to enhance digital skills and competencies in the next generation. But of course, talking about digital transformation, it doesn't just happen by magic. It requires careful consideration of how to get it right, from the platforms and tools that you use, such as learning management systems or cloud providers, to ensuring you have the right infrastructure underpinning all that. Some schools are probably well on their way on this journey, others just getting started, but all need to get it right and will need to definitely do so for the future. So to discuss this and the many challenges and opportunities around digital transformation in schools in Europe, I'm delighted to be joined by two fantastic speakers. The first is Olli Valo, the CEO of Education Alliance Finland. By magic, there he is. And our second speaker is Ingvild Skugestad, a teacher at Napsog School in Norway. Hi, Ingvild. Now, we only have 25 minutes, and it's a really big and very interesting topic. So I'm going to dive in straight away with the first question to you, Olli, which is, we're talking about digital transformation then. So what do you think are the key elements of digital infrastructure in schools that they need to get right? And how does this benefit students, teachers, parents, and indeed school administrators who run schools at the end of the day?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Pleasure to be here, and thank you for the good question. Well, based on my own experience as an educator, I used to work as a primary teacher in the schools in the Helsinki area in Finland. Naturally, the first thing when it comes to the infrastructure and the technical aspects is the well-functioning Wi-Fi and of course well-functioning devices, and first of all having enough good devices for each of the students. Then besides this sort of tech infrastructure, a high quality solution, high quality content is of course really important. And of course for me working as a teacher, and I suppose this is a sort of a global problem based on my observation, it is fairly challenging to understand what is out there, what are the solutions out there, and how can I find some good quality solutions. Especially now with the GDPR and the regulations when it comes to the data privacy and security, it gets even harder to recognize the good quality solutions. That's one thing. But maybe most importantly, having the teacher, ensuring that the teacher has the necessary competency to use the solutions, use the devices, and use the actual digital content. And I think that this is really a big issue at the moment, that you can have the best Wi-Fi, best devices, and the best learning solution in the world. But if the teacher doesn't quite know how to use the solution, if the motivation is not too high to use the solution, the purpose is missing, the learning outcomes are not going to be good. And at the end of the day, I think that this is sort of this was a rule of thumb for me as a teacher, and still I think nowadays working with Education Alliance Finland, I think that the only reason why to use educational technology is if you expect it to improve learning. If you don't have that expectation, you should probably not try to use a tech for the sake of it. But with the good infra, good quality content, and competent educator to use the solution, I think that then you're on the right track.
Yeah, there's some really good points there, isn't there? Like you say, there's sort of those mix of those three things: the willingness, the competencies, the resources, and the infrastructure. They all need to get right. It's like a pyramid, really, and a triangle, and one doesn't work without the other two, so to speak. Ingvild, I could see you nodding along, so I presume you'll sort of agree with a lot of what was said there. So maybe if we sort of take it to another step forward, then on this conversation, we've sort of set the kind of some sort of really good foundation of what we think this means and what you need to get right. So when a school leader is actually doing this, then what do they really need to think about for a digital transformation? And perhaps what are some of the sort of pitfalls and things that can go wrong that you need to make sure you avoid?
Yes, I agree with what Ollie says. And the purpose of digitalization is very important. And the teachers, and they need to know why they are doing it, because we can answer what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, but some way we forget the why, the purpose of the digitalization. And for the school leaders, it's important to think about the staff, because not everyone can walk in front. Some of the teachers must go. It must be all okay to walk on trodden paths. A school leader must find his lighthouses or some guides for the rest of the schools that he or she will use in development. And it's important to have a clearer expectation of transformation. At the same time as the employees must be allowed to do the change in their own pace. You cannot expect transformation to happen by itself, and that everyone has a self-interest in finding out of the systems or solutions. A school leader must set aside time for sharing, time for testing, and almost the most important thing, time for playing. So the school leader has to be the change they want. They have to do it with the teachers, the thing they want the teachers to do with students, I think. It's easy to buy equipment, to have the wireless network, but you have to do something. You can't not expect change without arranging for change to take place. School leaders may hope to save money on digitalization, and they believe that students and teachers maybe can Google their way to find what they need, but I think this will be a poorer learning. You have to buy good solutions. You have to use your money in EdTech to get great learning. And it's also easy for school leaders to forget the balance, that they think that, we are digitalizing, so we can only use the unit, the digital things. But I think, I believe in a school that uses both digital and analog, according to what suits best at any given time. And the school focus, the school leader focus, must be in pedagogy. And as I said in start, I think we have to focus on both what, how, and why. Why are we doing this? And then when we got the understanding, I think it's much easier.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And actually, there were some comments coming in, sort of very much agreeing with what you were saying. And like, that why are we doing something? I think that's true in all businesses. I said people were watching now that time when something comes down from on high, and you say, well, why are we actually doing this? And that point too about, we can do one thing. It doesn't mean we're getting rid of the old ways of working. We're just going to bring in something new and complement each other. And I think so often we talk about these things, and it implies a kind of, we'll do away with all what's good to come before and just do this. And no, we're saying let's make them both work together. And I can see Ollie nodding along in agreement. So staying with you, Ingvild, on that point though, then, are there any examples you can tell us about of schools where you've seen really successful digital transformation, and what in your eyes at least made them successful, and maybe what can everyone watching this, engaged in this, learn from those schools?
I think that schools with successful digital transformations have managed to find the balance between digital and analog learning and resources. That they spend a lot of time on practical activities with the students. They find dialogue important, and that they use ICT only where it provides more motivation, achievement, and learning for the students. I think that the school need to think in new ways about learning, and they have to approach learning in different ways. And schools that succeed, they want students to produce more, to show the knowledge creatively rather than in a traditional way. And when focusing on producing, the students have to find their information, they have to assess information, and then use it. In that way, the information turns into knowledge. And then we can talk about the SAMR model. And I think a lot of these schools are in the upper layer of the SAMR model. And they have probably also become more textbook independent. It's the teacher who will decide what happens in the classroom, not a supplier or a publisher. And then the learning also can become more relevant and interesting for the students.
Yeah. Again, a lot of very interesting points there raised, and again, I see comments sort of again aligning with what you're saying, which is great, and I think it shows the sort of way this is moving. And Ollie, coming back to you, then, I mean, again, I don't know if you want to share any good examples you've seen of this in how you've sort of been engaging in digital transformation, and maybe also can ask you, do you think the pandemic is accelerating this? Have you seen that? Do you think schools really have woken up and realized that you've got to be digital now? You have to have some element of this in your, if you're going to be future-proof for the future.
Well, definitely during the pandemic, I'm sure that it happened, and actually together with the Finnish EdTech company called Free Ed, we did a survey of Finnish teachers asking them that what were the main struggles during the pandemic, and how did you use technology, what applications did you use, and so on. Teachers were definitely there was a huge increase in the amount of use of digital solutions, just Microsoft Teams to host the lessons remotely and so on. They were mainly when we asked about the main challenges, they were mainly saying that ensuring that the students are engaged and ensuring that the students are actually completing their work and when it came to the practical matters, assessment in this kind of remote teaching mode, they struggled quite a lot. I think what mainly was happening, and this sounds maybe a bit too traditional, but what was happening a lot was that teachers were using textbooks. They took a photo of a textbook page. They sent the photo to the students and asked the students that, hey, complete this page and then take a photo of it and send it to me. And then they got 25 photos of math exercises, and then they're thinking that, okay, how do I give feedback? it's a lot of work, and of course that was use of digital technologies there when it happened remotely and so on. But it was like just using that digital solution not in a best pedagogical way, and not really using it like the sort of the bare minimum way, just to get by, and I'm afraid that if this was the use case of digital tools during the pandemic, when schools are open again, at least in Finland and I suppose in the Nordics, at least, would you go back as a teacher? Would you go back to the same tradition that, hey, do the math exercises and I will then correct those? So there was this momentum for sure, and I know that there are plenty of teachers who took the momentum and actually started benefiting from it and continued what they were forced to learn during the pandemic. But then at the same time, I've heard a lot of teachers saying that, no, too much use of digital tools during the pandemic. Now we want to go back to offline activities, and students are anyway using so much phones that I don't want to do digital activities. To be honest, I think that these are just excuses. These are excuses that it's so hard to use to transform and use the digital tools. There are so many challenges, like the devices are not working, or they are lost, or the credentials are lost, or the students are not doing what they're supposed to do and struggle to find tools. So that you come up with this kind of excuses. I do office work nowadays. I would never go to my office and say that today I'm not going to use computer because I watched so much Netflix last night that I'm going to do pen and paper activities, and instead of writing emails, I write letters. But it would make no sense at all. But in a school context, for some reason, you can do that, and you can that's a valid argument. But at the same time, I think that we should look beyond that argument. Think that what are the real reasons why it is so challenging to use technology more efficiently, and then try to fix those root problems that are fairly easy to address.
Yeah, a really good point there. So many things there about, like you said, the challenge of these things, and people sort of back away from it. But I think at least the pandemic has sort of proved you can do it, and you have to do it. And a lot of that kind of that skepticism, like, oh, we never do it like that, has sort of been eroded. So, you hopefully, where we're talking and people watching will know that there is this kind of, we've seen we can do it. It's about evolving and keeping going. Yeah, that's excellent. And I think we're possibly out of time. So unfortunately, which is a great topic. We could have keep talking, but thank you so much for your insights. I think, it was so concise and clear and direct that on such a big topic, but I think it really got a lot of people thinking that, the pandemic has brought this in, but there's pitfalls, things to be aware of. But if you get it right, we've seen it can really deliver change. And certainly I think people I talk to, international schools in England, are doing a lot of this, and are going to keep doing it. So I think those that stop doing this will see themselves falling behind. So I think it's imperative people keep innovating.
Well, thank you so much, Dan, for moderating, and Ingvild and Ollie for participating in this session. Yeah, there's a lot of interest as to the big meta theme in Europe is about the digital transformation of schools, and you, Ingvild, have been at the forefront of that. And Ollie, you have a great vantage position to see what's happening. And so we really thank you for participating. And Dan, once again, we really appreciate your moderation. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Vikas. Thank you, Ingvild. It was a pleasure.
And so, my friends, we come to that time when we have another really great session that's about to start. And the thing is that when we think about debate, when we think about conferences, we often think about panel discussions, which have a great place. And like you've just seen, I think a good moderator really brings it together, is able to mix it up, and is successful at it. But we also have another format that we wanted to try, which I've done so in a prior life, which is the debate format. I think the debate format is quite useful to flesh out different perspectives and nuances in any kind of discussion. And more so, our next session is a debate. And I'm really pleased that as a moderator, we have a fantastic person who's going to be joining us by the name of Mark Johnson. Mark is the Economist magazine's education correspondent. He's based in London. And from 2017 to 2020, he covered Chinese politics and society from the Economist Bureau in Beijing. Before that, he spent 3 years writing about Southeast Asia from its office in Singapore. Mark began his career working in digital strategy for HarperCollins, a book publisher, before becoming the Economist's first community editor, helping devise its approach to social media. He also writes about technology and the environment. I'm really pleased to invite him to this discussion. Mark, welcome.
Hello. Thank you very much for such an extensive introduction. That was very kind of you.
No, not at all, Mark. My role here is very limited, actually. And what I wanted to come and tell my friends who are participating is any debate that you have a motion. And so the motion has a proposer and an opposer. And at the end, typically at the end, what people do is they do a poll to see, well, which side of the argument do you actually agree with? And so what we are also going to do is exactly that. And what I wanted to share with everyone is that we have created a poll that you should all be aware of. It's on Google Forms, and this is what it says. It says that this house believes EdTech is the backdoor entry into the privatization of education. And what you have to do is either tick I agree with the debate motion or I disagree with the debate motion. And this particular poll is being shared in your comments throughout this session. So please make sure that you look out for the comments on the posts in the social media feeds, and you will see a link to it, and you can go and vote. But all I'll say to you is before just listen to the arguments, before you vote. And so don't just make your mind up from the get-go on the basis of what I may say. Just wait to see what is being said. And so without further ado, sorry, this is also when you've registered, you have the access to a virtual area. There's also a link to this poll in that virtual area. So using your email address and the password that you've created, you can go and take part in this poll. Without further ado, I hand over to Mark. Mark.
Thank you very much. Well, you've already done a lot of the work that I needed to do, so I will keep it short from here. As you've heard, my name is Mark Johnson. I'm the education correspondent at The Economist magazine, and I'll be the moderator for this brisk 30-minute debate on the motion, this House believes that education technology is a backdoor to the privatization of education. So the role of private actors in education is a hotly discussed topic. Only last year, fears over inequality led the Chinese government to impose sweeping restrictions on its after-school tutoring industry, and in doing so, it effectively destroyed some of the world's biggest EdTech firms. But private companies are also among the most innovative actors in education, and it is surely reasonable to imagine that their technologies could help create forms of public education that are both more efficient and more equitable than what we have at present. Well, we have two speakers here today to debate the pros and cons of this, which I'd like to introduce now. Proposing the motion, arguing that EdTech is a backdoor to privatization, is Jiang Shuiqin, an education analyst who's based in China. Hello, Jiang. Welcome to the debate.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for inviting me.
No problem. And opposing the motion, we have Lucia Delaniello from the Center for Education Innovation in Brazil, a think tank. Good morning to you, Lucia.
Hello. Good morning.
And as you've just heard, ultimately the winner of this debate is going to be decided by you, the viewers. So please do look through the comments to find the link to the Google form where you can vote for or against the motion. So we're going to start out with an opening statement from both our debaters. And I think we will start with the proposer, with you, Jiang. Please begin our debate with your opening remarks.
Good evening from China. Thanks, Mark. So Marshall McLuhan, the great Canadian media theorist, said that the medium is the message. And what he meant by that is that in every technology, there's embedded in it a value system. And the more you use this technology, the more you internalize the value system. So think of Amazon. The more you use Amazon as a prime customer, the more you use it on a regular basis, the more you internalize the idea that consumer rights matters more than worker rights. The promise of education technology is that it produces better learning outcomes, meaning increased test scores, faster and cheaper. Over time, that means that parents become conditioned to specific, concrete, and measurable learning outcomes. As such, parents become suspicious and resentful of what limits learning outcomes, including 1, public school bureaucracies, 2, teacher unions, and 3, disadvantaged students. Basically, the foundations of the idea of public education. The prioritization of public education does promise to make it more efficient. And EdTech will change people's value system so that public opinion does favor the privatization of education. But we must be wary of this because at the end of the day, the very idea of education technology is a contradiction in terms. Technology is really about the reduction of friction, but education is entirely about friction. Technology benefits societies and consumers because it reduces friction. It makes things cheaper, reduces distance between things, and speed things up. But education is about friction. Learning is about struggling with material. Friction induces self-reflection, which drives lifelong learning. Technology, though, wants you to remember things seamlessly, quickly, and efficiently. Learning requires teachers to motivate and inspire students to struggle with difficult material. But teachers are a source of friction because they cannot be standardized, they cannot be controlled, and they cannot be evaluated. Teachers not only impart knowledge, they help students develop a worldview, an outlook that gives structure, purpose, and meaning to learning. They do this by developing an emotional rapport with their students, building a community of learners in the classroom, and helping students explore the world. We also have to remember that technology hates the idea of edge cases because they are sources of friction. But in education, every student is an edge case with his or her particular style of learning needs and habits. Now, there may be some who believe that technology is a panacea to everything. And if we are to introduce technology into the classroom, then we must make the classroom friendly towards technology, which means, one, defining learning goals into specific, concrete, measurable terms, in other words, test scores. Two, standardizing the teaching profession, which means scripting what teachers say and do in class and robbing them of their autonomy. And three, limiting edge cases, which means streaming students into neat categories. In other words, global education will become like Chinese education. We know, because I live and work in China, we know that while Chinese students do very well on tests, at the same time, there are three problems with Chinese education. One, students hate learning. They cannot think for themselves and don't know how to cooperate. Two, poor students are schooled separately, which increases social inequity. And three, students lack agency, intrinsic motivation, and creativity, limiting China's economic and technological progress. So that's why I am in favor of the motion. Technology is the backdoor into the privatization of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zhang, very much. Bang on time and very forthright. That's bound to get some people in the audience stirring. Well, to hear the other side of this debate, we can now turn to Lucia in Brazil. Lucia, you have 5 minutes to put forward the opposing case for the motion that education technology is a backdoor to the privatization of schooling. Please continue.
Thank you. I would like to oppose this motion. Education needs innovation and technology to overcome the enormous challenge that we have to provide quality and equity in education for all the students in the world. We need technology to improve learning. The learning crisis is a reality both in the developed and in developing world. But let me make it very clear. I believe education is a public good and should remain so. But that does not mean that we should not harness the innovations from the private sector in order to achieve the ultimate goal of education, which is to educate citizens to fulfill their personal, their social, and professional potential. Technology has impacted all the sectors of our society, bringing benefits, but also demanding new skills. I don't want here to defend that technology is a panacea for all the problems that we have in education and in society. But if we don't bring technology into our schools, we will not be able to prepare the students to be critical users of this technology and to enhance the work of teachers. Technology is helping all professionals to be better at what they do. And that happens with the teaching professional as well. Students need to be prepared to not only to use and understand technology, but also to be creators of new technology, regardless of the professional path that they choose to go through. It's almost impossible to live in today's society without understanding the risks and the benefits of technology. So we have to prepare this generation of students that are in public schools to be these critical users and potential creators of technology. And why we need the private sector partnering with the public education. because we know that it's very difficult to innovate from within governments. Governments are averse to risk for a series of reasons, therefore have difficulty in creating and incorporating innovation. It's important to partner with the private sector to bring in this innovation. Of course, it's not all innovations. We should not have the big techs dictate what goes on inside classrooms, but we need them as partners to bring this innovation, and it's the task and the work and the responsibility of teachers to understand what kind of technology is really conducive to learning and what kind of technology is just getting people more users to use this technology. And technology can enhance and help teachers to do their job through three different ways. First, it can help teachers to plan interactive and engaging lessons for all subjects or age groups. We know that teachers spend a lot of time planning lessons, and technology can be a big help in finding good materials, giving new ideas to teachers on how to plan lessons for all the students. The second big potential of technology is to personalize the learning experience according to the characteristics and needs of different students. We know that it's very hard for one teacher to attend all the different needs and rhythms and interests of their students inside classrooms, and technology can help teachers do so. And the third one is to monitor students as they learn and monitor understanding and performance in real times, and allowing teachers to give feedback to their students in real time, which we know, we have evidence that is one of the most important aspects to improve learning. Of course, technology should be a part of the education process, not at its center. Education is a human process, and thus is about pedagogy, not about technology. But technology can be blended into the planning of lessons and planning of the pedagogical process in order to enrich, personalize, and expand learning opportunities for all students. So technology is a big helper when we think about equity, about students that are far away from urban centers, don't have access to teachers with good preparation that are able to give them lessons, good planned lessons.
Lucia, just 15 seconds left, so you have the same time as...
So my point is that we need the innovation that technology can bring, and the private sector should be seen as a big and important partner to public education.
Thank you very much. Well, you've heard the opening statements from both our debaters. Let me take this moment to remind you that you'll find the link to the Google Doc in which we're taking your views in the comments section. I've just found it. It's posted up there. So you are welcome to go and vote. But you may also, and I'm sure this would be advisable, wait until we've had a little bit of more discussion of these issues. And before we get to closing statements from our debaters, I now have a chance to ask a few questions myself. And I wanted to start with you, Jiang. I know lots of people are very interested in what happened last year in China.
Yes.
I mean, give us a brief outline of what difference it's made to people working there, and whether you think these are good or bad improvements that have been made in your view.
Well, as you know, starting last year, there's a tremendous reform movement in Chinese education to address inequities. The fact of the matter is that China has a growing middle class, and they are heavily invested in the education of their children. And this manifests itself in many ways. So we have a proliferation of kids going abroad. We have a proliferation of international schools. And we have a proliferation of EdTech companies. And the government recognized that if this trend had continue, then China would become a very segmented, very fragmented, very unequal society. And so the government decided to crack down And I think this is a very positive thing. I think that the promise of China is that through hard work, by studying hard in school, you can achieve great things. That really is the Chinese dream. But in the past 5 to 10 years, because of wealth inequality, we are seeing a lot of people being left behind, poor kids being left behind. And the government felt that it had to step in. And I think that was the right thing to do.
But if I may follow up, is it not the case that families in rich cities are still going to find ways to get after school tutoring for their children? And is it not the fact that the effect of this might fall hardest on poor children out in the countryside that were just being reached by online tutoring and who don't really have access to very good schools?
Right. So these policies have been in effect for 1 year. It's still early days. And you're right in that there are unintended consequences. But from what I've seen, the government is committed to promoting social equity. It's committed to ensure that the poorest can rise in Chinese education. And so we are seeing a retrenchment. We are seeing adjustment in these policies. But I think the goal, the vision is very clear.
And one more question for me. You talked about EdTech, encouraging standardization, encouraging a focus on testing. But I wonder whether it's not also possible to imagine a day comes when EdTech becomes so advanced that it actually becomes a better way of testing things that promote a more holistic kinds of education, creativity, for example, using AI to mark leadership. Now, presumably, if we look a little bit further on, then perhaps these things you're worried about may not be such a problem anymore.
Right. So Lucia mentioned the promise of AI in EdTech, which would lead to real-time formative assessment. And you think that's a great thing. But you think about it, that's even a worst-case scenario than a focus on test scores. Because the reason why is that behind that real-time formative assessment is an AI algorithm. And it's not transparent. It's not open source. It's out of the public domain. It will usually be controlled by a big tech company, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, right? And so that would be the de facto privatization of education. So I think the worst case scenario would be an AI so clever, so adept that it is able to monitor students in real time and develop holistic skills. Then that education becomes completely private.
Thank you, Zhang. Lucia, you spoke about EdTech leveling the playing field, making education more equitable. But I mean, it strikes me that the children that are most likely to get access to this first are going to be the ones with the most money, the most devices, the fastest internet connections, perhaps the teachers at the better schools that are quickest to jump on these kinds of trends. So is it not the case that EdTech, at least in its infancy, is really going to stretch these inequalities even more than they are at the moment?
True, but I think that's why we are working in Brazil to make it accessible to all students, computers and access to internet. Because if we don't do that, you are right, inequality is going to rise. But I want to give an example, a concrete example. Children that live in the Amazon region, most of them did not go to schools because the schools are too far from any urban center. And the government designed a very interesting model where they get children together to one location, and there is one teacher from the city that is able to teach and interact with those children inside the Amazon jungle. So you were right. We need, when we talk about technology in education, in order to raise equity, we need to ensure that all students have access to computers and the internet. Otherwise, you can make it worse.
I mean, going back to our motion, Lucia, is it your view that Is it your view that through EdTech, private actors are not going to gain any more power over public schools than they have at the moment? Or is it your view that they may do, and we shouldn't be so frightened of that? Perhaps that will bring benefits.
No, my point is that we have to prepare people, both teachers and students, to understand the algorithms that these big techs use in order to make an informed choice about the benefits, if I want to use it and I understand how it works, or I don't want to use it because I don't agree with the premises of these algorithms. I think the worst case scenario for our society is to live in a society that is dominated by this big algorithm, and we are not able to understand them and to make this ethical and responsible choice if we want to use it or not. So I think it's our responsibility as a society to prepare children to understand the logic behind these algorithms and to make this informed choice and to be able to create new technology. When we think about technology, we are not only talking about big techs, but there are some local ed techs that can and are doing that, developing very context-specific solutions that may be not sophisticated as the big techs, but they really help to solve problems at the local level. So I don't think that bringing technology to public schools, we are necessarily privatizing private schools. We are preparing a generation.
Thank you very much.
Well, more responsible.
That's enough poking from me. You still get the chance, both of you now, to respond to the statements directly that you've heard from the opposing speaker. So we'll start with Jiang to make his closing statement, and then we'll go to Lucia. And I'm afraid I can give you only 3 minutes each, and I'll be tough about that. So Jiang, please make your closing statements.
We must be vigilant. We must be wary because big tech seeks to enter public education. Big tech only cares about growth for the sake of growth. And right now, for the next 50 years, there's only 2 areas of growth for big tech: public education and public health. All big tech cares about is being addictive, getting people to use it. So that's why it wants to enter schools, to train a new generation of users. It's also interested in collecting big data in order to develop and refine algorithms. In fact, if big tech controlled public education, it could have the best data because it could turn students into lab rats to study and to manipulate. Big tech is also interested in the development of a metaverse, creating these immersive learning environments for students, and public education would be the great platform to launch that. But we have to remember that big tech is the enemy of the public good. Public education in most societies have 3 purposes. The first is to educate public citizens to participate in democracy. The second is to educate lifelong learners by equipping students with the breadth of knowledge, the intellectual inquiry, and the logical reasoning skills to thrive in a modern world. And the third is to promote social equity and mobility by focusing resources on the most vulnerable and marginalized. But big tech is only interested in 1, training workers and consumers, 2, increasing test scores, because that's what parents want, and because it's an easy problem for the algorithms to solve, and 3, controlling costs and being efficient, which means abandoning the most vulnerable and marginalized. Lucia talks about how we can have these local EdTech ecosystems, but at the end of the day, big tech has so much money, has so much power that it can gobble up any ecosystem that we can create. So we must be vigilant, and we must vote for the motion that EdTech is the back door into the privatization of education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jiang. And it falls to you then, Lucia, to have the final word. What do you have to say about that? 3 minutes starting now.
I don't think technology is a public enemy, but it's an important ally to help teachers educate all students in the world. And we cannot isolate education from the digital transformation that is happening in our society. So we need to be able to prepare a generation of teachers and students that know how to use technology in a responsible way and to improve learning. We are living a learning crisis, both at developing and developed world. We have to improve learning, not only, and I don't mean test scores, I mean deep learning, learning how to become a citizen in the first 1 century. So I think if we don't bring technology and we know how to use it in a critical way, we are not really giving children and adolescents of the whole world the opportunities to develop their potential. We need technology not as an enemy, but as an ally to help improve learning all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then that brings our debate to the close. Thank you to both our speakers. I enjoyed that very much. And I think the last bit of business is to find out who has won the debate. Am I right, Vikas?
Yeah, it is. And I want to give everyone an extra minute or so to go and vote on the link. It's been shared in the social media feeds, and it's on the password protected area so that you can go and cast your vote. But my friend Comrade Jiang over here has absolutely made his comments, and thank you so much. And I know some of it was for effect. I understand that. That is the spirit of the debate, and I really appreciate that, Jiang. And Lucia, you're fantastic. I mean, you do run the Center for Innovation in Education in Brazil, so thank you for fleshing out those points. And so, without further ado, I do want to share the results. Everyone has had we've had a fantastic response rate. Mark, if you were a betting man, where do you think it goes?
I would suspect with this audience, Lucia, but maybe I will be surprised.
So you think Lucia? Okay, so if Lucia was to win this debate, by what margin do you think she'll win this debate?
I think it will be narrow.
Narrow. Okay, so I hope you're all sitting down. Here we go. You can see for yourself. Comrade Jiang has it.
Wow. Congratulations, Jiang. I think we are afraid of technology.
So what we have over here is 877 responses. 77% agree with my friend from Beijing. So thank you so much for this debate, and thank you all for participating. As I've said at the get-go, you know, the purpose of the debate was to flesh out these different perspectives, and I think it's been fantastic to have that discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Jiang. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So now we come to our next section of our next session in the Teacher Tech Summit. You know, I'm really pleased that friends from around the world have been joining all day for these fantastic sessions, and we have had some most incredible speakers actually who have come and different formats, and the debate being one. Today we're also looking at you know, because we're in this well, in some places post-pandemic phase. We know that lots of governments around the world have put in tutoring strategies as part of the pandemic recovery plans that they have. So today we wanted to organize a session specifically on this topic. And I'm pleased to today invite the Executive Director of the EdTech Hub to this session to moderate the next panel. Please welcome Werner Lalbihari. Werner, welcome to the Teacher Tech Summit. And thank you also for being a partner of the conference.
Thank you, Vikas, and thank you all for having me. Greetings, everyone. Greetings to our participants from around the globe. It's been such an invigorating morning here in the US being part of the Teacher Tech Summit. So thank you all for joining us today. I want to give a special shout out to our teachers from around the world that are joining us. We know that you're pulled in so many different directions. So making the time to be here today is really commendable. Thank you and welcome. Again, my name is Werner Lalbihari, and I'm the Executive Director for the EdTech Hub. For those of you who may not be familiar with the EdTech Hub, we're a global research partnership with the goal to empower decision makers by providing them with the evidence they need in order to make wise decisions about technology in education. And like Vika said, we're very pleased to be a partner and a sponsor for the Teacher Tech Summit. And of course, I'm delighted to be here today to moderate our session on innovation in tutoring. I'm joined today by Mark Angel, who's the CEO of Amira Learning, and Professor Becky Francis, who's the CEO of the Education Endowment Foundation. Welcome, Becky. Welcome, Mark. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Verna.
Before I turn to our panelists, I'm going to provide just a little bit of framing for the topic today, focused on innovation in tutoring. Like Vika mentioned in the opening, private tutoring has been particularly common, especially in Asia. However, we're seeing it now increasing globally as a way to support K-12 students to boost academic achievement. As parents struggling to support children through the pandemic, and I was one of those who had access turned to online private tutors to ensure that they didn't fall too far behind. This trend is still continuing, with private tutoring segment growing significantly. While the discourse around the challenges of what we call shadow education exists and continues to exist, tutoring still continues to play a role in education. Research shows that one-to-one and small group tutoring is an effective way to accelerate student progress. With the heightened challenge of combating learning loss caused by the pandemic, we are now seeing governments also turning to tutoring as a strategy for learning loss recovery. We will hear today from the Education Endowment Foundation about the successes and lessons learned from a national tutoring program in the UK. We will also hear perspectives of an innovator using technology to provide tutoring solutions. That said, I'm going to very quickly introduce our panelists for today. Mark Angel is the CEO and co-founder of Amira Learning, the company reinventing learning to read with AI. Mark formerly served as the Chief Technology Officer at Renaissance Learning, where he led the R&D organization and worked on the two most successful reading apps in the United States, Accelerated Reader and STAR. Mark has worked for more than 30 years in the Silicon Valley in a couple of different roles, CEO, CTO, and general manager for innovators in the realm and the broader field of AI and natural learning processing. Welcome, Mark.
Glad to be here.
We also have with us today Professor Becky Francis. Becky Francis is the CEO of the Education Endowment Foundation. She was previously the director of the University College London Institute of Education. Throughout her career, Becky has sought to maximize the impact of academic research by working closely with teachers and policymakers. Becky spearheaded high-profile research programs assessing the impact of major reforms in the English school system on educational inequalities. Becky is perhaps best known for her body of research on social identities and educational attainment, including gender, race, and social class. Welcome, Becky.
Thank you.
That said, I'm going to turn things over to Becky. And Becky, if you could perhaps take a few minutes to just share a few of your opening remarks, and we will follow up with some Q&A.
Thanks so much, Verna. It's a real pleasure, and a pleasure to be here too. So the Education Endowment Foundation, or EEF as we're known for short, is an organization seeking to address two gaps. First of all, we're tasked to narrow the gap for social disadvantage in the education system. But in order to do that, we need first to address the gap for knowledge and research evidence about effective practice for teachers to be best supporting their pupils to improve. Now, we know that the socioeconomic gap for attainment was wide pre-pandemic, but also that, of course, it's widened further during the pandemic due to often issues around access, inequalities in access and engagement with remote learning during the periods of lockdown, and often, sadly, increasing poverty or COVID hitting the most disadvantaged hardest during the period of the pandemic. So we need a robust evidence-led set of best bets now more than ever in teaching and learning. EdTech, of course, does have a role here, but as we know, evidence in the EdTech sector remains relatively poor, and there's a particular lack of causal evidence. Tutoring, though, does have very robust evidence behind it as an evidence-led approach. Even there, quality of provision and implementation remain really key aspects. And I expect you'll have further questions around that, Werner.
Absolutely, Becky. Before we go into questions, I'd like to be able to turn things over to you, Mark, to perhaps provide some opening remarks as well.
Great. Well, first, happy to be here and to have the opportunity to talk about this incredibly important topic, because not only is there evidence for the efficacy of tutoring, most of the research shows that tutoring is uniquely able to accelerate student growth. The researchers have come to call this the 2 sigma effect, where the one-to-one tutoring model has differentiated itself quite materially from other forms of interventions or other bases of instruction. And what we found is that notwithstanding the incredible power of helping a student one-to-one, delivering coaching through a Socratic dialogue and through a tight feedback loop, that it is nearly impossible in the real world to scale human alone tutoring in a way that actually addresses the equity issues and inequalities of access to that beautiful and remarkably powerful model of instruction. And so over the last 10 or 15 years, an enormous amount of research has been done in the academic world about creating supplements and extensions of a pure human tutoring model that enable technology to play a role. And that kind of solution is called an intelligent tutor, basically a tutor that can use the power of evidence, the power of data to deliver the same kind of interactivity, the same kind of coaching, the same kind of feedback that has characterized the success of human tutoring. And what we're seeing now is that those intelligent tutors are having a profound impact both in the research and in the classroom. So Amira is the first intelligent tutor to actually attain wide-scale, scaled-out usage in the United States. Today, we're working with more than 1 million students in districts across the country, districts large and small, districts poor and rich, districts that are privately operated charter networks, districts that are public schools. And what we're seeing in those classrooms is that the impact of supplementing, extending, and using the power of the technology is actually enhancing and extending the impact that we've been able to deliver with human tutoring. One such example is New York City. They have long run a tutoring program called Reading Rescue that has shown great efficacy, but that program was only able to scale out to a few hundred students out of many tens of thousands across the city. Today with Amira, we're reaching 40,000 students in New York City and providing the same kind of ability to help students to grow their reading skills.
Thank you for those opening remarks, Mark. I want to just maybe start with Mark. And one of the things that you reference is scaling and scale. And we know that, lots of tutoring programs that have operated at the margins, when you take them to the mainstream and scale them, there are challenges and the devil's in the details, right? So talk to me a little bit about implementation and adoption. Can you provide some examples about how scaling innovations like these can be done effectively?
Yes. Well, look, what we know is that no matter what intervention we use in education, and frankly, no matter what kind of process we try to introduce generally, that implementation fidelity is the key to the kingdom. And that without rigor around all aspects of the process, not only do we not scale, we get incredible variation in the quality that gets delivered and an exacerbation of the random outcomes and inequalities that we're trying to prevent in the first place. So when we look at human tutoring, what we see is a scaling problem on steroids. First, in most parts of the world, the United States included, we have a dramatic shortage of skilled teachers and people who've gone through the appropriate training and certification. We have that shortage at the core classroom level, much less at the supplemental tutoring level. Second, when you get into specialized topics like learning to read, even a good teacher of math in the 8th grade does not have the competence or skills to teach the science of reading. So the specialization that's required to be successful in most of the crucial areas that we expect kids to learn further complicates this process. Third, managing people at mass is an enormous challenge. The infrastructure, the logistics, the consistency, the vetting, everything conspires to make it unbelievably hard to deal with. So education needs to look to the solutions that we've seen in the rest of the world to these problems, right? We have seen these exact scaling issues in healthcare, in logistics, in banking. You name a sector of the world, they've had to confront the challenge of operating on a global basis, on an international basis, on a national basis, at a large metropolitan basis. And the solution is always the same, which is to introduce a hybrid model where the strengths of people and the strengths of technology come together. Technology is good at some things. It's good at counting. It's good at remembering. It's good at organizing. It's good at doing the same things in the same way every day. It's good at not getting tired. And it's important to use those strengths in a super critical way to make scaling happen. So what we're seeing is that a lot of leading districts and leading school systems are beginning to understand that, and they're introducing these models where we call it a teacher's assistant model, where the technology comes into a partnership with the teacher to save the teacher time and to allow the teacher to focus on what only beautiful, great teachers can do, and take some of the less important tasks like conducting assessments, generating reports, scoring things, handling some of the practice situations, to make all of those things go into the realm of the software so the teacher can do the core personalized instruction that really creates the virtuous cycle of learning.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that, Mark. And, you know, one of the important themes, I think, across this Teacher Tech Summit, and I think in the field writ large, is, again, the importance of the classroom teacher, the human contact, and, you know, the fact that no piece of technology will replace the art of teaching.
Absolutely.
So that said, I do want to turn to you, Becky, and I know that you have been involved and active in the UK, the National Tutoring Program in the UK, which is an ambitious initiative providing tuition partnerships and, I believe, academic mentors in schools to support students that have most been impacted by the pandemic. Can you talk to us a little bit about the National Tutoring Program? Specifically, I'd love to be able to hear what successes you've seen, what has worked well, and of course, lessons learned.
Fantastic, Werner. Yes. So the National Tutoring Programme was a key part of the UK government's COVID-19 catch-up response for schools. The EEF and our partner charities designed the programme drawing on the evidence that we've curated through our famous teaching and learning toolkit. If people want to look at that, that's, I think, now the biggest repository of robust educational research in the world. And it breaks down the evidence in very accessible ways for teachers and school leaders to access. So do Google that. I think you already cited some of the evidence from the toolkit, Werner, that one-to-one and small group tuition can provide between 4 to 5 months progress for disadvantaged pupils. So it's a very effective method to support, and particularly fitted for educational post-pandemic recovery, because of that bespoke approach that Mark's already been referring to that can address individual pupils' needs. So we built on the evidence base, and again, Mark's already referred to some of the important evidence here. For example, the need to interact closely with the classroom teacher about the needs of particular pupils who are going to get access to tutoring. Really important not to undermine the classroom teacher or to reinvent wheels. So the programme aimed to support teachers and schools in providing a really sustained response to the COVID pandemic, but also, crucially, to support a longer-term contribution to closing the attainment gap. Because certainly in the UK, tutoring has been, as you said, Werner, very much the domain of the middle classes through private tuition. But even in terms of what's being provided in schools, the prevalence has tended to be in London and the South East. So one of our aims was to make sure that high quality tuition was available right across the country. And in terms of, you asked about the successes, I think the speed of rollout during that first year of the pandemic was something that we're very proud of. We reached, in spite of those challenges, 340,000 pupils in that first year. And of course, there were several further waves of disruption to schooling during the year as well. So we're really proud of that initial reach, and proud of the national coverage that we achieved as well, ensuring that schools with every postcode could access high quality tuition. And some of that was provided online, although, Mark, this was by humans online rather than AI. You asked, Werner, about learning, which of course is super important, particularly for an evidence-led organisation. And we've again published and shared some key learnings for the sector. There's also a much more robust evaluation of the first year of the National Tutoring Programme, which is still being analysed and shortly to publish. But just a couple of top lines. First of all, really important to stick to the evidence and make that the core of what we do in tuition. Really thinking about the key ingredients. And I've already talked about quality. Of course, we know that this is best provided by qualified teachers, but setting the bar high is really important. Then secondly, ensuring that stakeholders are crucially involved in the design. I think if we'd been able to do that more at the very outset, we were constrained by speed, but having better time to plan and liaise with stakeholders, I think could have ensured even greater flexibility in the first year. And I think that's very important. Then, of course, perhaps linked to that, I think managing expectations of what any programme can achieve, really being important, I think, not to overclaim and consider how programmes work alongside other initiatives in the sector, particularly when we're thinking of something as complex as educational recovery. And finally, Werner, I'd say that data is key. Define the information that it's vital to collect, support delivery organisations to provide that, and then use it to inform and improve that cycle of improvement in delivery. So those were some of our top line messages.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Becky. And the last point absolutely resonates in terms of feedback loops, cycles cycles of learning and data-driven instruction, I think is very critical. I recognize that we're almost at time. So what I'd like to be able to do is perhaps ask you both some closing questions, which is essentially is, what advice would you give educators or parents about choosing whether to provide tutoring for their children? And if so, in what form do you of tutoring would you recommend to parents and teachers who are debating which way to go? I'll start with Mark and then turn to you, Becky.
Great. Well, my first advice is use tutoring. It works. It's the right model, and all the research backs it. Second piece of advice is to find tutoring programs that have documented evidence and efficacy, and that have published that research and where the research has been independently done. So at Amira, we partner with universities like Columbia and Carnegie Mellon, and they constantly conduct random control trials and publish the results so that there's no mystery about the degree of efficacy and impact that you're going to get. Third piece of advice is the best practices are clear. Tutoring works when it is frequent and at reasonably high dosage, right? You don't want to do it in small doses or intermittently. All the research shows that 3 times a week for 20 to 45 minutes a session is the right way to make tutoring really have its maximum impact. So I'd say do it with folks who have demonstrated their capacity to make it work, and do it in a way where you're pretty much all in around a high dosage model.
3 very good points of advice. Over to you, Becky.
And I very much support what Mark says. Look for the quality marks, whether that's in terms of prior achievement, whether it's recommendation, but on good basis from your school, or indeed whether it's that the organisation is showing you clearly the research evidence that their model is based on. There's a lot of snake oil awash in the system. Don't waste your money on poor products. You know, this has to be a quality additional offer in terms of making an impact. And I think if in doubt, speak to the classroom teacher.
Thank you so much to our panelists for those words of wisdom. I will say that as the EdTech Hub and being evidence-based, I was very pleased to hear that came through in both your words of wisdom. So thank you all so much. And I'm going to turn things over to Philoe.
Thank you so much, Venna, and I echo your comments. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. It was such a good panel. Thank you for moderating that so excellently. And thank you, Mark, and thank you, Becky. And we're moving on, learning so much. And I'm sure you all are as well. And we're moving on to our next panel. And the next panel is going to be looking at scaling quality education in Latin America. And to moderate that session, we'll be having Dr. Duriya Aziz. And Dr. Aziz is the Senior Vice President and Publisher at Scholastic International. She is responsible for the development and implementation of literacy and math programs, digital and blended, to support learners in diverse learning contexts. Though an English language and literature learning specialist by training, math education found Dr. Aziz, and she has had the privilege of introducing Singapore math to more than 50 countries around the world, including the US. She's led the development and implementation of the US edition of Primary Mathematics Program, the first non-US math program to be approved for adoption in California by the Department of Education, and other Singapore math programs that are used in more than 5,000 schools in the US today. Wow. Dr. Duriya, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and very welcome to this panel. Over to you. I'd like you to invite your guest.
Thank you so much, Philoe, for that nice introduction. Hello and good day to everyone from Singapore. I'm Duriya Aziz, and it's my privilege as the Senior Vice President of Scholastic to serve teaching and learning needs in diverse parts of the world. Welcome to the session, Scaling Quality Education in Latin America. The COVID-19 pandemic disrupted education systems worldwide, but the challenges in Latin America have been particularly dire. Across the region, children were subjected to the longest average school closures of anywhere in the world. At the same time, limited internet connectivity and lagging digital skills made alternative forms of learning perhaps even less effective in Latin America than elsewhere. With challenges in education quality, equity, school dropouts, and learning losses, it is crucial to identify and propagate successful ways to scale quality education in Latin America and beyond. Many are innovating and experimenting with new approaches to bring quality education to those that need it the most. In terms of pedagogical innovations, changes in policy and practice, and leveraging technology. How can we identify the high quality interventions and then find ways to scale them effectively? The three speakers on our panel today are very well qualified to speak on this topic. Our first speaker, Iona Skrznek, is a Silicon Valley-based entrepreneur in education technology and is the CEO and founder of Education Journey, an EdTech hub for innovation in education. Our second speaker, Vicky Ricote, is a serial EdTech entrepreneur, the co-founder of Aruke, a curricular learning system in computational thinking and coding that has impacted more than 100,000 students in 8 countries in Latin America. Our third speaker, Cristobal Cobo, is senior education specialist at the World Bank, focusing on the effective and appropriate use of new technologies in education. He has also served as a consultant for a number of national education programs across Latin America, most notably Mexico, Chile, Ecuador, Peru, and Argentina. So I really look forward to having an interesting discussion on this very important topic. I'm going to start with you, Iona. Please give us your thoughts on what role do you think technology can play in enabling the scaling of high-quality education? How might we ensure that the pedagogy and implementation allows learners to gain the benefits?
Sure. Thank you very much for the invitation. I apologize about my voice. I've been struggling with the flu. It's very, very nice to be here. Very nice to meet you all and to be part of this amazing day that the World Bank and now Venture and Teach4 is putting together. So to answer your question, I think that the role of technology is, if we think about a means to an end, right? Technology is how we can scale high quality education. So we face a deep social inequality, I can say almost everywhere in the world, right? Resources are scarce. So deep social inequality with resource scarcity, and technology can get us to where we dream of. To do that, I really believe that it's needed to invest in infrastructure, so connectivity, hardware and software, alongside serious commitments to teacher training. Technology is not going to, with a blink of an eye, solve our problems. We need to make the foundations so that technology can play its role. Commitment to teacher training, it's important so that the teachers can thrive within technology. Again, it's not a one size fits all. On the contrary, the beauty of technology is that it is flexible and to each reality in the world. It is personalizable to each individual within each reality. And when you combine the right foundation, the right mindset, which I just mentioned, infrastructure, teacher training, long-term commitment, with humble, open-minded, persistent, and curious local leaders, principals, policymakers, the private sector, nonprofit organizations, then you can find a fantastic pedagogy being implemented. Singapore is a great example. Finland and Estonia, they are great examples that they combine all the pieces of the puzzle for that together, the technology can play its parts. In Latin America, to close my opening statement, I see a trend being championed by big private groups and tech companies within startups and the big techs to deploy technology to scale high quality education. Thank you.
Thank you, Iona. That's a great reminder that pedagogy doesn't exist for its own sake. It is really part of a solution. In fact, it is a solution that takes into consideration all of the stakeholders as well as the issues that need to be addressed. Welcome, Vicky. And we're looking forward to hearing from you. Can you share an example of an educational innovation that has successfully scaled in Latin America, particularly in the light of what Iona has just said? What can we learn from this example that you have about the successes, challenges, and how we can mitigate these challenges so that they can be overcome?
Absolutely. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's a privilege for me to share my experience in how we have been able to escalate a high quality solution in Latin America. The example that I would like to showcase is my own company. I created Arukai in 2012 in the States, and we started operating Arukai in 2015. We have pivoted twice before finding the right scalable solution. So, but before answering your question, let me give you a little bit of context about Arukai. Basically, Arukai is a curricular learning system for K-12 schools, and we are solving a global issue, which is the lack of digital talent, right? Our objective is to solve this problem since primary school. Our idea or our goal is to teach both computational thinking and coding from K-12. And our purpose is to democratize the learning and the teaching of these skills, because as an educator, as a disruptor in education, what I would like to see or to do is to prepare our K-12 students for the jobs that the AI is creating, not for the jobs that the AI is eliminating, right? So with that being said, this adventure of scaling a high quality solution in Latin America is been like a journey of more than 7 years. Right now we have operations in 10 countries, including Colombia, Brazil, and Mexico. And we have been able to impact more than 100,000 students in those 7 years. And right now we have this system in 3 languages, in Spanish, in English, and in Portuguese. Basically, our solution showcased the idea of using technology to deliver high-quality intervention and an affordable price, which is key in Latin America, as all of our countries are developing countries. And the scale has allowed us to collect many data points. And with those data points, we have been able to learn how the teachers and how students are learning to create right now adaptive learning, but in the future, we want to create a personalized learning experience. So with that being said, I want to share a couple of successes in scaling Arukai in different countries in Latin America. The first is our system is the student and the teachers are centered. That means that we keep iterating the content, the teacher training. We keep iterating the platform, the functionality of the platform based on the feedback that we get from our students and our teachers. The second is that we really work hard on engagement, not only regarding the user experience and user interface, but also we have been able to create a learning path to teach coding, not as a subject, but as a language. So a student, for from elementary school can be learn how to code in Minecraft with a math project, or a high schooler can learn Python with a science project. That's another success that we have got. And the third one is relevance. We keep like iterating the content. The digital economy is quite fast. And every semester and every year, we keep updating the content to make it relevant to the students and teachers. The third one is adaptation. We adapt our system to local academic standard, but also to international standards. Another success that I would like to share is that in Latin America is to make the system affordable. We have to reach millions of students, and the price point is key. We have to think affordability so we can cover from public sector all the way to mega premium school. And finally, this is a turnkey solution, right? We have to make it easy for students, for teachers, and for parents. That would be my recommendation in terms of how to scale a high quality program in Latin America.
Thank you so much, Vicky, for that insightful and detailed response. Chris, you've had a lot of experience in the use of educational technologies at scale across entire education systems. Iona talked about the need to alleviate the use of technology to alleviate resource scarcity. And Vicky just talked about her mission to democratize education. So in the context of the pandemic particularly, and as we are now coming into the aftermath, what advice would you give to teachers who are looking for ways to support their learners better, particularly in what technologies they might use and how best they might use this technology?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invitation to this fantastic festival of teachers and this 4 hours and a half of discussion. So thank you for the question, I think we need to frame it a little bit because this is not trivial times. We are living a time of crisis. The evidence shows us that we are living a global disruption that represents the strongest shock in education of the last 100 years. That means 3 generations with serious implications into learning and inequality, with devastating implications for the poorest and the most marginalized. Now, teachers, we all have to reflect in the idea that the long school lockdown could have long-term consequences. And Latin America, as you said, Luria, is the region that closes the longest. So it will take years for us to deeply understand what are going to be the economic and social consequences that will impact those students. Now, this is time for transformation. That's why this event is so timely. I think a first important event is to help governments and the education system as a whole to really recognize the seriousness of this situation. And emergency policies are important, such as upskilling teachers and delivering devices. These are all helpful, but this is not enough. We need to go in short, but also long-term transformations that will address the crisis that certainly started before this pandemic. This is not only about learning loss. Beyond the learning loss, we have other challenges today. We have mental health issues, we have domestic violence, we have child labor and child marriage, which sadly are on the rise after this pandemic. We worry that the school dropout rates could reach record levels after the pandemic. In Latin America, we have some countries where the students dropout go above 500,000 students. So teachers, we really need to think in this element where teachers are super powerful, which is the human component. Governments really have scrambled to replace traditional schools with remote learning. Not all teachers were prepared to teach in this context. And technology, especially low tech, can be used to offer support to teachers at a scale, providing materials, capacity building, but more importantly, access to peers, access to colleagues, access to community. Let me underscore that because this is essential. Teachers helping teachers. Before high tech, let's focus on the high touch. The structural transformations that we need won't happen overnight, but nothing stops us from starting on this right now.
That's a great point to make. high touch before high tech. That's a great soundbite. Moving on, I'd like us to then take our discussion to the next step, which to invite you to give us some further remarks on how might we identify high quality interventions and find ways to scale them. And in answering that question, I think we first need to answer what we mean by quality and what we mean, and before that, what we mean by education, right? And is that a subjective answer or is that an objective answer? So I'll throw it open. Perhaps Chris, you might want to go for it first, because I can see that you have a burning passion where this is concerned.
Okay, well, we will need a whole new event just to discuss about quality of education, I guess, no? But let me try to frame it in the perspective of technology and to see where we can put the focus. My suggestion is let's use technology as a bridge, not as a wall. Digital tools can help, but they aren't the panacea, and they need to be designed to support, not to replace teachers. I'm going to say it again, to support, not to replace teachers. The combination of high and low tech is a good option, but the key is to diversify the communication tools sort of solutions that will reach most of the students. Otherwise, we risk excluding the most vulnerable. In Latin America, we have over 66 million households which don't have access to internet. Now, my colleagues have mentioned already, let's focus on securing the enabling conditions. One good thing that really happened after this pandemic is the speeding up of the adoption of digital technologies. But if we want technology to be useful, we have to secure reducing the digital divide, providing devices and connectivity, particularly to the most marginalized, to ensure that the skills provided to teachers and students are not limited to learning how to use these tools, but they really open possibilities of new ways of teaching and new ways of learning. Let me give one example that can address a little bit the quality aspects. Let's not think in the curriculum measure only by the amount of pages and the amount of content that it contains, but the capacity to connect with the outside world. So in that sense, technology will be used as a tool for asking new questions and not necessarily to memorize answers that are being already said. So this is not about hardware or software, it's about mindware. Let's not forget that all technologies are replaceable. Teachers are not. So the center is not the digital transformation by the sake of technology, but teachers need to be at the center. Let me finish with this. I think it's risky to replicate best practice from other regions. We have to invest time to adapt to the context of Latin America. We have to design with the users in mind. We have to use existing technology where possible. We have to give users options of access, low bandwidth, radio, printed materials. We have to train the people to use these tools with all the support possible, tutorials, troubleshoot, remote support assistance. And finally, and perhaps the most important, we have to secure that the technology is used as an engine, as a bicycle for the mind. But let's be sure that teachers are in the driver's seat.
Excellent point, Chris. And particularly your point about technology or whatever other method being used has to be culturally and contextually appropriate. Iona, may I invite you to make some comments?
Yes, thank you. I was thinking about some of my favorite things that I learned at Stanford, which is efficacy studies. I think that is a very important point to highlight before scaling interventions. It's really a pivotal moment when you collect data and you analyze, and then you can be sure to go to the next level. So efficacy studies are really the merging moment of innovation, whatever you're talking about. Is it a new pedagogy? Is it a new software? Is it a new platform? Is it a new LMS? Whatever innovation you're talking about, then you merge it with academic research. And then you go deeper and you understand the consequence. And you also plan what you need to scale it. And when you are ready to scale those successful interventions, then you bring venture capital investment if you need. You bring the government buy-in, because of course you need the public policy on your side if you're talking about really scalable here. And I think that it's very important to mention that the buy-in of the government, it's really going to be pivotal to go to national scalability because you need updates on regulation.
Great, thank you, Ina.
You need adjustments. So I think that efficacy studies is important here. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vicky, a last comment? You're on
muted.
Sorry, thank you. I think that my colleagues cover pretty much all the key stuff to answer that question, but I would like to highlight the relevance of the quality of those interventions. Just to give you an example regarding coding and computational thinking in the world, just 1 out of 10 schools teaches computational thinking and as part of the curriculum. In Latin America, the challenges are even worse, are just 1 out of 100 schools. So my final remark would be to make this urgent call to policymakers, to teachers, to principals, to headmasters, to incorporate the teaching as computational thinking as part of their curriculum. It's as important as English, as math, as science, if we want to have relevant students, for the digital economy. That would be like the intervention that I would like to highlight here.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vicky, Iona, and Chris. Certainly, the pandemic has exposed and deepened fault lines within societies and countries. And you've explained to us and pointed out concrete actions that we can take to make sure that we advance quality education for everyone, particularly the most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you too.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Duria. And this was such an illuminating panel. Thank you so much, Vicky, Chris, and Iona for your contributions and just your insight. Thank you. And then I would like to move real quickly to our next panel. And our next panel will be handled by Stacey Fieth. And Stacey joined Junior Achievement Worldwide in 2017. I was about to say Junior Achievement Africa. Having built a 20-year career as a teacher, education lead, and curriculum developer across several Colorado school districts and Junior Achievement USA's education team. During her time with JA USA, she was responsible for the creation and redevelopment of numerous K-12 immersive learning experiences and programs. Her work on the work readiness, financial health, and entrepreneurship programs serves as the foundation for current offerings in more than 100 countries across JA's global network, reaching more than 10 million learners each year. Gosh, she is most appreciative of her time in the classroom supporting the learning and living of middle schoolers in rural Colorado. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you, Stacey. Over to you to moderate the next panel.
Great. I see my panel coming up here. Hello. Hello and thank you today for joining today's GL Focus panel, North America and Approaches on Whole Child Development. As noted, my name is Stacey Fieth and I'm the Director of Global Education Services for JA Worldwide, which is one of the world's largest and most impactful youth-serving NGOs delivering immersive learning in work readiness, financial health, entrepreneurship, and more. But honestly, I'm most thrilled to be moderating today's panel. Whole child approaches to education are about ensuring that every child is safe, supported, healthy, engaged, and challenged by focusing not only on the academics, but also on their social, emotional, and physical well-being. The importance of social emotional learning, or SEL, has been increasing in recent years, and there are many proponents of it across North America. Here today to share their perspectives and expertise on whole child development are Joshua Garcia and Sarah Robinson. Joshua is the superintendent of Tacoma Public Schools. He supervises the district's schools and learning and support teams. His district teams lead a number of groundbreaking reform initiatives, and Joshua throughout his time has served in numerous district leadership roles, from deputy superintendent, high school principal, athletic director to teacher. Joshua is an ASCD International Outstanding Young Educator Award and Emerging Leader recipient, a Washington State STEM Entrepreneur Award recipient, and was recognized as an Education Week 2015 Leaders to Learn From. Sarah Robinson joins us, and she is the Vice President of Product for Panorama. Sarah leads the team of product managers striving daily to serve the important role and mission of Panorama to radically improve education for every student. By leading the development of new products and capabilities to serve educators on their way to continuously improving schools through data-informed decision-making. Sarah and her team's work focuses on deeply understanding the goals and challenges educators face in using data to support their students and partnering with cross-functional teams across their design, research, and engineering group to define and build features that not only solve the problems, but delight the educators who get to use them. So to get started, to start our conversation, I'd first like to turn it over to Joshua, who's joining us again from Tacoma, Washington. And I'd like for you, Joshua, to kind of share your experiences in Tacoma Public Schools and answering our first question here, which is, what do you see as the whole child approach to education? What does that look like? And really, what are the benefits for learners and educators in your work?
Hey, thanks so much for having me here. I'm so excited to be a part of this international conversation. It's such an important conversation, and it really reminds me of just being grounded in why we do what we do as a profession. Folks ask me why whole child, and I oftentimes think to myself, well, why not whole child? So let's start with maybe just a brief understanding of, and I think you did a great job of articulating some of the key elements. This idea that we have really been trying to develop in North America with partnerships from all over the world and developing shared meaning is this concept of SEED, social, emotional, and academic development, not one or the other, but both. And how do you weave those into those pillars that you just mentioned of safe, engaged, supported, healthy? And so in Tacoma, what we've tried to do is build an intentional plan to operationalize those pillars, to use data, to use intentional action plans, and to use our whole community to support the whole child. So we've taken a 4-shift approach, shift 1 being the work that we do in the schools. Shift 2 is the work that happens after schools with community-based organizations that play an extremely critical role in the development of a whole child. Shift 3 is our families, and shift 4 with our neighborhoods. And so we had to start with this really, I think, humbling experience in public education to say that, well, actually our kids are learning 2/3 outside of schools and 1/3 inside of schools, if we think about how learning actually takes place. And so we've really tried to link those 4 shifts with common language and basic strategies. Inside the schools, let's take just the idea of keeping kids safe. And so what does that mean to be safe, mentally safe and physically safe? And so how do we really think about how we're allowing and shaping student voice as they develop? And so each of these, it's important to recognize that there's developmental strategies at elementary that may be different than middle school and high school. And all you educators know that one's not harder, it's just different. It's just different in there. And so that idea of keeping kids both safe mentally and physically, and then each in those shifts. So we talk about it. What does that look like inside the schools? What does that look like in the community-based organizations? And how do we share SEL language, as well as just some really simple strategies? So do we have the same warm, welcoming strategy when you walk into the classroom as we do is in the after-school program with our partners? And even to how do we share that with our families so that when child comes home from school or their community-based organization, there's a greeting. Let's just start, let's decompress. Very simple. Engaged, we're using data in each one of these pillars to hold ourselves accountable and responsibility for the equity conversation. Are we reaching out every child? So we measure how many students are engaged in the arts, in recreation and sports, in STEM activities. In our high school levels, how many are earning industrial certifications to demonstrate that they are career ready? When we look at support, we look at students being served by mentors and community-based organizations, knowing that schools are one place that they're learning, but how many of our kids are getting that second shift of learning in an intentional fashion? In the healthy pillar, we really work on access to both mental and physical health services. And how many partnerships do we have with our medical professionals for a variety of deeper intensive services? We look at it in a tiered approach, as well as how are we intentionally teaching restorative conversations inside the day to help in that. And so, you know, there's a lot of conversation right now around trauma informed, and that's very important, but there's also these very important prevention mental health as we build our stamina. And so we know the brain's a muscle. So think about it this way. And when we go to the gym to lift or we go do our yoga, we think about sets, reps, rest, sets, reps, rest. Well, it's the same approach when you think about mental health, of how we intentionally developing a set to expand our mental health, doing reps, and then resting. And then that finally is that challenge pillar, if you will. We really look at, as our students are progressing through, how many of them are having access and being successful in college level classes. So in Tacoma, each one of our middle schools, we're offering AP classes to every student that wants to take AP in middle school. That's a college level class. We have an international baccalaureate thread inside of our district for families to have choice. So we're offering the primary year program, the middle years program. We look at challenge to say, how many free preschool opportunities do we have in our K-12 system for our families? And then we measure, you know, how many of our freshmen are taking those college level classes, sophomores, juniors, and we have a very high success rate. And that comes from this culture that we're ultimately building, right? And I guess I just pause here in this. And my final comment is when you're thinking about whole child, there's that old saying that culture eats strategy every day for breakfast. I don't believe that. I believe that you have to have a very intentional strategy that fosters culture, and that you have to constantly work on your architecture and execution. It's not easy work. We are not perfect at it, nor will we ever be. But what I'm most proud of in Tacoma is we have a community that's relentless at trying to be better at it.
Thank you, Joshua. I think you're just able to very quickly put us in that mindset of what that looks like immediately, every day, day in and day out. And as you said, you know, to have a relentless community working toward that is certainly impressive. So, hi, Sarah. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us and being a part. The next question is for you. And considering your experiences and your perspectives in education and your team's work with Panorama, we'd really like to hear from you in terms of what you see as the role of infrastructure and data. Joshua alluded to some of that in supporting the implementation. How does that work in the implementation of a whole child approach?
Yeah, thanks, Stacy, and great to hear your first answer, Joshua. Really impressive stuff you're doing in Tacoma. I'm excited to be with you both. You know, I'll share a little bit about Panorama before I dive into answering your question, because I think it'll give context. We're a team of about 400 people located in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States. We serve 13 million students in 23,000 schools across the United States, which means that a quarter of American students are enrolled in a school district that Panorama serves today. And we're a company founded on the notion that student voice in education is central and crucial for the success of school and the success of students. So our first product was a stakeholder survey product that allows school districts to get feedback from stakeholders, including students, teachers, parents. And following soon after that, we expanded into measuring social emotional learning. And what we do is we allow schools to ask students about their perceptions of their social emotional learning. For younger kids, we ask teachers to respond to those questions. But for students grades 3 through 12, we're asking the student themselves to answer questions about their social skills and competencies, like self-regulation and self-management, kind of their perception of where they are in learning those skills. We ask them about their well-being, We ask them about how they're perceiving the climate around them and the supports around them in school, including school safety. And as Joshua said, this is like really getting to be much more kind of accepted set of constructs and more common practice here in the US. So now to your question, we don't think of ourselves, your question about the importance of data and infrastructure. We don't think of ourselves as a data company. We think of ourselves as an education company, but nevertheless, we really do believe in the power of data to help support students. And, we believe in that because, as Joshua, you alluded to, like educators believe in that, right? And they depend on data-informed decision-making to support kids. And it's a proven and effective way to, efficiently allocate supports, interventions to students, whether those are kind of universal or they're targeted for the sake of certain kids. And so what we've found is that alongside math and reading assessment scores, the teachers that we work with, the educators that we serve, they find real value in seeing information about how students perceive their social emotional learning, like sitting right next to outcomes, in math and outcomes in reading. And the first reason that having this data is really important is that it does inform perspective on how those students are doing in those core academic competencies as well. Like we know there are correlations between certain social emotional skills and academic performance. And we know that educators who are deciding on math supports want to look at a student's social emotional learning kind of survey responses and kind of put those pieces together as they're thinking about how to best support that student. But I think the second reason is one that you were talking a lot about, Joshua, which is that we believe social emotional learning outcomes are important in their own right. We want to have happy, healthy kids, not only because we think they're going to go on to achieve something or do something in particular, but just because that's what every human being on this earth kind of deserves to have. That's a right. And so that's really where we think data comes into play. The second thing I want to say, and I can kind of end with this, is this point about infrastructure, which I think is really important. It might be that in that question, that framing, you were intending to ask about technical infrastructure. But what we're seeing come very strongly in our work is that the districts we work with are really thinking more about the human infrastructure. That's what is so important to them as they think about implementing social emotional learning. And what I mean by that is aligning humans in a school district, the adults in the district, around goals, around vision, setting up the right kind of teams, involving all the right stakeholders, working continuously together, and even labeling things with common language, like Joshua was mentioning, those 4 shifts in Tacoma. So that's the most important kind of infrastructure. And the human systems are what bring the data systems to life, so to speak. And SEL is really nothing without that human infrastructure. The technical infrastructure is so crucial, but it's just that, it's a technical problem to solve. And this is really about humans working together. So, yeah.
I love that. Thank you, Sarah. That shift and that acknowledgement, even in the language that we use, prevalent across both of your responses, the human infrastructure, the human voice, the student voice. Why would that not be center? And so, as you said, technical problems can be solved, but they're solved by people, those engaged. So that's excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. I've skipped ahead here. Let me see. This next question is the same for both of you. Again, hearing the perspectives that you both share in the work as educators and education resources. This question, Joshua, we'll go to you first, and certainly in your role at Tacoma Public Schools and how you're seeing that. But one of the things that always comes up is accountability and how that looks. So how are the ways that you ensure that your educators and learners, are accountable for this social emotional learning? How do you, whether it's check the box or more of the human aspect, but how do you demonstrate accountability, and have you experienced resistance to this? I say that and the big grin comes up, but maybe share what you've seen in terms of the resistance to any of this and how that's been overcome.
Yeah, I'm really inspired by Sarah's comments. You know, I just think that you know, her opening statement of "we're not a data company, we're human beings." It was just, it's very important as you think about different partnerships as you go. And there's other people on this call that I know out there that are true partners, and I don't have enough time to mention all their names, but I think that's a very piece. I don't know of an accountability system that have ever changed results. And so as we think about whole child as IAID, we talk about responsibility. I'm a father. I have 28,000 plus babies in the city of Tacoma that I have a responsibility for. When we build shared meaning, it's about responsibility. It's about the why and continuously talking about the why. And it's imperative there. I would like to talk about how we're trying to help foster that shared responsibility. We have an amazing data warehouse team that is trying to collect data to put information in people's hands about individual children to make more informed decisions in ready time. And I think that's very important to do. It's not an easy job to support the whole child. It's very deep work. So we have what we call social emotional learning and action plans. There's a 3 time a year cycle, grade level teams. They identify individual kids in their classrooms. They talk about high yield strategies. They're measuring the success. They've identified what does success look like in this continuous improvement, that it's not about failure. It's about every day we try to get better. And is it a giant chemistry lesson? And we can go on about how difficult the job is to be an educator. It's dynamic. We have developed a student badging system. That's very important that you bring student voice. And what I mean by voice is the adult cannot be a barrier to a child's social emotional learning. It is a very personal experience. And as adults, we need to learn from that. And so how do we clearly identify criteria and then allow students to develop their own plans and develop their own timelines for success? And then using some of the information that Sarah mentioned around, so here's the questions you answered, and how are you in developing your plans? And so that badging system is really fun. I just looked at the data. There was over 180,000 badges already awarded to kids. We're developing a social, emotional, and academic dashboard for each school so that they can see their internal data, not from an accountability and a public facing, but from a responsibility. Look at your grading success. And then I know we're short on time, so I just want to echo Sarah's comments. It is about hiring. And I'll say this again, this is a big chemistry piece. You cannot buy this work. You cannot just adopt it. You have to develop it. And now there are lessons learned, and there are strategies, and there's expertise all over this call today that you can learn from. And you can engage in business relations that can help you for sure. But you have to do it, and you have to make meaning on your own. So I will pause there and turn it over to the shining part of it and let Sarah have it from here.
Yes, go Sarah. And I love the responsibility, not accountability. I've changed the question.
Okay. You know, I mean, I do think that we believe that measurement is a part of that responsibility and a way to shine a light on what's going on in schools. You know, like, again, not because the data or the number is what is important, but because that is where conversations can arise and you can develop common language to talk about what you're seeing. And, you know, I think in all of the time I've spent with school district leaders, like this is the crucial thing, right? The conversations that happen, not just among adults, but between adults and students and among students as well. So, that is really what's important here. And as far as resistance, like, I don't think there is resistance to that responsibility or accountability. The furthest thing from it in the schools that, you know, we work with, educators are the hardest working humans, I think. But what we are seeing, I think, is a continuing conversation about what social emotional learning is, right? Like, there are other parts of the world that are perhaps a little bit ahead of the US in some ways in this, but talking about social emotional learning with the language that we now talk about it in the United States is kind of new, right? As a set of constructs, and it can be a little bit intimidating perhaps. And it's only sort of 15 or 20 years that we've been doing that. So there's not resistance, but I think there's ongoing learning and that development of the shared language that just makes this a continuing journey, I would say.
Thank you both. Those were the questions. I think as we close out our session, I'd really like to turn it both over to you for some I don't know whether it be final encouraging words, final statements. I think it always comes best from the people that experience it as opposed to me summarizing. So, I just took away so many different things, the notion of student voice and human structures and definitely a responsibility as opposed to accountability. I think that's just such a higher structure for any of us. If you're responsible to somebody, it becomes a very different thing, including yourself. So, Joshua, is there any closing comments you'd like to share? I know you both were really engaged on so many levels here. So, what would you like to close with?
I just appreciate the opportunity to engage in the conversation. There's no one right way to do it. This is an equity conversation. Every child deserves to be in a community that has these values. Make no mistake, data and technology play an ultra critical role in this work. And so if I didn't highlight those enough, please understand that this was a very quick conversation. It is complex, it is nuanced, but you can do this. You truly can do this as a community. And I would just encourage you to look yourselves in the mirror and say, why not? Why not us? Why not now? Don't our kids deserve this?
I love that. Sarah, what would you like to close with as well?
That's so inspiring and hard to follow. But I think one thing I'm reflecting on as we close is what you just said, Joshua, like how complex and kind of textured this conversation is. I mean, the things that you mentioned that are happening in Tacoma do not boil up to one program or one work stream. This is every day, all day, throughout the day for every student. And that is how we think about social emotional learning at Panorama as well. This is just kind of crucial to the overall school experience and part of so many facets of academic and other kinds of learning. So we're really just proud to be a part of the social emotional learning kind of movement, I suppose, in the United States, and really just proud to be here today with you both.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much. Again, our speakers, Joshua Garcia, Superintendent, Tacoma Public Schools, and Sarah Robinson, VP Product with Panorama. Thank you so much. I just seeing the comments come in, and it is, we teach every day, we learn every day, and so grateful for the conversation and the openness. So thank you again for joining this GeoFocus session, North America and Approaches on Whole Child Development.
And thank you, Stacey. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Josh. When we were preparing for this, I was actually looking for a system leader, and my friend Sean, actually, whose comment is on the screen, said, the guy that you need to speak to is Joshua. And I harassed him, and we harassed each other, and we got on a call. And I very quickly realized that actually 25 minutes is just scratching, not even scratching the surface, scratching the scratch, I would say. And I look forward to the next opportunity with both Sarah, Joshua, and yourself, Stacey, on this subject, which is a pretty important and vast area that we need to explore. And I want to congratulate all of you for your achievements and your persistence in this effort. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity. And I would just give a shameless plug for anybody that needs support. I have watched Panorama from a side. We've done small work there. We are they are a great resource. And Mr. Sean Slade is an expert in whole child. And so if you're out there and you can't find things, please reach out to those. Would be two good partners that could help you start if you were just needing some guidance in there. So I look forward to this, and let's go do this for all of our kids.
Thank you so much.
Sarah, you can give us a cut, huh?
Thanks a lot.
Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Friends, thank you so much for what has been an amazing day, actually. I've been sat over here, and I've been listening to all the various debates, all the various speakers from around the world. And yes, to some degree, I have to, because I'm hosting, but it's been just fascinating with all the richness of perspective that has come through and experience that has come through throughout the whole day. I'm really grateful to all of you for hanging in there and doing so. I know that in many parts of the world today, you're already past midnight. So in the Philippines, where you're watching, it's already way, way, way past bedtime. And I know some of you are fighting your sleep to be here. So Thank you so much. I'm really grateful for that. Don't forget, tomorrow, again, we go again. Tomorrow is a Saturday, and I expect much larger numbers. Just for your awareness, we've had over 36,000 teachers from around the world, from 153 countries, register for this 2-day conference. And of course, we follow the sun. And therefore, so what happens is that at the beginning, you'll find all those people in Asia in particular, logging on. And at this time of day, you'll find a lot of people in Europe and Latin America and North America logging on now. But the conversation has been so great that, and the benefits of live streaming is quite simply that this will live forever as an online resource for everyone. It's a free summit, and therefore everyone can access it. We're also pleased that we have captions in several languages, and so making it again accessible to those people that are watching who speak Arabic or Spanish or Portuguese and such forth. And so I'm really pleased with all the progress that we've made today in trying to understand, what works when it comes to the use of technology in education. No education conference really should take place without learners. Is a very firm belief of ours. And so today, I'm really pleased that now, the next segment is actually that part of it, which is, I think, the most dynamic, which is being hosted by my friend Nieves Segovia of the SEK Education Group in Spain. Please welcome Nieves Segovia.
Thank you very much, Vikas, and congratulations on what's already a very successful event. A phenomenal day of learning with so many good teachers and practitioners who are really doing extraordinary things in their classrooms every day. So, well, it's a pleasure to introduce the finalist teams of students for this first edition of the UCJC Global Prize for Schools, what we call our Tech Challenge. And it's a pleasure for many reasons. First of all, because in this teacher summit, as we hear the voices of our students, as we just mentioned before, we're also, I think, honoring the work of their teachers. And of course, because no event, as Vika said, would be complete without their voices. And then also because we know the world doesn't just need many more teachers, the world needs good teachers, and those teachers that will guide us all in times of uncertainty and will inspire us to become both teachers and learners. So to you all who've been sharing your expertise today, who'll do so tomorrow, thank you so much. And finally, I'm delighted to be here because I feel classrooms are, in any format, are beautiful places filled with opportunity. And this is it's a large classroom, and it's filled with actually teachers who are ready to learn. And just how extraordinary is this? So what we're going to do now is learn with our 5 finalists teams of students who are coming from India, from the Philippines, and from Spain. They represent almost 50 schools from 21 countries in all regions of the world. Schools who accepted the challenge of solving an SDG-related problem through the use of technology. At Camilo José Cela University, UCJC, our purpose is built around social impact and the empowerment of our students to change the world. That's the reason why we don't ask them, what is it you want to learn, but rather, what is it that you want to change? And for this same reason, and because we all know that teachers, change the world one child at a time, our School of Education is central, plays a central role in a very transdisciplinary way in the structure of our university. I hope that sometime very soon we can welcome you on campus. So UCJC's evaluation committee selected these final projects based on their design process, viability, and the possibility to scale. And today our very distinguished Yuri will have the opportunity to listen to them and learn with the students and decide on the winner. Of course, being here already is, I feel, a great success for every team, and I congratulate you. And of course, I wish you the best of luck. And with this, I'm now delighted to introduce the members of the jury for the UCJC Global Prize for Schools, who are Caroline Jenner, COO of Junior Achievement Worldwide. Welcome, Caroline, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Verna Lapkari, Executive Director of the EdTech Hub. Welcome too. Xavi Pascual, who's the CEO of Be Challenge, the platform that we've used for this contest. Stephen Heppel, World Education Expert and Director of the Felipe Segovia Chair for Learning Innovation at UCJC, and a very dear friend. Welcome, Stephen. And finally, David Martin, who's European Projects Director at KaiLab. That's the Computing and Artificial Intelligence Lab at UCJC, at Universidad Camilo José Cela. So before we listen to our finalists, and that's what we're here for, I would like to invite couple of members of the jury to say just a few words on what is it that you're looking forward to today. So anyone wants to jump in with a couple of comments?
Well, I'll jump in with just one comment, really, which is all the years I've been working with children, I think it's whenever you challenge them with something surprisingly difficult, they always amaze you right back with how they tackle it. So I'm really looking forward to being amazed and see just how good our young people are.
I'm sure we will be amazed. Anyone else?
I'll jump in. I'll jump in and just share my excitement in engaging and listening to the finalists, and just want to congratulate all the finalists for making it to this stage, but also to the 50 plus who submitted applications. Kudos on making that leap. What I'm most excited about is the connection to the Sustainable Development Goals, and really engaging our students in addressing what I think of as the world's authentic problems. So excited to engage and listen to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Verna. Any other voices, comments from the jury before the children jump in? No? Okay, well then, thank you very much. Of course, good luck to everyone. And with this, I hand it to Vikas, who will moderate the session. Thank you very much, Vikas. And thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Nieves and UCJC. I'm really grateful for you choosing this platform to actually do the judging and the final pitching. As Professor Heppel said, whenever children get involved, there's a level of dynamism and inventiveness that I think is quite energizing. And today we have 5 incredible schools. There are rules to this pitching. I just want to make sure that the schools understand. You will have 5 minutes to make your pitch, and then the next school will come along. And we will do all 5 schools. And those that are watching online are welcome to also comment in the comment section on whichever site you're watching this on or participating in, and to give the judges over here your observations and what you want to ask these schools. So it's a participatory process, and I'm sure the judges will take heed to the advice being provided to them by all those that are watching online. I thank you all judges, for participating, and you will now be in the background listening to the pitches very intently. I wish you very well in the judging process. So without further ado, I now invite the first school to come and join us, and that is as soon as I replace all the judges on the screen, and that is, hold on. The first school that we're going to have speaking to us and presenting to us is actually from India, and I call upon this school, the Bhavans Rajaji Vidyashram School in India, to present their pitch in the first 5 minutes. Children, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, we just have a small request. We're going to be sharing a video. If you could just pin it up to the screen, it will be played later in our pitch. So we're just going to
you have to share it from your side.
Yes, sir.
Great, please go ahead.
Yes, it's been shared. So we've shared the video. Thank you. Good day to all. My team, Shrey Vivek, Navdeep Rajani, Siddharth Krishna, and I, Avanti Vineet, with the help of our teacher mentor, Mrs. Geeta Vimlanathan, are here today to present before you our AI waste classifier, Recyclops, which was created with the aim of solving the problem put forth by SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production. We at Bhavans are determined to make our dream of a green campus a reality. And over the last couple of years, we've introduced various projects and have recently become completely Wi-Fi enabled. Our first steps into an AI-enabled solution for the same is what we are here to present to you today.
As we all know, our Earth is being drastically degraded, but the universe has still left us with an opportunity to save ourselves, and that's by saving Earth. Hence, me and my team are here with an AI model which is trained with about 2,700 images of various types of waste such as plastic, wrappers, papers, etc., such that our model classifies the waste, if it's paper or plastic waste, to be more thoughtful about biodegradable and non-biodegradable waste. Its main purpose is to facilitate information exchange from individuals up from various waste collection points in our schools. Hence, to be crisp, our supervised model, which runs on data, CV, CNN, and deep learning, and several other modules and packages such as OpenCV for image identification, Matplotlib for graph, and that's how our model is being completely able to classify various types of recyclable and non-recyclable waste accurately.
Before we show you a demonstration of our AI model, there is a general overview about the code that made Recyclops. The main platforms used are Google Drive and Google Colab. Our images were procured from Kaggle datasets, GitHub, and Google Image Search. The functions used are TensorFlow, an open source library for numerical computation, NumPy, a Python library used for working with arrays, and Matplotlib. There are two graphs titled accuracy and loss. The accuracy graph is used to represent the accuracy in the classification of the picture itself, and the loss graph represents the amount of data removed from the image while the model processed the image.
We have our data set in the Google Drive, and it comprises of two folders, namely paper and plastic. There is a very important function played by epochs, which is the process by which the entire data set is passed forwards and backwards through the neural network. This has been performed 20 times in our case, with 85 steps in each epoch. More the epochs, better is the training and better is the prediction. We have taken a few images from Google Image Search, and we're going to test the model with those images. So as you all can see, we have completed our training process, and we're going to first test it with the Coke bottle, which is of course a plastic bottle. And now when we run the code, we get the output that it is plastic with 96.96% accuracy. And we have the accuracy and the loss graphs below for our personal understanding. Next, we're going to change it to red cup, which is nothing but a paper cup. Now, when we run the model, we get the prediction that it is paper with 99.92% accuracy. Now, we're going to change it to newspaper, which is nothing but crushed paper. So this is the waste which would be found in schools usually. And now we see the prediction that it is paper with about 97% accuracy. Anything above 90% is highly desirable.
So now the question arises, what's next for Recyclops? That is the goals and objectives we would like to achieve in the foreseeable future. So our team has created a SOP, that is a standard operating procedure that maintains and oversees the functioning of our bot Recyclops. Our SOP has been trifurcated into 3 phases. Phase 1, implementation. We will be creating a prototype that would be attached to dustbins, which have CV and DL capabilities that would segregate waste according to its types, paper and plastics. In this phase, our model would be installed in places of high activity in our schools, like canteens and classrooms, as students would have the maximum amount of waste in these locations. We'd also be keeping special designation zones separate from our prototype to keep segregated waste to prevent contamination and mixing of waste. Phase 2, segregation and working. Once our prototype has been installed, so Recyclops would initiate phase 2, that is segregation and working. Recyclops would start to segregate waste when the wastes are piled up. For example, in a regular school day at DRV, the timings are from 8:20 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. We would also have maintenance teams that would claim Recyclops at 2 periods of time, one at 10:30 a.m. and one at 2:30 p.m., and keep the segregated waste in the proper designated zones to prevent cross-contamination. Phase 3, maintenance. In order to preserve the efficiency of Recyclops and to make sure that Recyclops does not have any working problems, we will implement a maintenance team that will check on Recyclops every 4 weeks. We'll also be creating software updates and patches every 6 months to improve the efficiency of Recyclops and remove any bugs. The data that which we will get about the types of waste being filled can be informed to our municipalities to reduce the occurrence of landfills. Thank you.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, School in India. You're very kind and your time is up. Thank you so much, and someone will be in touch with you. May I now call upon the SEK School Alburan to present its pitch.
Hi.
Hi, please commence your pitch.
Okay. Sí.
Hello, good evening. Our names are Francisco, Avelina, Blau, Pablo, Ami, Arturo, and today our group called Tutoring would like to present our project that we have developed to improve the current situation of the environment.
Good deeds strengthen us and inspire good deeds in others. Plateau. For the presentation, we have divided our project into 4 steps. First of all, the question, why have we chosen this challenge? Secondly, what are the characteristics of our product? Then we will name the involved characteristics, and finally, we will show a representative video.
Why have we chosen this challenge? We have chosen this challenge for 2 reasons. First, the depletion of natural resources. The low percentage of recycling causes the depletion of natural resources, whose consequences are deforestation, destruction of animals' natural habitats, and all these consequences leads to worsening of climate change, and the low awareness of recycling. For example, only 64% of Spanish population know how to recycle correctly. But why are these reasons so important? These reasons are very important because they are the main problems impeding the achievement and development of the goals 12, responsible consumption and production, and 13, climate action.
One of the first actions that we have done besides researching is a brainstorming. In this one, we got many ideas, from which we decided to choose the mobile application. The mobile application begins with the creation of an account, that is the first photograph, where we enter our data. Then we look at the main menu, that is the second visual, where we find 4 options, which are the GPS, the store, the ranking, and the information. However, our account can be seen in the top right.
SWOT analysis. Strengths. Teaching in a playful way. Intuitive app, easy to use, and scalable solution. Weaknesses. The accounting for the quantity of materials and required programming. Opportunities. Increase use of.
May I please stop you? You know, the presentation isn't scrolling, so you need to drive the presentation.
Sorry?
The presentation is not
scrolling.
It's not scrolling.
I'm going to restart. We are going to try another time.
You mean you want another 5 minutes?
Yes. We don't know why.
Well, you know, you guys are whiz kids.
Now you can see.
I can see it.
And you see.
Yes, it's moving now. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. We are going to start again. Okay.
No, it's not okay. Of course you can.
Okay. I thought it wasn't a joke.
Please carry on.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. Our name is Francisco, Avelina, Pablo, Amir, Arturo, and today our team called T-Rec would like to present our project that we have developed to improve the current situation of the environment.
Good deeds strengthen us and inspire good deeds in others. Plateau. For the presentation, we have divided our project into 4 steps. First of all, why have we chosen this challenge? Secondly, what are the characteristics of our product? Then we will name the involved technologies, and finally, we will show a representative video.
Why have we chosen this challenge? We have chosen this challenge for 2 reasons. The depletion of natural resources. The low percentage of recycling causes the depletion of natural resources, whose consequences are deforestation and destruction of animals' natural habitats. And all these consequences leads to a worsening of climate change. And the low awareness of recycling. For example, only a 64% of Spanish population know how to recycle correctly. But why are these reasons so important? These reasons are very important because they are the main problems impeding the development and achievement of the goals 12, responsible consumption and production, and 13, climate action.
One of the first actions we have done, besides researching, was a brainstorming. In this one, we got many ideas, from which we decided to choose the mobile application. The mobile application begins with the creation of the account where we enter our data. In this case, this will be the first screen, the first photograph. Then we have the main menu, where we can see 4 options or 4 possible functions: the GPS, the store, the ranking, and the information. However, our account can be seen in the top right.
SWOT analysis, strengths, teaching in a playful way, intuitive app, easy to use and scalable solution. Weaknesses, the accounting for the quantity of materials and required programming. Opportunities, increased use of electronic devices in schools and raising awareness of recycling in education. And finally, threats, possible hack and possible deception regarding recycled materials. Which are the technologies involved? For the creation of the app, we have used a computer with a website called AppHero. And for using the app, you only need to use a mobile phone, a computer, or any other electronic device.
Now, we would like to show you our solution. The first thing will be to create an account or login so that each person can see how many points they have earned. After logging in, the app takes us to the main menu, where we'll be able to observe all the possible functions. This option is the GPS or map, where we find the location of all the containers where we can recycle. Here we contemplate the store, where we can find a variety of rewards that are redeemed through points earned from recycling. Obviously, everyone wants to get the electronics device. This will be the ranking, where each student will be able to observe which class has most points. And ending with the main menu, this is all the necessary information students should know about recycling and about our app. However, there is also the options of our profile, where we find all our personal data. Here we have the bibliography, where we can find all the links that we have been using throughout our presentation.
Acknowledgements. Don Félix Salmerón Antequera, our team leader. Doña Leticia Díaz Sánchez, our advisor. SEC International School Alborán, for giving us the opportunity to develop our project. And finally, Tech Challenge organization for letting us grow as citizens. I would like to finish by reciting a phrase. No one can build a better world without improving people. Marie Curie.
Okay, so that's the final of our presentation. And if there is any question, we will be grateful to answer it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, SEK School Albaran. You are very, very fantastic at your presentation. And I bring on now our next school, which is all the way from the Philippines, and it must be very late over there, very early morning, the Tarlac National High School. Welcome, Tarlac National High School. Over to you.
Greetings. Can we now start with our presentation?
Yes, but you can. Have you uploaded it?
We're going to present it right now.
Right.
Can it now be seen, sir?
Yes.
All right.
Please start.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand here in front of you today to showcase a form of innovation that has sprouted from the youth's eagerness and their drive towards achieving societal uplift. As we may know, agriculture is a key factor to sustaining the full stomachs of not only humans, but also animals and the very environment to which we stand on to this day. Knowing this, what may we possibly do? With the integration of technological findings in producing solutions, society may just accommodate to the growing demand in agricultural safety, specifically in soil moisture and carbon dioxide levels. As seen in the slide presented, soil moisture contributes to the rise in plant life. But that's just the topsoil of its importance, however. Can the slide move? As I was saying, but that's just the topsoil of its importance, however. Coupled with high concentrations of harmful gas in the air, carbon dioxide in particular, it's treated as a means by which plant life decays. And this is a problem that we all aim to solve, thus the creation of Project Sabak, sensory robotic augmentation and bulk agricultural keynotes.
What would too much carbon dioxide do to us? First, photosynthesis is disaffected. As stated in Makino and May's findings on photosynthesis and plant growth at elevated levels of CO2 with a CO2 concentration of about 10,000 points per million or so, photosynthetic processes would be severely held back by the lack of absorption of the sun's rays. It can also pose a threat to living beings. When humans have too much carbon dioxide in their bloodstream, hypercapnia may occur as a result of hypoventilation. Lastly, carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas which drives climate change, therefore worsening our conditions.
The construction of the prototype was primarily circling around the key points instituted through the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Namely, we accommodated the needs of SDG 11, or Sustainable Cities and Communities, SDG 13, that's Climate Action, and SDG 15, which is Life on Land.
If you would ask the meaning behind this name, the word sabak in Tagalog, one of the many Filipino dialects, is a verb that means to engage or to tackle or to take action. Such sentiment is something we at our alma mater share and would be honored to implement.
Because our robot can concurrently measure air quality and soil moisture, it would be a dominant force in the field of agriculture. As a safety precaution, this can be utilized to raise the alarm whenever threats are too subtle.
Discover as we find threats in the environment for our double diamond design process. We've developed a prototype that can determine if the levels are dangerously high. Second, we look at the surroundings to see what it needs, which is why we built this prototype. It is also to keep an eye on our surroundings all the time. In addition, we provide it by putting our prototype together, testing it to ensure accuracy, and then presenting the results so that users may take appropriate action.
Of course, the data we collected will not also be for naught. Upon the device's retrieval of their readings, organizations such as the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Science and Technology, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources would be able to jump in and execute appropriate plans of actions towards resolving related issues. The coding for this action was done with the help of the school ITs and robotic teachers, which ultimately was of paramount necessity to making such a project work.
The prevalence of pollution alongside a decrease in widespread soil moisture is having noticeable effects on living beings. Those stationed in urbanized and rural areas alike are suffering from health, economic, and agricultural issues. That's why we decided to pursue Project Sabak in order to lend a hand upon the battle with the aforesaid issues to prevent climate change for a better homeland for us and the future generations.
You can see the flowchart of our plan here, which explains how our prototype works and its series in detail.
For the mechanism of the robots and sensors, the first attachment of the drone would be the Flying Fish Model MQ2. Whilst airborne, it would pick up the CO2 levels in areas inaccessible through artificial means. Secured onto the device too is a soil moisture sensor, which comprises two prongs that are submerged into the soil to gauge if it's habitable by plant life and allow for interpretation for the possible solutions. The results and data gathered by the device will be seen via an application. Through it, an interface and interpretation of the data gathered will be displayed.
We chose these intervals because the data we will receive might change in a snap. As in addition, the results gathered might also spark confusion. For the soil moisture, we selected Arduino COMS then ThinkSpeak for the CO2 sensor, as these interfaces are efficient in gathering data and results.
The robots are controlled using an application and remote control provided by the drone. From there, we are able to pioneer the drone and Lego Mindstorm.
Here are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats are prototype phase.
Prior to addressing any other considerations, we sketched out our final prototype, which included the addition of 3 more sensors. A rain sensor, a pH level sensor, and a sound sensor will be added in the first phase of the project to monitor water quality and determine if a given location is prone to sound pollution. Dearest juries, showcasing these prototypes internationally can help in the alleviation of decreasing crop yields and air pollution, which is our ultimate goal. What's more is, as intentional collateral, we get economic growth. Lastly, we are able to make Tarlac as an agri-city and, of course, an agri-city for every country.
Thank you.
We applaud you for your presentation. Thank you so much, Tarlac National High School from the Philippines. We wish you happy sleeping. It's 1 o'clock. Thank you so much. And now I call upon another school where it's also very late at night. It should be, if I'm not mistaken, about 10 o'clock at night, is the DAV Public School from India. Hi. We can't hear you.
Greetings to one and all present here. Hi. So
wonderful.
Before I start, am I clearly audible?
Yes.
All right. And I hope my screen is visible to you guys.
Have you shared a presentation? Yes, you have.
Yes.
There you go.
All right.
Over to you.
All right. Greetings to one and all present here. My name is Aryan and I represent the SDG Warriors from DAV Sector 49, Gurugram, India. I'll be presenting our app Healthy Grove and the IoT subset Electronic Sensory Environmental Receiver. It is widely known that the function of all ecosystems is largely dependent upon plant diversity. It provides the fundamental support systems for all life. Plants provide us with many immediate benefits such as food, medicine, clothes, shelter, the raw materials through which countless other products are made. Of course, we cannot forget oxygen, which is essential to the entire ecosystem. With our roots in one of the most polluted regions in the world, as well as one of the major agricultural states in India, we notice that a lack of infrastructure makes rapid identification of plant diseases extremely difficult in many parts of the world and puts a significant threat on food security and plant conservation. Time and again, we've seen that including all the stakeholders in an initiative that is imperative to humanity's survival on this planet has helped in curbing or completely eradicating the problem. We wanted to develop an app that anyone could use and refer to. Doesn't matter if the person is a farmer or a corporate worker. Increasing smartphone adoption along with newer technology and databases has given us the opportunity to dive into the idea and use technology to help humanity in our passionate endeavor to help the environment and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. What if we told you that we made the go-to app for scan-based plant disease detection? We proudly present to you Healthy Grove, a smart app capable of empowering people with the power to detect plant diseases using just their mobile camera. Healthy Grove is based on a revolutionary, yet a simple idea, including the common people and empowering them to contribute. We are very proud to say that this project caters not one, but 4 sustainable development goals, which are zero hunger, sustainable cities and communities, climate change and climate action, and life on land. The smart app is based on world-class technologies like machine learning, natural language processing, computer vision. Even though the app works on complex technologies, we made sure that the user interface does not intimidate anyone. Easy user interface combined with accuracy, precision, and 38 classes for detection really makes Healthy Grove the next big thing. Now, let me explain how the app works. So the user can select check your plant health card, and he's given the option to either take the photo or upload the photo of the plant, and then it is diagnosed by a model, and he's given the precise solution to cure the plant with various remedies from our chatbot. We feel it is very important to emphasize on the fact that this app was created with zero monetary expenses. We acquired 38 classes of diseases from Kaggle, trained the model in TensorFlow Lite, integrated it with Android Studio, and for the chatbot, we used the API from Brainshaw. Our main focus was increasing accessibility, scalability, and communication because this app simply cannot be restricted to one industry or region. It is a global issue which requires global action because at the end of the day, pollution and environmental degradation know no national boundaries. We feel it is crucial to understand the future prospects of this idea. Focused efforts and better resources will help us in refining our chatbot and scaling healthy growth to a cross-platform app. As our organization and app continues to grow, we also expect our forum to grow. Additionally, with some monetary help, we will be establishing a cloud service for communication worldwide. We have also developed an electronic sensory environmental receiver, which is made from state-of-the-art components and is powered by Arduino for large-scale farmers. This monitoring device will measure temperature, humidity, air quality, soil moisture, and compile an extensive report. To solidify this idea as a practical success, we have also developed monetization plans for this app. After reviewing the current state of the global economy, statistical data, and the yearly reports at hand, the plans to keep the apps free for common use. However, we'll be offering several carefully crafted plans to large-scale farmers and corporate companies. Being high school students, there's still a lot that we can learn. However, that does not stop us from thinking, innovating, and developing ideas that can potentially change the world. If we get the opportunity to visit the esteemed university UCJC to work on our prototype, we will be focusing on taking this prototype to a whole new level. We are keen on learning from some of the best faculty and students in the world. It's a small step for man, but a giant leap for humanity and a fight against plant diseases and crop failure. With that being said, I, on the behalf of SDG Warriors, would like to thank the faculty, the judges, the student volunteers at UCJC for this lovely opportunity to include technology with our passionate endeavor to help the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals.
Young man, good job. Thank you so much. You're very kind. I now call upon the SEK Sudal Campo School to make the final pitch.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hi, over to you. Do you have a presentation?
Yes, of course.
If you could just upload it and I'll share it on the screen.
Yes. Okay, we uploaded. Okay, 1 second. I'll send you the link, okay? So you can...
No, you have to share it on the button at the bottom.
No, dale a compartir abajo. Okay.
Vete atrás. No. Vete al PowerPoint. O sea, al coso este, el stream. Y vete a compartir.
It's okay, take your time, don't worry.
Okay, but it's like we share it with you and you share the screen, or?
That's right, yeah. You just upload it. It says there's a share button, then you share the file.
Share the file.
Yes, that's why I... Por eso.
Yo me lo descargaría. Yo lo descargaba también. Descárgalo. Abajo, baja. PDF sugerencia.
Como PDF, porque no te va a descargar.
No, ya.
Venga.
Y ahora envíale el descargado directamente.
Sí.
Vete al stream este. Ahí no. Así era abajo. Ahí.
Archivo. No.
No es vídeo.
Pero guárdalo vídeo, dale. Descargas.
No, tendría que estar aquí.
Te deja PDF.
Tendría que estar aquí. Si no puedo enviarse. Where can I send it to you? It's like...
Yeah, you can't, unfortunately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you off the screen, and then you experiment with that, and we'll spend some time speaking to some of the judges, and then I'll come back to you in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Take your time. Everyone else has managed it. At the bottom, there's a share function, and it says over there slides. You press the slides button, and you upload it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So take your time. Don't worry. I'll come back to you in 2 minutes.
Tu computadora.
Take you off the screen. So I'm now going to ask, actually, Nieves to come back on screen. Nieves, what is it that you're hearing that you find quite exciting?
I'm I just realized there is so much possibility in all I'm listening to. I'm not just amazed because they are amazing, the kids, but the way they approach the problems, so open-minded, knowing they have the tools in their hands to have an impact and make change. They're definitely, empowered. That's
Nieves,
lovely to hear.
they've uploaded the presentation, so let me bring them back.
Okay, good.
Young man, we can start your presentation now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No sabe.
Yeah.
No sabe.
Adrian will start talking. Hi. Hi, everyone. We are Adrián Ruiz, Sergio Gómez, Martín Mau, Martina Roman, and Patricia Solan, and we will represent Sección Campo. Our challenge is to explain how does programming help to prevent the contamination of our drinking water. To do so, we have done this index. We will follow this index, explaining the phases. We will start with the discover, the define, the design, improvement, and future plans, and finally the conclusion. First of all, we have the discover. In this part, we have investigated the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. To do so, we have investigated in Madrid, one of the cities with the highest quality drinking water network in Spain. In all the areas of community of Madrid, we have take a water supply that is not adequate for human consumption, but also of high quality. Spain has surface water bodies. It has an 85% of rivers, and the rest are lakes, transitional and coastal bodies, and 44% that are affected at a point of sources pollution. And a similar percentage is affected by diffuse source of population. For example, irrigation or rainwater run out of agrochemical treated crops, which end up of rivers and aquifers. We have found that the continent with the highest dirty water is Africa. We can found that the most contaminant points of Africa are chemicals and bacteria, nitrate from fertilizants and animal manure, which lead into groundwater and contaminate wells, causing blood disorders and miscarriages.
The amount of information that there is regarding water contamination for human health and for the environment is so broad that we have decided to dedicate all our efforts to the analysis of water sources through the construction of a device that can be replicated easily everywhere in the world. First, we analyze different water sources to define a method that can be implemented anywhere and can be used by anyone with a basic knowledge of technology. Then we build a probe that measures the level of pollution in the water that we drink. Then we created a digital prototype that is capable of measuring the values of some of the elements in the polluted water. We reviewed about the contamination that we find in the measurements, and lastly, we published our project so that everyone can implement this in their residence and can identify the pollutants in their water.
Now we're going to talk about the design. First of all, the design consisted on the probe. The probe was made by everyday products that we can find anywhere near us. So, for example, the probe, we made a really rudimentary one, which consisted of a straw, popsicle sticks, and two copper cables. So, in contact with the water, it can analyze the amount of particles that sample of water contains. But because of this rudimentary probe was like really rudimentary and really inexact, we decided to use another cheap probe that was bought by another professional probe that was bought, but and it works much better. Then the second part would be about talking about the Arduino, which the code we extracted from a public source, so everyone may have access to it. But we modified a little bit the code so it works perfect for us. For example, in the loops and etc. And yeah, that's basically it. We made a circuit, and in order to for it to detect the particles, we attached it to the probe, and it started working perfectly.
Now we're going to talk about the improvements and the future plans. We thought of a slightly more ambitious plan in which, in addition of analyzing the water consumption, we could also analyze the water from our rivers, oceans, lakes, and swamps, and create an interactive world map updated with the analysis of colleagues from other schools and institutes about around all the world. On the other hand, we believe that this project could be improved if we change the probe that we made it manually for another one that is manufactured already. With a very little cost, the analysis will be even more reliable, and therefore the results will improve exponentially. The probe that we found that is more cheap, it's a CE that only costs us 12 euros.
Now we'll go with the conclusion. Our solution to the challenge is from an international student community that through programming contributes creating an information network that lists the contaminated water sources from the towns and cities. To do this, we could share the information from our student and help the plan with the creation of the device and the necessary programming taking measurements. With the information collected through all the teams are formed, we will have a real life updated map of different zones and the water sources on the one hand, and on the other hand, the analysis of the rivers and other water sources to preserve them for the future. We have proven the programming effectively helps improve health and the environment, and it's therefore very effective impacting in our society and beneficial way in achieving objectives that are really necessary for all of us. For example, the ODS, the 3 and 6. This project we have already have small seed to make our idea grow and become really in a reality in a really short time. And that's
Well,
We're finished. Thank you.
That's everything. Yeah.
thank you so much, SEK Studio Campo School. Your presentation was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so now, my friends, those of us who are watching this, I ask you to put in the comments what your thinking was on all the different presentations, the pitches that you saw. If you have any specific remarks on any one of these, we should say. And of course, yes, overall, great effort. Overall, they were all fantastic. That's why they've been chosen. They've been shortlisted. But tell us, what did you think about any specific ones? Now, I bring back our judges. Welcome back, Caroline, Stephen, Xavi, Werner, and of course Nieves and Davi. And so I wanna. You've had some incredible energy at the end of this very long day now. I'm gonna ask all of you for a comment on any of the projects that you see. May I please start with Xavi, please? Xavi, you have a platform that does challenges. What did you think of these?
Well, actually, first of all, congratulations for organizing this event, and also congratulations to all of the teams that bring and show us their talent, and the talent that can impact the world. Because I guess it's not just putting them their talent to do something; it's just to improve our world, which is, I guess, it should be the main goal of education. So, congratulations on this. My main question would go into the second team that was presenting. I would like to ask one thing from India, the team that was working related to the plant disease.
Yeah.
And I would like to understand a little bit better, how does the app detect the disease? If they can just clarify this, if they use like a database of samples or.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to ask another one of the judges for a comment more than a question, please. And that's okay. Werner, can I come to you?
Absolutely, Vikas. Thank you so much. Again, kudos to all the teams who put so much work into this. I was really struck by a few different things. The design thinking process that went into the development of the prototypes. It was very clear to see like the brainstorming and the progression across the continuum of design thinking. And then I was really intrigued by the level of business savviness, specifically of the DAV school in India, and the fact that you had a few different business scenarios or models to scale the initiative. So thinking about how that is done sooner rather than later, I think is so important. So definitely have that in mind for all the other teams that are thinking through the various prototypes. Scalability and business models are important.
Fantastic. Professor Heppel.
Yeah, it was terrific just to be here, really. I was sort of scoring them for myself on their own confidence, but that didn't really help because they're also confident. But but then I looked at their originality and the practicality and how much their solutions were of now, and I thought that the two that really jumped out for me were I really enjoyed the Philippines thing. And it's 1 o'clock in the morning, they were pretty good. I think you get points for that. But I thought that the combination of the drone and the robots and the practical sensors, all very achievable. Price could come down, could be hugely effective. And I really enjoyed the last Guido Campo thing because I thought they really got the fact they kept saying, we'll make it cheaper. We get the price down and then everybody can have one. They can all go and test their own stuff. And that sort of social testing of water where everybody's part of the process, I thought was very now as well. So I picked those two out in particular from a really, really strong field. And I think for me, the best things were little throwaway lines that just popped out, as they were, nobody was fazed by the technology. It's a funny old technology, the StreamYard thing. And they were, oh, hang on. And I love the way they leant forward to help each other. It was a lovely thing across the whole, these were collaborative teams working together, no stress at all. But my favorite line, I think, was the Guido Campo, where they said, we used a little Arduino thing and the code wasn't quite right. So we just recoded it for ourselves and just a casual thing. I know how hard that was. So yeah, I was impressed across the board really with the teamness of it. But those two shone for me especially.
Caroline?
Well, I agree with everything everyone has said. I mean, and Vikas, a wonderful event. Thank you so much. Great way to start the weekend. I was impressed by the fact that they're tackling such huge challenges and they're not afraid of it at all, not shying away from the breadth and depth of these challenges. And they're really working with all the stakeholders in mind. But they all mentioned all of these agencies, these communities, these institutions that they have to connect with. And I totally agree with what one of our colleagues said about addressing the business model. But sometimes that would be sort of just a huge thing all by itself. And the fact that they've really thought about the multiple communities, they talked about engaging with the world from the beginning. So they're very, very, very impressive thinkers about their idea. I found it so refreshing, so refreshing.
Fantastic. And David?
Hi, well, first of all, let me tell that I am really pleased to see so many girls and so many women dealing with ICT because I know by myself that there are a lot of people around the world right now trying to involve girls and women in ICT. And for me, this is something incredible. I am really, really pleased about this. Also, maybe, I don't know if they are aware of this, but all the participants were dealing with very trendy concepts in research right now around the world. For instance, in this last presentation, when they were talking about data sharing, okay, with other schools and so on, and this is open science. And I don't know if this team knows what open science is, but it's a really trendy thing. So at their level, they are trying to deal with really, really trendy aspects of science and technology and research today. I think it has been a really wonderful day, a really wonderful event, and I am very pleased of seeing these presentations. Thank you very much. Really nice work.
Nieves, the final word for today's session, and you have a hard job as judges. After this, you all have to score and mark, and tomorrow we come back and we declare a winner. Nieves, what words of encouragement do you have, or what observations do you have?
Of course, I agree with everything that's been said. I think this a good prize is made out of a good design process, and that was in place. And I have to thank again the whole team at UCJC for organizing this whole process and giving the information and mentoring the students, etc. So thank you to them too. Of course, amazing kids with a lot of passion and many ideas, and we have plenty of those, and not just those who were doing their pitch today, but the rest of the teams that presented their work, that they were amazing. And of course, a prestigious jury, which we have. And again, thank you to everyone for lending us your time. I agree with Caroline. It's the best way to start a weekend, and probably just sharing this time with the kids, and who, as someone else said, that definitely not afraid. So because they're not afraid, probably we shouldn't be as afraid as we are about the future, because it's in very good hands, and they just this beautiful display in front of us of all they can do, and we can only see a little of it, but there's so much ahead. So there's hope, and I'm happy, and I hope as educators we continue to encourage them and give them just the right platforms for them to grow and to thrive. So, and again, thank you, Vikas, for giving us this terrific opportunities for sharing with the world what we're doing.
No, we look forward to tomorrow, where we'll have tens of thousands of teachers from around the world enviously watching why their schools haven't participated. We should actually talk about the prize. What is the prize of the winning school, Nieves?
Yes, they are going to come to our campus at the university campus in Madrid for over a week, and they're going to work with our Kai lab, with our computing artificial intelligence lab, so that they can continue to work on their prototypes and develop further their ideas. So the university will mentor them, will accompany them, and then hopefully be out there and be good solution for the world, and that's what we hope, and that's why the whole work's about. And of course, I hope that next year we'll have many more schools joining. This is our first edition, but such a promising one that I am very excited to think that we can create something that's really at a phenomenal scale.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all very much. And I don't envy the task that you have in front of you.
Me either.
And so this evening you'll be scoring, and you'll be ranking, and you'll be judging. You'll have to make some trade-offs, I'm pretty sure. But good luck, and we look forward to seeing the result tomorrow. And I want to say thank you to the 5 finalist teams, as well as the others who participated in the competition. You can see the high level of competition there was in this contest. And I congratulate all young people that participated and their schools for this bold step. Thank you all. Thank you, Nieves. Thank you, Xavi. Thank you, David. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you, Stephen. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Nieves.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck.
Fantastic. And so I call my collaborator Falawe to the screen today. And Falawe, we've had a heck of a day.
Oh, yes, Vikas. It's been such a long day, but it doesn't feel like, I feel like, just closing with these kids has been really energizing. Oh my goodness. I'm so impressed, and I'm just so hopeful as well, about the possibilities and the potential. And Vikas, I think just to sort of sum this up, what I think this presentation and just this, whole thing with the kids did for me was sort of to cement everything that we started talking about since 12 today, like really just bringing everything to why are we doing what we're doing? Why are we going to, leverage technology? Why are we going to equip and invest in our teachers? Why do we need policymakers and government officials to do what they need to do? And I think it just brings everything home to why we need to ensure that we put the right systems, the right infrastructure, the right support in place so that our children can thrive and be so confident, and be solving problems, that are facing our world. So I'm really inspired, really inspired, Vikas. Thank you.
Well, no, thank you for co-hosting today with me. I know it's been a heck of a job for you. Today's a Friday. You're in Lagos, Nigeria. and internet connectivity, even in London, is an issue, as we saw earlier today.
Thankfully, it was good for us here today.
Thankfully, it worked. And so we've had a phenomenal response all day today. There's been a huge level of support. I'm sure the social media has been whirring along, and these kinds of things. But was there one particular session that blew you away?
Yes, Vikas. And I actually took notes. It was the session where gosh, now I don't even remember because my notes are all over the place. But I think it was either the fourth or fifth session. And that was the one where, the panelists mentioned that ensure the skills are not limited to this. No, so this was a place where he said technology is not a replacement of teachers. It is an enabler. And in fact, technologies are replaceable, but teachers aren't. I feel like the way he brought it in, and when he said that, it was almost just like a reminder, the reminder that, we cannot replace teachers. So it's important for us to invest in teachers as much as possible. Technologies indeed can be replaced. And I just, that session for me was so powerful. And it was just a reminder, for why it was important for collaboration, right, amongst, EdTech companies, amongst different stakeholders, among government. And I heard a lot of that, across the different panelists today, and panel conversations around the need for partnership and the need to collaborate and the need to actually know that, we're the teachers at the core of this, this whole conversation and this whole innovation.
Well,
and how about you, Vikas? How about you? Which of the?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the debate actually, and I thought my friend Jung was taking some big swings actually today.
Yes.
But tomorrow, Falabi, we have this debate about that the motion is that this house believes that a university education is not fit for purpose or is not worth the return on investment, and I think that's a pretty interesting discussion in education anyway. But now with the advent of these technologies, and micro credentials and these kinds of things, I think it's a fairly open world, and I'm looking forward to that. Actually, I've taken part in the rehearsals. And even the rehearsals blew me away. So tomorrow, I'm sure it's.
Gosh, I hope I don't miss that. I'd really like to see that. And that sort of reminds me of this session with them on the future of work. And there was something that the panelists said about like success isn't graduation, but success is employment. And I feel like that also ties with that panel theme for tomorrow too.
Well, listen. So, Falawe, we've had a long day. Everyone has been watching. There's still a lot of people here. I want to say to everyone, we start again tomorrow at 11 a.m. GMT. We expect tens of thousands of teachers, simply because it's a Saturday and everyone's at home and not everyone is teaching. Our highlight tomorrow, we have some incredible speakers just like today. But the highlight tomorrow is the teacher masterclasses, which are the foundation for this Teacher Tech Summit. We have some of the most prolific teachers from around the world that we've selected through a Flipgrid contest, who said, and we asked them, show us your practice. And from there, we've gone and we've worked with them, and they're going to be telling us how they've incorporated technology in their own words, and so that we as teachers, or you as teachers, are able to then go and actually be inspired with new ideas. And so that, to me, is a really big component of tomorrow. And we have two great hosts. One is Andrea Zafiriku, who is an award-winning teacher from the UK, and Jim Toscano from the Philippines, who will be here as well. And so I'm looking forward to that. But without further ado, I want to thank you all so much, and I will see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock. I want to end by, again, showing the sponsor reel that we have. We want to thank our sponsors for today. And Falawe, once again, thank you so much, with all gratitude, for partnering with us on this.
Thank you too, Vikas. Thank you. And thank you, teachers, for participating. Thank you to everyone who is watching and everyone who has stayed this long. We really appreciate you. And teachers, you truly are the heroes. Thank you so much.
One university in the United States conducted a study in Africa, and they said that we have over 100 years to catch up with the rest of the world.
We realized that our public school teachers needed huge upskilling. The main question is, could it be done by just starting from the basics?
The birth of this program was to support the teachers in their journey to
embrace these new technologies that are coming into the classroom. The HPID program runs for a full academic year. We actually ask them to take on a project which they would like to prototype and solve a community problem.
This program seeks to help teachers build new concepts, have different skills in teaching their students. Let your innovation be something very simple that seeks to address a problem in your school. That will help every student you have.
We are teachers, we have our own intellect. So what they did for the whole of 1 year is they opened our minds to the possibilities.
Teachers recognize that they can be change makers in their classroom. When you have the framework, you can do anything.
Every time we read a book, we change. We feel more deeply and think more boldly. Scholastic believes every act of reading has the power to spark positive change and progress. It makes us think more, be more, and do more.
Hi, I'm Amira. Let's go find stories that are just right for you.
Meet Amira, an award-winning intelligent reading coach that provides just right reading practice for every student. Developed at Carnegie Mellon with the science of reading at its core. Hailed by Time magazine as one of the best inventions of 2021. And receiving widespread recognition as the future of EdTech.
We have fallen in love with Amira at Brubaker. Our kids love her. Our parents love her. At Brubaker, we're all about doing what's best and right for kids, and Amira helps us to satisfy that.
Every child can be a motivated, masterful reader with Amira.
Do you still remember buying these kits? Spending a lot of money on textbooks and workbooks that took a long time to be updated? Chloe was born to handle this connected and challenging world. Designed to be an active, intuitive, and interactive platform in a complete learning environment. Because the world has changed and will continue to change, Chloe is here to support education. Shall we do it together? Chloe, put the learning in place.
Camilo José Cela University aims to prepare professionals for an increasingly technological and, above all, more human and sustainable future. Our model is based, in addition to the transmission of knowledge, on the development of student skills and competencies which enhance their personal learning and their active role in society, science, and culture. To achieve this objective, we work on 4 strategic pillars: entrepreneurship, digitalization, social commitment, and well-being. This model charts the course of our university. At Camilo José Cela University, we are committed to educating the best students for the world. That is why we have started a pioneering movement towards a higher education that impacts in what you know, in what you do, and who you are.